Chapter 1730. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan shouted, his body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the verdant sun flame cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light, the aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger. He quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang. Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand. At this time, Wind Sweeping Building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the great thief ghost hand. Fang Yuan snickered in disdain. Get lost. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Winds blew in all directions. Wind Sweeping Building's momentum was halted. There was no helping it. Summer Fan's wind was only a facade. The true essence was the power of Time Path. Wind Sweeping Building was a wind path immortal goo house. It was not specialized in dealing with time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the Goo Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The Goo Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these Goo Masters to focus on refining Goo. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too powerful. He obtained many venerable inheritances. His demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal goo house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The Goo Immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity. It was built using a vast number of mortal goo. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history. It could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise. It was primordial origin immortal venerables that created the first Emperor City. Fang Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Qin Yi saw that the situation was bad. He had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qin Yi. Fang Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor's City brazenly. Li Huang and Qin Yi stood in front of Fang Yuan and were pushed back by Fang Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert Goo Immortals dumbfounded. Fang Yuan is so fierce. No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Farewell Friend Wind. It is actually Farewell Friend Wind. Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Qin Yi, the Central Continent Goo Immortals guarding the Immortal Formation were all shocked and fearful. This Farewell Friend Wind had a huge origin. It was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Daoist Blackheart. He cultivated Wind Path, but in his later years he studied the legends of Rinzhu and made great progress. After he went into closed cultivation for nearly 10 years, Farewell Friend Wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. Ever since Daoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially, the 5 regions Goo Immortals did not know the reason. Facing Daoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Daoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him. They pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Daoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into Dream Killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Goo Immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell Friend Wind's sensing was rather special. could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Daoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of Farewell Friend Wind. Many Gu Immortals knew the secret of Farewell Friend Wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Daoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless Gu Immortals who had befriended Daoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world, there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of Farewell Friend Wind was discovered by the Gu Immortals. That was, to activate Farewell Friend Wind, it had to hit a certain part of the Gu Immortal's body. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong, with these 2 flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Daoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. They avoided him. In his later years, he was alone. His ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped Farewell Friend Wind. It shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Chen Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Baizong Shui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Baizong Shui snatched Chen Yi, but even though Chen Yi was no longer floating, he could not move. His eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border Immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has Farewell Friend Wind. It is like Fang Yuan has Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Chen Yi from afar as he praised. As expected of a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense. Even after being hit by my Farewell Friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong here, the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court Battlefield. Inside the Gu Refinement Formation, the 2 big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear. Che Wei, rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall. Even though he was being attacked, he still had the leisure to say, "Amazing, Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless. You cannot break my 5 Elements Ring's protection." Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 Elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Song Yen was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Song Yen was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in Rule Path. His skin was like a tattoo, with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin. They crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Song Yen. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Xiongdu was still refining Gu, his tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fate Gu. They also have a certain standard for Fate Gu's recovery state. Yuan Xiongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success Dao marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Xiongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sichuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a demon venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the Immortal Killer move activated. Figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck Altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared, "Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder." There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured. It was covered in blood. "Who are you? Report your name." A Celestial Court Gu Immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. "You don't even recognize me, new heir Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces and you will remember my name." Boom boom boom. Violent forces exploded one after another. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The Time Path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled. It regained its usual speed. "You actually broke my killer move. Or you." Gu Lu Ru, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal smiled as he looked at Gu Lu Ru. "What a coincidence. We both cultivate Time Path. Let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary. You can call me Hei Fan." Next, the third person followed Hei Fan and walked out of the Phantom River of Time. "Wow. This is a huge battle. Oh heavens, I need to hide." The third Northern Plains Gu Immortal had a white face. He had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely. New heir Bao Xiong, Hei Fan, and the vanished Lu Lu Lu. They are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huangjin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the River of Time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable. Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze. A scene that was deeply etched in his memories surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. "Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have Future Self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future Self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength." Duke Long's expression was cold as ice. The anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. "That's right. My Future Self killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master?" Red Lotus smiled bitterly. "So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me." Duke Long snickered. "Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. accept fate's arrangements and become a Gu venerable again. I can let bygones be bygones. Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious. Since you do not want to attack me, but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you? Of course not. Red Lotus shook his head, a smile appeared on his flawless face. Master, I have endured for so long, the killer move is finally ready, please give me some comments. Saying so, the phantom of the river of time appeared behind him. Gu Immortal stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved. What killer move is this? I created a killer move with 2 moves. It is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon Gu Immortals who are close to the Gu Immortal themselves from the river of time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move. It is called Help from the Future. Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim, his body was shaking from anger. This move is heaven-defying. You are actually using the river of time to interfere with the normal flow of history. You have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them. No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future. Red Lotus smiled. Chapter 1731. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions, and intense light flashed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members, one with D. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded, large chunks of flesh and blood flew away. The shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain. It closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble. Next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down. With a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal laughed loudly. My new Air Bao Xiong's killer move, Dim Lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path's thick defense. I have already killed countless transformation path Gu Immortals. Ha! He cultivated Lightning Path. He was a berserk killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first Supreme Elder of New Air Tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded. Shameless boasting, I also cultivate transformation path, come and kill me. Which idiot? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions, and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now, save Zhang Fei Xiong. Gu Lu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. This person was Wan Zihong. She had a seductive appearance. She cultivated Wood Path and was originally a demonic path Gu Immortal. She had a murderous nature and was recruited by Celestial Court. This Zhang Fei Xiong has some skill. Even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wan Zihong's eyes flashed with caution. She did not slow down. She directly charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wan Zihong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh. More flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhang Fei Xiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! In the sky, New Air Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His Lightning Path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wan Zihong, Would Path Dao marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong. transformation path Dao marks on. A Gu path. It was as if Wan Zihong's would path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. Nu Air Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed. Nu Air Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again, his whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, Nu Air Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhang Fei Xiong. He extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Gu Immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter. The red light itself was still moving left and right. It did not stop for a moment. Nu Air Bao Xiong could only look left and right. He could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke Air. She cultivates Fire Path and Transformation Path. Her battle style is similar to Nu Air Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals woke up in the Immortal Graveyard. Zhu Ke Air was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's Time Path killer move is too strong. It is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction, looking at the phantom river of time in the sky. Her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good. He was near Calamity Luck Altar, under the phantom river of time. There were Northern Plains Gu Immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge. She also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move. Even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility. Firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Gu to the Gu Immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Jing Yuan. He is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang. A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle. The golden light faded and a Northern Plains Gu Immortals figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura. He was an expert of Yi Lui tribe, Yi Lui Ko. He cultivated Metal Path. He was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the Phantom River of Time. Yi Lui Ko had stood out when he was young. He had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight. He could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, he often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a Demonic Path Gu Immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. Facing Yi Lui Ko's gaze, she felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damn Qi wall. Yi Lui Ko had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Qi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left in Celestial Court. This Qi Wall killer move could distinguish between friend and foe. It did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could only move around the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between rank 8 Gu Immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Qi Wall. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals often needed to rely on the Qi wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our Gu Immortals have just woken up from their slumber. They do not have a complete set of Gu worms. The mortal Gu are fine, but the immortal Gu are very incomplete. They cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were sleeping in the immortal graveyard. All their immortal Gu were given to Celestial Court. On one hand, they needed to make full use of their resources. On the other hand, they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu were used to construct immortal Gu houses. They were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sex to use, like Fate Armor Immortal Gu given to Feng Jioga. There were very few immortal Gu that were left and used in the treasury. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s, but because they lacked immortal Gu, they could not display their full strength. Even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move was truly amazing. It immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move. He could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. Chapter 1732. This Call of the Ancient should be similar to Call of the Future. It does not truly summon the Gu Immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self. It only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains Gu Immortals are all in their peak condition. They have immortal essence and immortal Gu. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future back then. It is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me, I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level, I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately, he could not control himself. He was restricted by the rank 9 killer move. He could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Another person walked out of the river of time. He had a jade-like face. He was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Feng Yu. A Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian. Stop acting suave, come and fight." A Celestial Court Gu Immortal who had just obtained an immortal Gu saw Dong Feng Yu and was very unhappy. He charged over. He had the appearance of a boy. His hair was black and shiny. There was a small tip, together with his round face. His head shape was like a peach. It was very comical. But his surging aura made Dong Feng Yu's expression change. She quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit. Seeing Dong Feng Yu's pathetic state, he chuckled. "Now do you know how powerful I, whirling boy, am?" Dong Feng Yu was furious. "My playfulness is my nature. You old monster is the one pretending. You are about to die. You are still acting so young." Whirling boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dong Feng Yu again. Dong Feng Yu had only been caught off guard earlier. She was already prepared now. She attacked instead of retreating. Boom. The two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind! It almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains Gu Immortal had the appearance of an old farmer. His pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched and his face was wrinkled. He had a cigarette in his mouth. So I said, "The old farmer had no killing intent," he sighed. "I am Nian Heir, Nian Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Gu." Indeed. Nian Gu Immortal Nian Nong was not the strongest rank in Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Gu. But he was the one who had the deepest influence and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Gu Nian Gu Immortal Nian, God Gu Immortal Gu God Gu Gu, Gu Immortal Tian Immortal Gu Imo Gu, Li Tu Immortal Gu Gu, He Gu Dong. Gu Nian Immortal Nian of Gu, Gu Nian to be, a Nian of Gu Yi of Gu of Immortal to Sir, Nian, Nian Nian, Gu of Nian of Gu Nian? The heavenly court Gu Immortal smiled. I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources. I see. The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact, they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. New Heir Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The Scarlet Rainbow's aura suddenly surged. It was Zhu Ke Air using her killer move. It immediately split into eight scarlet rainbows flew towards New Heir Bao Xiong from 8 directions. New Heir Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang, 7 scarlet rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was Zhu Keir's true body. It's my turn. New Heir Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. Go! Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in midair, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Zhu Keir. Zhu Keir gave a delicate shout. The scarlet rainbow stopped and revealed her true form. A colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby Gu Immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wan Zihong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart, "Damn it, I lack offensive Immortal Gu the most, I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing Gu Immortal one day? Wan Zihong felt a sense of danger. Her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yelu Ko appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, "The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals are truly amazing. I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the Qi wall, you cannot escape." Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger, it exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her. She had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yelu Ko laughed sinisterly. This move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment, his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal swallowed Yelu Ko's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough. To think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up. This Celestial Court's Gu Immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. "Who are you?" Yelu Ko's gaze was cold. "Zhao Shanhe." The white fatty laughed. "I won't let you kill our healing Gu Immortal so easily." Yelu Ko did not speak, his aura rose steadily, evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong snorted angrily, "I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal Gu, I can take on 5 at once." On the other side, several Gu Immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. She must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had been leading Northern Plains side. Seeing that the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly. Even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If Celestial Court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack. There were also several Northern Plains Gu Immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sichuan is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. This way, the the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Court's side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains' side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Qi Wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains' side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals felt the pressure on them lessening. They could easily retreat to the Qi Wall to recuperate. Boom! Two time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Gu Lu Ru coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Gu Lu Ru was about to retreat to the Qi Wall when a figure appeared. Die! The figure flashed and vanished. Gu Lu Ru was only a few steps away from the Qi Wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Lu tribe's expert, Lu Lu Lu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature. He was called the Shame of Northern Plains when he was alive. Because he never fought openly, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. He always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Lu Lu Lu. He was extremely angry. Gu Lu Ru's death shook the Gu Immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Court's side. Gu Lu Ru did not have all his Gu worms, and more importantly, as more Gu Immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yelu Ko finally succeeded and killed Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains' side, Hei Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Gu Lu Ru, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court Gu Immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more Gu Immortals. Damn it! These Gu Immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it. Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains Gu Immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains Gu Immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9 time path killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless. He is completely targeting our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Sichuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon, Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. Chapter 1733. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of Fate Gu, ancient Gu Immortals could not travel to the future, and future Gu Immortals could not travel to the present. But along with Fate Gu's damage, the restrictions on time path became much looser. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the Gu Immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When Fate Gu was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sichuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing Fate Gu would be ruined. Fate Gu was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sichuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair Fate Gu at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, Longevity Heaven could only charge through the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to forcefully seize Fate Gu. Regarding this, Bing Sai Chuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the river of time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair Fate Gu. It was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall, we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take Fate Gu, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sai Chuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize Fate Gu. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook, his aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the 5-colored light. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the 5-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shields shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, the battle between the Ox Devil and Song Yen was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, "Attack, try to attract their attention." Saying so, the Ox Devil pounced at Song Yen again. The two fought fiercely. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The Ox Devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted Longevity Heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Qiongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair Fate Gu. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to Heaven Overseeing Tower like it was drifting with the wind. The fresh flower landed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no! Someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Qiongdu turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His mind was heavily injured and split into 2, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yen quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to Heaven Overseeing Tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Gu. Too late. Ox Devil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with 5 Elements Grandmaster, restraining these two. Che Wei and Song Yen became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Ox Devil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Ox Devil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The two shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were still only 5 Gu Immortals in the refinement path formation. thus it did not explode, it was still operating well. What do I do? Yuan Qiongdu's vision turned dark, he had a splitting headache, he was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation, he could completely tamper with fate goo and make all of the celestial court's efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as fate goo was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results, and fate goo could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible. It would be like all of the celestial court's efforts had turned into longevity heaven. This was such a difficult decision, adding on the fact that Yuan Qiongdu's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Goo, Yuan Qiongdu had not made up his mind yet. I got it. Flower Lady's eyes shined, she stretched out her small white hand, wanting to grab Fate Goo. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this longevity heaven operation. But right at this time, on the four walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of 2 Goo Immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the Celestial Court strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of 2 Venerables. Of course, this is only the method of 2 Venerables. It is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the Celestial Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the Celestial Court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly had no more worries, he smiled at the empty wall. I got it, I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was completely hidden, even the Celestial Court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Goo, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air, she could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion. She only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep, she was the only one left. She was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning, she fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear. The jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway. It was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest. It was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortals' ears. It even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground. There were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing. The bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady. He did not feel anything wrong. His thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of Wood Path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest, he felt the pressure of the trees, he felt the grass burrowing out of the soil, he felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man, he was cultured and elegant, he wore a green robe with a white belt on his head, his black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words, love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers, even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain, they will shed tears but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around, he could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figure slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left. Remember, this move is called piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. Chapter 1734. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his woodpath attainment level had risen to an extremely high level. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding this woodpath killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu Immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables' chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power, it was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between star constellations Will and limitless demon venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort. It is truly a pity that this woodpath true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved, he raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the Gu Immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff. Duke Long primarily cultivated Chi Path, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish-golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple-gold splendor. A peerlessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma, and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the refinement path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yen defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the refinement path formation, Yuan Qiong-du coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the refinement path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sai Chuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards. He could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around. His attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long? Celestial Court Gu Immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly Gu Immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us? Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times. Many Gu worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved. It is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His immortal killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative immortal Gu house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, immortal Gu, and killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of Gu cultivation history. They were the brightest stars in the world. They were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate wisdom path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. He had comprehended the profundity of transformations. His foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sai Chuan was extremely nervous. He ordered, "Defend against Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. Kill! A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains Gu Immortal was silent. He followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. "No, let me fight you!" A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression. He stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded. A beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the Gu Immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the afterimages of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head. He had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole, he could see the sky behind him. At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. With a muffled sound, he self-detonated, turning into a lump of blood. He died on the spot. He was a famous expert in northern plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the two northern plains Gu immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. What are you looking at? Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. Oh no! The two northern plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses. They did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's two ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the two northern plains experts was instantly shattered. They were like two meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The two celestial court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, one died and two were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. Terrifying. At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the celestial court's side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. After I died, there was actually such a talented junior? He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He is also a Dao Guardian. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized, oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Dao Guardian matured, they would be the number 1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Dao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. He's coming. Bing Sichuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the 3, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sichuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. Protect me! Bing Sichuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest. A large number of Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the Gu Immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. Open! He shouted, using a Chi Path killer move this time. Surging Chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move. Duke Long smiled sinisterly. 2 more Longevity Heaven Gu Immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sichuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sichuan's eyes. Impossible! How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? He had guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. Chapter 1735. The killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, made Duke Long stronger with every breath of time. Looking at the illusion of the river of time in the sky, Duke Long's eyes shined with a complex light. He sighed lightly. "O Red Lotus, I have seen your call of the ancients and future successors. Now, I will show you my Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand." Duke Long's words made the Northern Plains experts furious. He clearly did not care about the Northern Plains immortals, he only had eyes for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Northern Plains experts were all famous figures in history, they had their own pride and arrogance. But they could not refute Duke Long's words. Because they were here because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Old man, you talk too much. Don't look down on us. Have a taste of my power. Several Northern Plains rank 8s pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. At the next moment, a dragon roared as purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. Boom boom boom. Amidst the loud explosions, Duke Long charged left and right under the encirclement of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals. No one could stop him. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were being slaughtered by him. The number of casualties increased rapidly. Faster, faster, faster. Duke Long was too fast. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not stop him in a short time. Any strong killer move needed time to prepare. Moreover, Duke Long's attention was on Calamity Luck Altar. He did not bother with the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who tried to stop him. Stop him. Duke Long, don't even think of leaving. Fight me if you dare. We must stop him. The purple gold dragon chi flashed. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sichuan raised his head. Duke Long had finally reached Calamity Luck Altar. His merciless dragon eyes looked down at this Luck Path rank 8 immortal Gu house below him. Oh no! Cold sweat dripped down Bing Sichuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as he used his Chi Path killer move again. Myriad Chi surged, heaven and earth changed color. Immortal killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu Immortals shook intensely. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Many killer moves crumbled. The Northern Plains experts chasing after Duke Long fell to the ground like dumplings thrown into water. All things were silent, and the universe was silent. Creak, creak, Calamity Luck Altar operated with difficulty. The faint golden light resisted Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. This Luck Path rank 8 immortal Gu house could not fly anymore. It was suppressed to the ground by Duke Long. At once, Duke Long became the main character of the battlefield. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals looked at him with shock, and joy. He single-handedly suppressed the entire battle situation. Even though the Northern Plains Immortals were strong, their arrogant heads were forcefully pressed down by Duke Long. Damn it! This Chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move, Duke Long had once used it in Eastern Sea. But now, this killer move's power has increased by more than 10 times. Bing Sichuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's strength was too abnormal. It was beyond his bottom line. This damn old man is quite strong. It seems that I will have to deal with him. Far away, Mao Li Qiu and its clone had been suppressing the two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court. Seeing Duke Long's power, Mao Li Qiu gritted its teeth and wanted to reinforce them. You want to leave? No way. The immemorial green jade crane screamed. It activated an immortal killer move and attacked Mao Li Qiu's clone. Stop right there. Shabi 95 grabbed Mao Li Qiu's right hind leg and bit it. These two fools. Mao Li Qiu was furious. It was helpless to find that it was being held back by these two fools. The two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court might not be able to fight head-on battles, but they were able to fight head-on battles. They were getting more and more powerful. Duke Long's strength was too inspiring. It had already ignited the fighting spirit of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Open! Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined with bright light. It slowly rose up with determination. Next, the Northern Plains experts who had fallen to the ground also used their killer moves against Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for a while. After all, he was not only facing the rank 8 immortal Gu house created by Giant Sun Immortal, there were also the Huang Jin tribe's experts in Northern Plains history. Go help Duke Long. Let longevity heaven pay the price in blood. How can the dignity of Celestial Court be offended? The Celestial Court's immortals reacted. They attacked like a tidal wave, reinforcing Duke Long. The Northern Plains experts had no choice but to split up a portion to defend against the Celestial Court's attacks. Meanwhile, the inner circle was to encircle and suppress Duke Long with all their strength. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Duke Long was standing firm in the inner circle. He had the upper hand, while the Northern Plains Gu Immortals at the outer circle were far fewer than Celestial Court's side. They were also losing ground. Bing Sichuan understood. If not for the Venerable's help, Longevity Heaven's attack would have failed already. Their goal was to snatch Fate Gu, but now they could not even protect themselves. How could they snatch it? In fact, Longevity Heaven's side was just a step away from success at a certain point in time. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Longevity Heaven's plan failed. Even though Longevity Heaven failed, your Celestial Court might not succeed either. Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He gave the order, destroy the refinement path formation. Since he could not snatch Fate Gu or destroy Fate Gu, he would make sure that Celestial Court's restoration failed as well. Only then would this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention not be the last. Celestial Court would hold it again to continue repairing Fate Gu. This way, the other 4 regions would have a chance to catch their breath. But if that was the case, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court would be even more vigilant. Longevity Heaven would not have the chance to attack again. But he had no choice. The situation forced Bing Sichuan to make this choice. But Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received the order. They immediately attacked the refinement path formation around them. Song Yen coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale. But he showed a smile on his face. Why do you think Lady Fairy Myrtle arranged for me to guard the formation? It is to prevent you from doing anything out of desperation. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned. They found that their attacks on the refinement path formation were all taken by Tsong Yen alone. This was Tsong Yan's unique rule path method. He could shift the damage to himself. How can we destroy the formation? With us here, don't even think of succeeding. Outside the refinement path formation, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals formed layers of defense, blocking the Northern Plains experts' attacks. Bing Sichuan changed his target and tried to destroy the refinement path formation. He was also attacking the enemy's weakness. Celestial Court had no choice but to defend the refinement path formation to the death. This way, both sides attacked and defended. They were in a stalemate. On Celestial Court's side, most of its members defended the refinement path formation, while Duke Long attacked Calamity Luck Altar alone. On Northern Plains' side, they defended Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the refinement path formation. Even though Duke Long was being attacked by many Northern Plains experts, he still had the strength to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured Duke Long's attacks again and again, but it still remained standing. It showed the immense defense of this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. In fact, Calamity Luck Altar's methods were not limited to this. It still had the potential to retaliate against Duke Long. But currently, Calamity Luck Altar's main goal was to maintain Call of the Ancient. If it used its other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. In the end, Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move. It was incompatible with Calamity Luck Altar's own methods. If it had the painting path method that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable displayed earlier, the situation would not be so awkward. Bing Sichuan was clear. Once Call of the Ancient was interrupted, the situation would turn for the worse. Only by maintaining this killer move could they resist the awakening members of Celestial Court. As time passed, the battle became more intense. More and more Gu Immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time caused Bing Sichuan's heart to shake. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Altar could last. At the next moment, Call of the Ancient might be interrupted. If that happened, then Longevity Heaven would definitely suffer a huge loss. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, Duke Long's explosive power had already changed the situation. Celestial Court had a slight upper hand while Longevity Heaven's side was at a disadvantage. Boom! A lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even tremble. The dust on his back dispersed, revealing his broad back. His back was already covered in purple gold dragon scales. Following the effects of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long's body became larger and larger. It had already expanded to twice its original size. His dragon claws became sharper and sharper. His dragon tail became longer and stronger. His dragon horn was originally only a short segment, but now it was growing rapidly. It was already the size of an adult deer's horn. It was like a crown on his head. It was incomparably noble and majestic. At every moment, Duke Long was getting stronger. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the Northern Plains Gu immortals who fought with him could feel it deeply. "This is a monster," a Northern Plains expert said hatefully. "Monster? Haha, we 7 Big Dipper immortals love to deal with monsters." Right at this time, from the illusion of the river of time, 7 Gu immortals walked out. "It's them." Bing Sai Chuan saw this and was surprised and joyful. These 7 Big Dipper immortals came from the Huang Jin tribes. There were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s. They were people of the same era in Northern Plains history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts rampaged, causing the righteous path to suffer huge losses year after year. Thus, the Huang Jin tribes gathered together and selected 7 people to train in the ancient battle formation, spending years to quell the rebellions, capturing immemorial desolate beasts and suppressing legendary desolate beasts, restoring peace to the super forces of Northern Plains. Ancient battle formation, 7 extreme desolation. In an instant, the 7 Gu immortals turned into a black gold giant with 3 heads and 4 arms. A huge metal wheel floated behind it. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant's right arm was like a blade, creating a huge phantom blade light that slashed towards Duke Long. Chapter 1736. Winged blade had a great reputation. It was the publicly recognized #1 offensive method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. It could even split the winds of assimilation. One could imagine its terrifying power. He dodged it. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed. Duke Long suddenly appeared far away with a bewildered expression. At the next moment, he saw the dragon horn on his forehead slowly falling to the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long barely dodged the winged blade, but his right dragon horn was cut in half. Duke Long was moved. At this time, the black gold giant hooked its arm at Duke Long immortal killer move, Immortal Binding Rope. This was the publicly recognized #1 capturing method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. A purple gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, coiling around his waist 3 times as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant raised its right arm, targeting Duke Long again as it used its ultimate killer move. Duke Long gritted his teeth as he shouted. His body shook violently as he broke free from the immortal binding rope, retreating rapidly and dodging the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to restrain Duke Long again, but Duke Long retreated rapidly as he spat out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded. They were like 2 peerless scimitars, flying and protecting him. It was Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Spiraling Dragon Fangs were offensive killer moves, but Duke Long used them for defense. The Black Gold Giant's 7 Extreme Desolations Immortal Binding Rope was powerful, but once it trapped Duke Long, it would be cut in half by the Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Bing Sai Chuan saw this, feeling bewildered and regretful. The original Spiraling Dragon Fangs were only the size of an arm. To think that they are 2 doors now. What method did Duke Long use to raise the power of his Immortal Killer Move to such an absurd level? A pity about 7 Extreme Desolation. Now that Fate Gu is close to completion, Call of the Ancients' power has fallen by a lot. If it was at its original level, Duke Long would have been heavily injured by that attack. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation. It was made up of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. Each of them was an outstanding expert of the Huang Jin tribes of the past. They were famous in Northern Plains. What was even rarer was that the immortal killer moves they had were the signature methods of their respective tribes. For example, Chanyu tribe's Winged Blade or Yi Lui tribe's Immortal Binding Rope. With 7 Extreme Desolations protection, Duke Long's attacks were obstructed, the situation was in a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven could not destroy Heavenly Court's refinement path formation no matter what. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of defense. Northern Plains experts' methods could not even get close to the formation, not to mention charging in. In 1 Gu Gu 1 1 Gu, Gu of Gu and 2 1 1 1 1 Gu. It looks like a stalemate on the surface, but the initiative has already changed hands. If this goes on, Heavenly Court will definitely gain control of the situation. Bing Sai Chuan had a cold expression, but his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. Northern Plains Gu Immortals loved to fight. They had fought countless battles in their lives. They far surpassed the other 4 regions. Bing Sai Chuan was a rank 8-time path great expert. It was even more so. He had experienced countless dangers and battles in his life. Even though the situation was getting more dangerous, it could not shake his fighting spirit. He was trying to find a way out. Invading Celestial Court is my Longevity Heaven's plan. We have thought about it and have countermeasures. Now, we can only contact Fang Yuan and the rest and attack from the outside world. Bing Sai Chuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan and the rest, giving orders. Luck Path method again. They are contacting the outside world. Once Bing Sai Chuan made a move, several members of Celestial Court sensed it. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly. The highest profundity of Luck Path had always been in the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court could not stop Bing Sai Chuan's method. Emperor City. Fang Yuan had already used Yama Emperor's killer move, flying around in the sky. Intense winds blew past his ears. Li Huang and Qin Yi in his vision were like a ball of fire, a black light chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pointed as countless Yama seeds flew out, obstructing Li Huang and Qin Yi. Next, he charged towards the nearest Immortal Gu house. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house turned pale with fright. They quickly retreated. Fang Zheng quickly used that move. A Gu Immortal shouted. Gue Fang Zheng was inside the Immortal Gu house. He immediately took action. The Immortal Gu house shot out a blood-red light that pushed it forward. Increasing its speed by several times, Fang Yuan missed. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qin Yi attacked again, fighting against Fang Yuan. Western Desert's Gu Immortals could not stand it. Someone sneered. This is clearly a blood path method. The Great Celestial Court is of the righteous path. They are actually using a blood path killer move in front of everyone. Bullshit. The means of Zhongzhou state are unimaginable and have thousands of changes. How can a layman like you comprehend them? Western Desert scoundrel, you covet our central continent's riches. You even slander our righteous path. This is unforgivable. How could the central continent Gu Immortals admit defeat, even though most of them knew about Fang Zheng's blood path methods? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Li Huang and Qin Yi's fight made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp. In this situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand. He could use this move to destroy most of the Immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side. But Li Huang and Qin Yi were fighting with all their strength. He could not find a chance to use it. And Western Desert's side was also very wary of him. They did not want to cooperate. Even though Fang Clan had colluded with Fang Yuan in the past, in this situation where everyone was watching, how could they dare to cooperate with Fang Yuan? Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace several years ago. Western Desert's righteous path joined forces to create trouble for them. They had been living with their tails between their legs. Using the opportunity of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they finally reached an agreement with Western Desert's righteous path forces. If they cooperated with Fang Yuan now, they would be giving Western Desert's righteous path a new weakness. When they return, they would be pressured by Western Desert's righteous path forces again. This is not good. The final competition is probably coming to an end. Fang Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path Convention. He was familiar with the situation. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not making a move yet? At this time, Bing Sai Chuan contacted Fang Yuan. Towards Fang Yuan, he would not use a commanding tone, but Bing Sai Chuan knew how to convince Fang Yuan. He told Fang Yuan everything about Longevity Heaven's invasion of Celestial Court. This was the truth. It could withstand any kind of scrutiny. Bing Sichuan did not hide or fake it, because he knew about Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These damned fools. Fang Yuan learned of everything that happened in Celestial Court. His eyes shined with sharp light. He gritted his teeth. He used Longevity Heaven to treat Bing Sichuan and the rest as chess pieces. Wasn't Bing Sichuan the same as well? Longevity Heaven had its own benefits. It confessed the situation now because it wanted Fang Yuan to stop Celestial Court from repairing fake goo. Inside Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven could only maintain the situation and delay the experts of Celestial Court. They could no longer advance. But as long as Fang Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the final competition, Celestial Court's human path methods would stop. They would no longer be able to extract success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Qiongdu dare to repair fake goo? This was the only chance of victory now. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bone-chilling cold light. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, such an overt scheme was for his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan moved like a phantom, moving around the battlefield with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Celestial Court's immortal goo houses evaded him rapidly. Because of Fang Yuan's existence, Celestial Court's immortal goo houses would often fall into chaos. Unfortunately, at such times, Western Desert's immortal goo houses would be heavily guarded by Celestial Court. Western Desert's goo immortals did not have the spirit to fight to the death. They could not charge in. Li Huang and Qin Yi charged forward again, trying to hold back Fang Yuan. In the past, Fang Yuan would be forced to fight Li Huang and Qin Yi at this time. Celestial Court's defensive line would have time to adjust. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey again. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Immortal killer move, summer fan. Be it spring scissors or summer fan, Fang Yuan attacked Emperor City below. This scene made Li Huang and Qin Yi pale with fright. Be careful, old demon Fang Yuan is going all out. Quickly stop him. Li Huang and Qin Yi's killer moves landed on Fang Yuan's body. Winter Coat killer move resisted them with difficulty. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. The immortal goo houses panicked. They used their bodies to block the attacks and protect Emperor City. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal goo houses attacked. Fang Yuan ignored everything else. He used killer moves continuously, only attacking Emperor City. Winter Coat killer move could not hold on any longer. It broke with a crack. Fang Yuan's bones were fractured and his blood splattered. Fang Yuan endured it forcefully, ignoring the damage to his core immortal goo and his own injuries. He activated Winter Coat killer move again. But Winter Coat's core immortal goo was already damaged. Now that it was activated, its defensive power was far weaker than before. It was broken again and again under the continuous attacks. Eventually, Immortal Goo Winter Injury was too severe to recover. It was destroyed. Fang Yuan could not use Winter Coat anymore. He lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey's body was extremely strong to begin with. Fang Yuan used all sorts of time path methods. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan's disregard for his own safety had many effects. Emperor City was on the verge of collapse. The Goo Masters who were participating in the competition were disrupted and failed. What is going on? The whole city is shaking. The Goo Masters were shocked and uncertain. The Central Continent Goo Immortals inside Emperor City made their moves. Protect these Goo Masters. Don't let them lose their lives. These people are blessed by Central Continent's human path luck. They are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist old demon Fang Yuan. It turned out that the Celestial Court's arrangements were also based on luck. Even though the Celestial Court did not have much confidence in luck path, they could use this stupid method to negate Fang Yuan's advantage in luck path. Battle opportunity. Fang Clan Immortals, the supreme battle achievement is right in front of us. Within the Immortal Goo House Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Clan's rank 7 Goo Immortal shouted with bright eyes. Under the control of Fang Clan's Goo Immortal, Chicken Dog Coop flew close to the ground as it crashed towards Emperor City. The attention of the celestial court side was almost completely attracted by Fang Yuan. If Chicken Dog Coop used an immortal killer move, it would be detected and delayed, celestial court would return to defend, they would lose their chance. But at this moment, Chicken Dog Coop abandoned all methods and crashed towards them directly, using time to its limit. Oh no! Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest were pale with fright. Undoubtedly, Chicken Dog Coop's timing was too perfect. At this moment, the celestial court could only watch as it crashed towards Emperor City. Even though they had a few immortal killer moves because of the short preparation time, they did not have enough power, they could not stop Chicken Dog Co-op closer, even closer. The Gu Masters in Emperor City were still in a daze, while Li Huang and the other Gu Immortals had expressions of despair. The fatal blow was at this moment. Chapter 1737. Celestial Court Battlefield. The front lines were in full swing. Duke Long led the Celestial Court Immortals to fight against Northern Plains forces. But the rear was very quiet because of the Qi Wall. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of the overall situation. She paid attention to all aspects. Seeing that Chicken Dog Coop was about to crash into Emperor City, Fairy Myrtle's heart tightened. Senior Jing Yuan, quickly save Emperor City. She instantly made a decision. She shouted with a trace of nervousness on her face. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded. Fairy, don't worry, I have accumulated enough human will, my mission is about to be completed, open. At once, old man Zheng Yuan's body shook intensely, immortal essence surged as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He cultivated human path, but he was only rank 7. The human path method left behind as a key to open the immortal aperture was barely enough. To him, every time it happened, it was a pain that surpassed his limits. But old man Jing Yuan did not show any trace of bitterness. Right now, he had the blissful radiance of a martyr on his face. After the killer move people's united hearts, the human path method left behind by an immortal venerable was activated again. Emperor City Battlefield. Crush them all. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals laughed loudly with malevolent expressions. In their vision, Emperor City was getting closer and closer. As long as they destroyed it, it would be a shocking battle achievement. Not only would the Gu Immortals become famous in the 5 regions, the whole of Fang Clan would benefit from this. Their reputation would soar and they would become the role model of Northern Plains' righteous path forces. Good. Fang Yuan saw this and cheered internally. He had a premonition that as long as this collision succeeded, it would be of great benefit to him in the unseen world. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he had a keen sense of this. But his luck path attainment level was not high enough. He did not immediately sense the benefits of luck path. But right at this time, a change occurred. A misty white light flashed above Emperor City. This white light appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. For some reason, Chicken Dog Coop's ferocious aura vanished completely. Even though it was still charging forward, it could no longer intimidate people. For example, the Chicken Dog Coop was like a battleship that rode the winds and waves. Now, it was like a broken boat that had no one steering it, drifting along with the waves. Then, under the astonished gazes of the immortals, the Chicken Dog Coop began to collapse and collapse. Countless fragments scattered with the wind. It continued to disintegrate, like an old house that had experienced countless years of torment and finally died of old age. Under the strong winds, it was being dismantled piece by piece. A large number of goo worms fluttered in the air, and at the same time, even more goo worm corpses fell to the ground. A moment ago, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, who had high morale and were ready to tear heaven and earth apart, did not move at all. Even the other Fang Clan Gu Immortals were shouting at this moment. A bad feeling enveloped Fang Clan's Gu Immortals. Soon, their feelings were confirmed. From the destroyed Chicken Dog Coop, corpses fell down one after another. They were the Fang Clan Gu Immortals who were still alive and well a moment ago. How could this be? Fang Clan's Gu Immortals gasped. They called out the names of these Fang Clan Gu Immortals, but there was no response. What killer move is this? With just one attack, the entire Immortal Gu house was destroyed. None of the Gu Immortals inside survived. Even Fang Yuan's expression changed in shock. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never seen such a scene. This was the foundation of Central Continent's celestial court. It was forced out by Fang Yuan and the Western Desert Gu Immortals. After all, in Fang Yuan's previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable succeeded in defying heaven and infiltrated the depths of celestial court. Such a huge battle did not occur. Of course, it could also be that Fang Yuan's memories had some problems. After all, he had once been manipulated by Providence and became a pawn. He had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive many times. His 500 years of memories were not reliable. This is an immortal killer move, broken family and death. Li Huang's eyes shined. He was extremely excited. He looked towards the direction of heaven, thinking, it seems that over there, human will has already been accumulated. Realizing this, Li Huang's heart was filled with boundless confidence. His roar echoed in the silent battlefield. My fellow comrades, what are you waiting for? Celestial Court has already made a move. It is time for us to counterattack. That's right. Let these invaders have a taste of Central Continent's might. Qin Yi added. At the next moment, countless white lights started to shine in the vast Central Continent. These white lights were like dots and lumps of candlelight. There were billions and billions of them. They were like large dandelions, drifting with the wind and slowly rising, gradually filling the sky. What killer move is this? The Western Desert Gu Immortals were uncertain. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor and used a soul path killer move to defend himself. Now that the winter armor was broken, Fang Yuan could only rely on another soul path defensive method. He was in the middle of a sky full of white spots of light. This scene also made him lack confidence. He probed carefully. But these white lights could not retaliate. They were like illusory shadows. Fang Yuan's probing had no effect on them. Even though this immortal killer move was grand and vast, encompassing the whole of Central Continent, it did not have any offensive power. Next, these white lights were like fishes or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the Central Continent Gu Immortals. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu Immortals increased, but they were not bright. The light was warm and gentle. It was not blinding. This scene didn't just occur in the battlefield of Imperial Emperor City. It occurred in the battlefield of the Heavenly Court, the battlefield of Infallible, and various other corners of the world. This was the human path killer move, hope of the people. The unity of the people, the destruction of the family. This was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's human path method. And hope of the people and the following move were the results of star constellation Immortal Venerable's exploration of human path. Within Celestial Court, Old Man Jing Yuan shouted again. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu Immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the Gu Immortals rose rapidly. Their auras have changed. What is going on? Seeing this, the Gu Immortals of the other four regions were shocked and uncertain. So strong, such strength. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had a wondrous feeling. A brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This strength was so vast and surging, it was like a surging tidal wave that charged at their hearts and moved towards their limbs. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear. Intense battle intent surged. This was especially evident on Li Huang, Fairy Myrtle, and Chen Yi. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Stop attacking. Observe the situation first. Western Desert's immortal Gu houses retreated continuously. The situation had truly frightened these Western Desert people. Fang Yuan squinted, but he attacked at this moment. He wanted to attack and probe. Son of Yama flew out, pouncing at Li Huang and Qin Yi. Li Huang breathed in deeply and laughed sinisterly. Verdant Sun's flame cloak expanded by several times, burning fiercely. Before Son of Yama got close to him, it combusted and turned into nothingness. Demon, take this. Li Huang attacked, while Fang Yuan blocked. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This human path killer move amplified Li Huang's battle strength by at least 2 times. This was not a Dao mark amplification. Dao mark amplification targeted the power of immortal killer moves. Heroes among people targeted the Gu Immortal themselves. At rank 8 level, a double amplification was already very terrifying. For example, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could create a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. This was equivalent to a double amplification. And this Heroes among people amplified it by at least 2 times. What was even more shocking was that it was not just Li Huang, there were hundreds and thousands of Central Continent Gu Immortals. Expectations of the people paired with Heroes among people, this was the power of 2 rank 9 killer moves unleashed at the same time. Just like Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancients, Support of the Future, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves, expectations of the people and Heroes among people were not inferior, they shocked even the Immortals. An even worse situation appeared. Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses also started to gather a layer of white light. Heroes among people's effect also extended to Immortal Gu houses. This was because Immortal Gu houses themselves were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by the Gu Immortal. Since Heroes among people could amplify other immortal killer moves, Immortal Gu houses were also affected. Central Continent's side gained such a strong boost, it was even more terrifying than having twice the amount of reinforcements. When Gu Immortals fought, the more people there were, the better. Because Gu Immortals often lacked cooperation, the Dao marks of different paths repelled each other, 1 + 1 was often less than 2. If Gu Immortals wanted to fight together, they would usually control Immortal Gu houses together, or act as the formation cores of immortal formations. But in this aspect, Gu Immortals were mostly used to provide immortal essence to repair Immortal Gu houses and immortal formations. Compared to these two, ancient battle formations had a huge advantage. Even though they had already been eliminated by time, they could fully excavate the Gu Immortals' own potential, they were very useful. Be it immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were all constructed and had fixed killer moves, so there were only so many methods. But ancient battle formations were different, the methods that Gu Immortals knew could be used by ancient battle formations, and they were even more powerful and mystical. The ancient battle formation could truly combine the strength of many Gu Immortals together ingeniously. This was also the reason why 7 Extreme Desolation could resist Duke Long and make Duke Long helpless. The 7 Gu Immortals that formed 7 Extreme Desolation could combine their strength. 1 + 1 was greater than 2. From this aspect, the ingenuity of Heroes among men was even better than that of perfect couples. Because pairs only created a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. But Heroes among people directly amplified the main body by more than 2 times. The main body's strength was far more valuable than a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. The pressure increased, Western Desert's Gu Immortals were forced to retreat by Central Continent's side. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Leave your life behind. Li Huang and Qin Yi attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 1738. Emperor's City Battlefield. After a difficult battle, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The killer move Heroes among people was simply heaven-defying, but it was not without a price. The white light on Li Huang and Qin Ye's bodies was decreasing rapidly, they were expended rapidly. But at the same time, the white light was replenished. The white light in the sky was like grains of sand in a river, seemingly endless. It gathered on Li Huang and Qin Ye's bodies. Fang Yuan tried many times to break it, but to no avail. The weakness of this human path killer move is very obvious. Countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, they rained down like a storm as he thought rapidly. As long as I destroy the white light in the sky, it will be enough. Without the replenishment of these light spots, Li Huang and Qin Yi are like water without a source. As long as the battle drags on, their buffs will disappear completely. But I have no methods to deal with these white light spots. Fang Yuan tried many times, but unfortunately he did not have any methods that could deal with these white light spots. This was the domain of human path. Even though human path had always existed. In fact, because of the legends of Renzu, it was very likely to be the first path of human cultivation, but there were very few Gu immortals who could truly grasp human path. Throughout history, only those with shocking talent and unparalleled talent could have some understanding of it. These comprehensions were often piecemeal and did not form a system. At most, they would only be a small set of killer moves. For example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient, Will Follow, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's popular support, Heroes Among People. Fang Yuan did not have such methods. He contacted the Western Desert Gu immortals present, but they did not have such methods either. Throughout this central continent refinement path convention, Fang Yuan's disadvantage was in the aspect of human path. If it were other paths with Fang Yuan's deep foundation, he could deal with them. But he was very unfamiliar with human path. Not just him, most Gu immortals were unfamiliar with it. Thus, once human path methods were used, they would often have good results. For example, Longevity Heaven used Call of the Ancient, or Celestial Court used Heroes Among People. Looks like I have to comprehend more of the legends of Renzu and comprehend the profundities of the human path within. If we don't use humane methods, we will be at a great disadvantage when dealing with the Celestial Court. In the 5 regions chaotic war in the future, the various forces will have some human path methods. My foundation in this area is indeed very poor. Fang Yuan clearly understood this point. Fang Yuan's battle prowess was already very strong. There were many factors involved, but the main reason was that he had been doing everything possible to strengthen his battle prowess. In terms of battle strength, he was already at the peak of the current Gu immortal world. In terms of resources, Fang Yuan relied on plundering and the convenience of the sovereign immortal aperture to be self-sufficient. It could feed a large number of immortal Gu and was also a profitable business. But currently, he did not have the financial resources to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. He needed time to accumulate. However, Fang Yuan's shortcomings still existed, and there were many of them. He had quasi-supreme attainment level in refinement path and time path. He was a great grandmaster in theft path, blood path, strength path, transformation path, wisdom path, and star path were also not bad. But in poison path, dream path, space path, sword path, and others, he was clearly lacking. These were his shortcomings. It was even more so in terms of human path. Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the rest suppressed Fang Yuan with the help of Heroes Among People. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. He could only turn from offense to defense. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses turned to offense, surrounding the Western Desert Immortals and the immortal Gu houses controlled by Bai Ningbing and the rest. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses rose in battle strength. They were not afraid of these enemy immortal Gu houses breaking through. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Soon, Song Qiyuan had a heated gaze. He stared at the rank 8 immortal Gu house Dragon Palace as he continued to refine it. The other rank 8 Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were doing the same. Qin Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, Shen Songxing, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and Yang Zihe. These Gu immortals were working together to refine Dragon Palace, trying to make it their own. Even though Dragon Palace was refined by Duke Long, there was no one controlling it now, and a portion of its power was suppressing Di Zongxing. It could not resist the refinement of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. As time passed, Dragon Palace was gradually refined by Eastern Sea's immortals. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Eastern Sea's immortals became even more vigilant. Be careful, the worst thing is to fail at the last step. That's right, I have a bad feeling about this, but I don't know why. That's right, we attacked this place, but Celestial Court did not send any reinforcements. Don't worry, Celestial Court might not even be able to fend for themselves now. They can only sacrifice themselves to save themselves. I'm afraid they have given up on this place. Old slave Bei Feng, go guard the cave entrance, kill anyone suspicious. If Celestial Court sends reinforcements, fight to the death. Shen Songxing shouted. He had already enslaved Old Man Bei Feng. Old Man Bei Feng lost his freedom. He could only listen to Shen Songxing. He sighed bitterly. He could only listen to orders. He brought Feng Chanzi away from this place. Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level. His battle strength was nothing compared to the Eastern Sea Immortals. After Shen Songxing enslaved old man Bei Feng, he also turned him into a Gu immortal slave. It seems that Brother Shen's gains are the greatest this time. Zhang Yin smiled. According to the alliance agreement, Dragon Palace was shared among the immortals, but Shen Songxing enslaved old man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. Forget about Feng Chanzi, the key was old man Bei Feng, he was a true rank 8. The only flaw was that he was heavily injured now, his battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. Shen Songxing was silent. He knew that he seemed to have gained the most, even though the others were calm and collected, they were still holding grudges. This way, Shen clan had a new rank 8. When old man Bei Feng recovers, he would be someone who could break the balance of Eastern Sea. After thinking for a while, Shen Songxing smiled and said, "It's just old man Bei Feng, so what? He is old, his injuries are severe, he will need to spend a lot of time and effort to recover. Compared to Dragon Palace, it is nothing." He tried to belittle old man Bei Feng as much as he could, at the same time, he wanted the immortals' attention to Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace can actually suppress Di Zongxing and even enslave him. With it, when the 5 regions merge in the future, we will be able to resist the other 4 regions. This was to make the immortals feel a sense of danger, to remind them that I, Shen Songxing and Shen clan are your allies. The true enemies are in Central Continent and the other 4 regions. Let's take a look. According to my deductions, Dragon Palace should still have Dream Path Immortal Gu. Hopefully, Duke Long did not take it away. Shen Songxing said. The immortals were silent. Shen Songxing's words were logical and skillful. He dispelled the indignation in his companions' hearts with just a few words. Dragon Palace has already been subdued. What do we do now? Granny Rong suddenly asked. Once Dragon Palace is subdued, we will act together and help it suppress and enslave Di Zongxing. After that, Song Qiyuan pondered. Celestial Court's reinforcements have not appeared. It shows how intense the battle outside is. Perhaps we can lend a hand and help the others. Even if it is Feng Yuan. That's right, Central Continent is the strongest among the 5 regions, we need to weaken it. He who said Celestial Court's reinforcements did not come. But at this time, a change occurred. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, Yang Zihe, and the rest suddenly attacked, attacking Song Qiyuan, Qin Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and Shen Songxing. How could Song Qiyuan and the rest of the 4 people expect that their companions who fought alongside them would plot against them? At once, they were hit and retreated while coughing out blood. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had strong foundations, they had good defenses, Zhang Yin and the rest's sneak attack did not take any of their lives. But this was enough. Song Qiyuan and the rest were heavily injured, they retreated to the outer perimeter. Zhang Yin and the rest occupied the inner perimeter, guarding Dragon Palace. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked and furious. Qin Yuan shouted, Zhang Yin, are the 4 of you crazy? You want to take Dragon Palace for yourself? Zhang Yin chuckled. The 4 of us attacked together, how can it be considered taking it for ourselves? Shen Songxing's expression was grim. Don't forget, we signed an alliance agreement. The 4 of you attacked us, just wait for the alliance agreement's backlash. Yang Zihe's tone was plain, but his expression was resolute. Even if we die, we will protect Dragon Palace, we will not let you take it. Hua Kai Yun frowned, saying softly, something is wrong. Even though Zhang Yin and the rest were lone immortals and rank 8 demonic cultivators, they were still Eastern Sea people. Even if they had conflicts with the leaders of superforces like Song Qiyuan, they were risking their lives to protect Dragon Palace. Their standpoint had clearly changed. Why are you doing this? Song Qiyuan shouted. Zhang Yin and the rest's lips curled up, showing a strange smile. Next, their bodies started to grow taller, their limbs turned into claws, their skin was covered in layers of scales, a pair of horns grew out of their foreheads, and their pupils turned vertical. Their appearances underwent a shocking change. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked. Because of these changes, Zhang Yin and the rest became very similar to Duke Long. Qin Yuan was furious. You actually abandoned your noble human identities and degenerated into lowly variant human dragon men? What do you know? Dragon men are the noblest. This is the trend of heaven and earth. Humans are destined to be eliminated by heaven and earth. Zhang Yin and the rest spoke one by one. Saying this, they shouted together, "We are the guardians of Dragon Palace, the 4 dragon generals." Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked speechless. Chapter 1739. Hua Kaiyun could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that all of this seemed like success, but it was a huge trap that Celestial Court had meticulously planned. Precisely. Zhang Yin and the rest smiled calmly. Qin Yuan and the rest reacted. To make us feel at ease, you actually allowed me to enslave old man Beifeng. You truly have ulterior motives. Shen Songxing said coldly. This was not our plan, nor was it Lord Duke Long's plan. Zhang Yin shook his head. He was clearly the leader of the 4. Do you know, none of your actions escaped Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Ordering us to hide was also Fairy Myrtle's arrangement. Song Qiyuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. This means that this rank 8 Immortal Goo House is actually an enslavement path Immortal Goo House. It can actually enslave 4 rank 8 Goo Immortals. Moreover, it can continue to enslave and suppress D Zongxing. Since ancient times, this is probably the number 1 enslavement path Immortal Goo House. Zhang Yin and the rest's expressions changed. Qin Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shen Songsheng looked at Song Qiyuan. They immediately understood that he had not given up yet. Even though they encountered such a shocking change, how could Song Qiyuan and the other rank 8 Goo Immortal experts give up so easily? Moreover, even though they were ambushed and injured, they still had a lot of battle strength left. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. Ambushing rank 8 Goo Immortals was not so easy. Most immortal killer moves, once activated, would have an overflowing aura. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. It was quite difficult for them to conceal the aura of their killer moves. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only Southern Borders Wu Yong had it. Everyone else, even the members of Celestial Court, did not have it. Boom boom boom. Thunder rumbled again. Song Qiyuan and the rest were not willing to give up. They fought with Zhang Yin and the rest. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Baizong Shui brought Chen Yi and retreated as they fought. Wu Yong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation and kill the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Baizong Shui was in dire straits and was surrounded by danger. The deities of Southern Frontier gave her a lot of pressure, especially Wu Yong. Any killer move's aura was concealed by him. When he erupted, Baizong Shui was very wary. Even if Wu Yong didn't make a move, she still had to pay attention to this dangerous person. Put me down and go, Chen said. He was struck by the peerless move, Farewell Friend Wind. He could not move and could only wait for death. At this moment, his sleeves, eyebrows, and hair were all disappearing. His limbs were not intact either. The terrifying power of Farewell Friend Wind was about to completely eliminate his limbs and then spread to his torso. Thankfully, Farewell Friend Wind was not contagious. It was only targeted at Chen Yi. Baizong Shui had the guts to protect Chen Yi by her side. You think I want to save you? Baizong Shui transmitted secretly. Chen Yi was slightly dazed. He suddenly realized. As expected, Baizong Shui continued to transmit. I did this on purpose. I pretended to be unwilling to give up on you and put myself in danger. It was to attract the attention of the deities of Southern Frontier, to stall for time for the people behind us, allowing them to set up more immortal formations. You are dead for sure, but you can still make use of some of your strength. Maybe I will die too, but as long as I can stall for time, it will be fine. For the Celestial Court, for Central Continent, for all of humanity, what is sacrifice? Chen Yi was silent. He suddenly wanted to smile. At this moment, death seemed insignificant. Even though he was infatuated with power and authority, he also had the greater good of humanity. He was the same as Baizong Shui. He was not afraid of sacrifice. If not for that, Fairy Myrtle wouldn't have promoted him to a member of the Celestial Court. But Chen Yi didn't smile. Instead, his expression became more bitter and painful. He wanted to act, to cooperate with Baizang Shui to confuse the deities of southern frontier. Let me make use of some of my strength in the last moments of my life. Chen Yi was calm, he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, a song entered his ears. In such an intense battle, who would still have the mood to sing? Chen Yi was stunned, he was instantly attracted by the song. Like him, Baizang Shui, Wu Yong and the others were the same. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be full of contradictions, it was very unique. At first, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. Then the stream seemed to turn into magma, it expanded into a long river, in the mountains, it was like a giant dragon wandering. At the same time, the mountains under the magma river turned into waves, swooshing, one after another, it rose and fell without stopping. The magma and the waves collided, they interacted and created a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds, they flew up as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds, their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits, at times, they were homeless. At times, they bent their backs, at times, they spread their wings and soared. In the battlefield, the battle stopped, everyone was immersed in the song, they forgot everything else. But the song suddenly stopped, the immortals quickly woke up. Chi Chu Yu had a solemn expression, "What song is this? It is so terrifying, we were all trapped in it, unable to escape." Xiao Ji Kai had a pale expression, he had lingering fear. Thankfully, the song stopped, otherwise, none of us would have survived. "What song is this?" Yi Haofeng asked. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out of the formation. He wore a red and white robe. He had an elegant demeanor as he smiled. "This is my newly created destiny song." It was Feng Jioga. Destiny? Such arrogance. Ba Shirba snorted coldly. Unbelievable. This song of destiny actually saved my life. Chinny cheered. He only had his torso and head left, but the farewell friend wind had already stopped and dissipated. Even though his injuries were terrifying, Qin Yi's life was saved. The deities of southern frontier was dazed. Wu Yong's farewell friend wind was at rank 8 level. Feng Jioga's destiny song used fate armor immortal Gu as the core, it was also at rank 8. "You again." Wu Yong stared at Feng Jioga. Last time, when he wanted to kill Feng Yuan, it was Feng Jioga who protected Feng Yuan's life. This time, when he wanted to kill Qin Yi, it was Feng Jioga who stopped Qin Yi's sacrifice. Twice in a row, it was Feng Jioga who foiled Wu Yong's plans. And both times, they were crucial. Even though Wu Yong was a formidable character with a broad mind and could endure what others could not, he could not help but feel furious now. "Feng Jioga, you are truly a peerless genius." Wu Yong's eyes narrowed into slits, his voice was calm but bone-chilling like the wind. "Come, use all of your abilities, I want to experience them." Saying so, a hurricane swept forward. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind. It had been wreaking havoc in the battlefield. It was like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. This attack expended over 10,000 wind path Dao marks in Wu Yong's body. Unlimited wind continued for a long time. It was grand and grand, pressuring towards Feng Jioga and the rest. Feng Jioga smiled bitterly. "Lord Wu Yong's might is unfathomable, I can only choose to hide for now." Baizang Shui was still dragging Qin Yi. "It is about time, let's go." The formation behind the three of them expanded. With such support, they successfully retreated back to the formation. Once they entered the formation, Feng Jioga spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of collapsing. "What happened to you?" Baizang Shui quickly supported him. Feng Jioga smiled, his expression was ugly, his breathing was extremely weak. "This destiny song of mine is just a rough creation. I did not even complete half of it. I had no choice but to use it this time. I suffered heavy injuries." "Brother Feng, you risked your life to save this old man's life. This life-saving grace, this old man will never forget it for life." Qin Yi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos. The deities of Southern Frontier are coming. I saved you but also for the overall situation of Central Continent. Feng Jioge shook his head. Chen Yi looked at Feng Jioge and then at Baizang Shui. Thinking of their reckless actions, he laughed heartily. No matter how dangerous the situation is, with our fearless sacrifice and fighting spirit, Central Continent will win, Celestial Court will win. Celestial Court. Fairy Immortal, who had been observing infallible blessed land from afar, let out a breath of air as she smiled. Feng Jioge, Destiny Song indeed. Fairy Immortal knew about Celestial Court's Destiny Gu plan. Longevity Heaven also had ambitions towards Destiny Gu. Celestial Court wanted fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Longevity Heaven wanted Fate Gu. They were both attempts against Destiny Gu. However, the one who took the first step was not these two superforces, but a Gu Immortal. Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle muttered. Even though she had always thought highly of Feng Jioge's talent and ability, she suddenly realized that she had greatly underestimated him. Chen Yi's sacrifice was a foregone conclusion in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Because once Farewell Friend Wind was hit, there was no way to get rid of it. Unless they had taken strict precautions beforehand. But to think that this historical record would be broken by Feng Jioge. In history, there had never been a situation where Farewell Friend Wind was broken head-on. Undeniably, after Great Assimilation Wind, Feng Jioge had created history once again. Emperor City Battlefield. Waves of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended successfully. This meant that this place was no longer the Celestial Court's weakness. The Western Desert Gu Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated, trying to move elsewhere. They did not destroy Emperor City and the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything is over. Sigh, Celestial Court succeeded in the end. The Western Desert Gu Immortals were dejected, but it was not easy for them to leave. Central Continent's side was amplified by heroes among people. They did not want to let them leave so easily. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. He had tried his best, but there was nothing he could do. Celestial Court's methods were endless. He was unable to take them all in. In the end, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Feng Yuan could not compare. Chapter 1740. Feng Yuan's achievements were the result of his own hard work. He also had the help of many predecessors. Celestial Court and Central Continent were the same. It was not strange that they could defend against the attacks of Feng Yuan and the Western Desert Immortals. This was strength and foundation. It was the hard work of countless generations of Central Continent and Celestial Court members. Such hard work, be it now or in the past, was undeniable. Since this is impossible, I can only retreat. Feng Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qin Yi tried to stall Feng Yuan, but with Feng Yuan's methods, he was confident he could break out. Feng Yuan no longer had any thoughts of destroying Emperor City. Firstly, destroying it would not benefit the overall situation. Secondly, with the protection of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it would be difficult to attack Emperor City again. But at this time, there was a loud rumbling sound. The earth split open. A huge earth trench extended from the south to the north, swallowing mountains and forests along the way. It was extremely fast. Coincidentally, Emperor City was right in front of the earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City. This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were flustered. They quickly took action to protect Emperor City. But heaven's might was unfathomable. The earth trench's formation was not ordinary. It was caused by the merging of the 5 regions and the unification of the earth veins. What kind of heavenly power was this? How could a group of Gu Immortals deal with it in a hurry? Thus, Central Continent's Gu Immortals could only watch as the earth trench swallowed Emperor City. Emperor City could not fly. It was huge. Once its foundation was destroyed, it fell into the earth trench and started to break apart. In this magnificent city, there were close to 1 million people. There were countless Gu masters. They were elites from all over the world. Especially in this assembly, Celestial Court had gathered many people with strong luck to resist Feng Yuan's luck. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were among them. There were also many people with similar luck. Quickly save them. Li Huang shouted. Ha, wishful thinking. Fang Yuan attacked. He was currently in Yama Emperor form. He could use Soul Path killer moves easily. Fang Yuan had already seen Hong Yi and Yi Fan among the millions of people falling. Both of them were connected to luck. No wonder his luck had always been suppressed. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan first used Luo Pasil before turning into the immemorial Year Monkey and using 2 time path killer moves. In his haste, Li Huang could not block Fang Yuan's vicious attack at all. He roared in anger, but could only watch as countless lives died in Fang Yuan's hands. This included the small group of elites that participated in the final refinement path competition. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were naturally not spared. Fang Yuan, you are a rank 8 Gu Immortal, you are actually slaughtering mortals. You deserve death for being so vicious and evil. You deserve death. Qing Ye's eyes were completely red and filled with threads of blood, and they carried boundless rage as he charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attack caused Central Continent to suffer huge losses. Qing Yi knew that Emperor City was an important place in Central Continent. It used human path methods to attract and nurture countless human path elites. After generations of accumulation, it had extraordinary people. It could be said to be the greatest cradle of Gu Immortals. After all, Central Continent had a sect system. It was different from the other 4 regions. Emperor City produced many talents, especially those with strong human path luck. As long as these people obtained enough resources and grew up, they would have a high chance of becoming Gu Immortals. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, Gu Immortals would die frequently, and these people were Central Continent's reserves. They were the seeds of Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's attack killed almost everyone in the city. It also killed a small portion of Central Continent's talent reserves. It greatly reduced Central Continent's battle potential. With such huge losses, how could Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest not be furious? They wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. Once Hong Yi and Yi Fan died, a large number of talents perished. Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to gain an advantage. After taking a final look at the falling remains of Emperor City, as well as the 100 corpses that he had killed personally, Fang Yuan rapidly retreated. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and many immortal Gu houses chased after him. Demon. He actually killed almost everyone in the city. Among them were my family members. Kill him, get rid of a scourge for the people. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. Can you stop me? Indeed, they could not. Even though Fang Yuan could not do anything to Central Continent's people, these immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu Immortals could surround Western Desert's immortal Gu houses, but they could not trap Fang Yuan's battle strength. Unless there was an immortal Gu formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But how could they be set up in such a short time? Actually, even if there was an immortal Gu formation or battlefield, unless they killed Fang Yuan quickly, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xianxia's death was the best proof. Not only could they not stop him, Fang Yuan even had the strength to retaliate. Boom! With this attack, Fang Yuan almost destroyed an immortal Gu house. Guyue Fangjing was inside this house. He was covered in cold sweat. This immortal Gu house quickly retreated and reorganized itself. Other immortal Gu houses quickly filled the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house with regret. Even though he did not know that Fangjing was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed this house, it would be very beneficial to him. To him, Fangjing's existence was a form of restraint and restraint. Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Saichuan contacted him again. Bing Saichuan, you still have the cheek to contact me? Today's defeat is all because of you. Fang Yuan showed a furious expression. Actually, even though Central Continent's Celestial Court had its foundation, compared to the other 4 regions, it was still at a disadvantage. However, Central Continent's people were united. They were united. While the other 4 regions were scattered, they had their own selfish motives. Even though they had great strength, they were scattered all over the place. The truth was, the 4 regions were all holding back. For example, even though Eastern Sea sent many rank 8s, there were very few rank 7 Gu Immortals and Immortal Gu houses. For example, even though Western Desert sent Immortal Gu houses and a large number of rank 7 and 6, there were very few rank 8 Gu Immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not participate in this battle. They had been staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly. My side cannot hold on for long, there are many casualties, but we still have a chance. That is infallible blessed land. As it turned out, Celestial Court used human path methods to organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The goal was to give infallible blessed land countless failures before extracting success Dao marks from it. Right now, Fate Gu had not been fully repaired, it still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed and the final batch of success Dao marks were being prepared to be transported to Celestial Court, it would take much longer than the previous Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This was because infallible blessed land had already become a battlefield. It was surrounded by layers of immortal formations. Even though these immortal formations resisted the attacks of the deities of Southern Frontier, they posed a certain difficulty in transporting success Dao marks. After hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mind became clear. It seems that infallible blessed land is our final hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he turned around and charged towards infallible blessed land. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, as well as a portion of the Immortal Gu houses, chased after him. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a heavenly pillar. It slowly moved horizontally, destroying the immortal formation of Celestial Court with a crushing momentum. The immortal formation shined with golden light, resisting with all its might. Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chu Yu said solemnly, "Unbelievable, the enemy's immortal formation can be amplified. What kind of human path method is this floating white light?" The essence of immortal formations were immortal killer moves. They were controlled by Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals received the help of heroes among people. The immortal formation's power would naturally increase. Wu Yong sacrificed his foundation to create this powerful killer move, Unlimited Wind. Even though he still had the upper hand now, the results were much smaller than before. It seems that to break the formation quickly, we need to coordinate from the inside. We will leave the outside to Unlimited Wind, we will need to look for flaws from the inside. Yi Hao Fang said with concentration. Ba Sherba pondered. But this is different from before. Earlier, we launched a surprise attack and caught Celestial Court off guard. Now that so much time has passed, we need to be wary of Celestial Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need to leave some people outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Sherba's words. After all, even though Unlimited Wind was powerful, it was only a killer move. The move was dead, but the person was alive. Wu Yong's heart was heavy. He could not break the formation quickly. His plan to launch a surprise attack failed. He could only attack now. Even though Celestial Court's formation was broken several times, they might have lost some immortal Gu, but they were not severely injured. Chen Yi had no hope of survival. To think that Feng Jioge would save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to split their forces. One group would enter the formation while the other would attack from outside. But this way, they would not be able to gather their strength, the efficiency of breaking the formation would fall. If Celestial Court's reinforcements appeared, they would be easily taken down. Wu Yong sighed internally. Even though there were many disadvantages in splitting their forces, he had to do it. It would be great if my forces were stronger, but even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize more of Southern Border's forces. Being able to gather the other 3 rank 8s is already the best result. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. He immediately made arrangements. Chi Chu Yu had the highest formation path attainment. He had to enter the formation. Wu Yong had the highest battle strength. He had to enter the formation to protect Qi Chuyu and attack from inside. As for Yi Haofeng and Ba Shirba, one cultivated transformation path while the other cultivated rule path, they could stay outside. After all, Celestial Court's reinforcements might be huge, it would be safer to leave 2 rank 8s behind. Just as the southern border Gu Immortals were discussing how to split their forces, a phenomenon occurred. Wu Yong's expression changed, he looked towards the north and said softly, "Someone is coming." There were quite a number of people. The 3 leaders were all rank 8s. One was an old man with a walking stick, he had a kind and amiable aura, he was the former first supreme elder of Northern Plains Yao clan, the current South Desolation Immortal with Longevity Heaven, Yao Huang. The other was dressed in a white robe, he had thick hair, he was tall and thin, he was the first supreme elder of Northern Plains Baizu clan, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The third was dressed in a tall crown, he had phoenix eyes and a golden cloak, he had an outstanding demeanor, he was the external elder of Gong clan, Prince's Impatience. The next few were all heroes among men, elites among immortals. There was Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Demon Immortal Nu Er Qian, Spear God Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth-Devouring Boy Nian Er Fu, and others. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals quickly gathered towards the deities of Southern Frontier. "Friends of Northern Plains, what is your intention?" Wu Yong raised his voice and asked. Yao Huang chuckled. "The enemy is here, I am willing to cooperate with you to attack Celestial Court's formation." Chapter 1741. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were Yi Haofeng and Qi Chuyu, the 2 rank 8s, as well as a group of southern border rank 7 elites. Not far away were Yao Huang's leader, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Chu Du, and the rest of the Northern Plains Immortals. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement to work together and attack Celestial Court. But this was the first time they were working together, the agreement was rather loose, they were still wary of each other. But Wu Yong was already very satisfied. Northern Plains and Southern Border are working together, this is the first time in history. With the help of Northern Plains reinforcements, we are no longer in a pinch. Even if Celestial Court sends reinforcements, Ba Shirba and Prince's Impatience who are guarding outside will be able to hold on for some time, we will have enough time to react. Wu Yong thought to himself. Qi Chuyu, who was beside him, spoke. "This formation should be new, I have never seen any records of it." Wu Yong nodded, purposely saying loudly, "In that case, we can only probe the formation first." Someone from Northern Plains added, it was Yao Huang, he held his walking stick as he smiled. "Southern Border allies, please wait for a while and rest. We have just arrived, our battle strength is still intact, we can probe it now." Wu Yong was immediately overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist Beiyuan's bravery has spread throughout the 5 regions. I will wait and see. If there are any changes, we will definitely do our best to support you." The Medicine Sovereign nodded his head. He then selected a general to head over to probe the formation. This group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals was specially arranged by Bing Saichuan. After Yao Huang learned of Bing Saichuan's orders, he gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Earlier, Bing Saichuan had already controlled Calamity Luck Altar and led a group of generals to charge into Celestial Court. It was not that Bing Saichuan split his forces for no reason, but he had many concerns. Attacking Celestial Court was a huge matter, it had to be kept secret. He was worried that if they spread out and gathered too many people, it would lead to the failure of the surprise attack plan. Their tactics would be exposed prematurely, causing them to fall into a passive position and even suffer a great loss. Thus, Bing Saichuan only chose the few he trusted the most. It had to be said that his decision was correct. Because Prince's Impatience was a spy of the highest status that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains. Northern Plains' side was naturally led by Yao Huang. After the Celestial Court suffered a defeat, Bing Saichuan's first message was to contact Yao Huang, followed by Feng Yuan. Hence, the Medicine Sovereign knew how important this attack was. The Celestial Court's hopes of snatching Fate Gu were getting slimmer, It could be said that infallible Blessed Land battlefield had become the most crucial location. Only by destroying it could the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu come to a halt. This way, the Celestial Court would have to try to repair Fate Gu again. Dragging it out would also give the other 4 regions some hope. Thus, Yao Huang and the deities of Southern Frontier were very sincere in working together. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang understood his intention. He took the lead and expressed his intentions. Celestial Court was united, Central Continent's people were united, while Southern Border and Northern Plains cooperation was unprecedented in history. It could be said to be the first in history. Both sides did not let down their guard. In order to take down the Celestial Court's formation, both sides were willing to work together sincerely. Northern Plains side sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nian Erfu. This person had the appearance of a child. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. He cultivated space path and was skilled in self-defense. This formation was not ordinary. It was like an underground cave. The cave was huge. The Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites in the cave. Some were hanging down from the ceiling. Some were growing vertically like plants. The stalagmites were of all colors. They shined with a bright light. Nian Erfu carefully entered the formation under the immortals' gazes. He was famous in Northern Plains. He cultivated space path and dominated the battlefield. Not only could he protect himself in dangerous situations, he could also make huge profits and obtain wealth. Thus, he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Erfu was extremely vigilant. He did not dare to be careless. This was the Heavenly Court's formation. If he wasn't careful, his white, shining flesh would be left inside. Nian Erfu entered the formation. As the formation activated, the surrounding stalagmites grew rapidly as rainbow light engulfed Nian Erfu. In the eyes of others, the underground karst cave created by the formation was like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. At this moment, it suddenly closed its mouth, and countless stalagmites and sharp teeth bit each other, wanting to trap Nian Erfu in its mouth and chew him into pieces. Nian Erfu was very alert. Seeing something amiss, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome. It blocked his movement methods and even penetrated his defenses. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Erfu escape before it's too late. Chi Chuyu saw some clues and quickly shouted. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals attacked together, killing moves flying everywhere. With such a powerful help, Nian Erfu finally escaped the light's encirclement, returning to the Northern Plains group. That was close. If not for you guys, I would have died here. Nian Erfu said with lingering fear. Your face. Suddenly, Nu Er Qian pointed at Nian Erfu with a horrified expression. What's wrong? Nian Erfu used his hand to touch his face, but he felt a hard piece of jade. You still fell for it. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation. There is also a jade stalagmite formation. Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortal and 8 Extremities. Among them, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path. He had once used the alias Sun Ming Lu to harm old ancestor Xuehu. Chi Chuyu nodded in agreement at Black Extremity's words. This formation should be the fusion formation of exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade stalagmite formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the approaching rainbow light and the countless stalagmites as he urged. Chi Chuyu smiled confidently. If it was before, it would be very difficult to break this formation with just us. But now that we have Northern Plains help, it will just be a little troublesome. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were working together, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Li Huang and Qin Yi. This human path killer move is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Li Huang and Qin Yi obtained the support of heroes among people. They chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal Gu houses, only 2 were chasing after Fang Yuan. The rest were either dealing with the Western Desert Immortals or going to Earth Trench to save the Central Continent Gu Masters who survived. After obtaining Bing Sai Chuan's information, Fang Yuan continued to move in the opposite direction. He was getting further and further away from infallible blessed land. It is time. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan, who was in Yama Emperor state, quickly transformed into a Yama child. He threw himself into the battle and confused everyone. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Li Huang shouted as he wore a cloak of fire that was burning with intense flames. You were hit by my investigative killer move. You want to escape with just this method? Qingyi was dressed in a white robe as he snickered. The two immortal Gu houses were still confused, but these two celestial court rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan's main body. Evidently, Central Continent's celestial court paid special attention to Fang Yuan's familiar face. They made preparations to restrain him. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a large group of black and white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qingyi had rich battle experience. They immediately saw that Fang Yuan wanted to use the overturning clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed. Why don't you try and see if you can see through my true body? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a killer move that fused Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. It was also one of the greatest improvements that Fang Yuan had made in modifying killer moves. As soon as the killer move was unleashed, countless pitch-black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out with a loud bang. These soul beasts' claws, fangs, horns, and scales were all silvery white in color, and they constantly shot out dense sword chi. Tens of thousands of ghost dragons flew in the sky. Some pounced towards the pursuers while others flew around randomly. Such a powerful method. After fighting, Li Huang and Qing Ye's expressions changed. This killer move was a threat to them, especially the ghost dragon self-detonation. It had great power. Not only did it contain the power of the soul beast's self-detonation, there was also sword chi that was extremely sharp. Li Huang wore Verdant's Sunflame cloak but could not withstand it. After dozens of self-detonations, Verdant's Sunflame cloak flickered as the fire weakened. Qing Ye's situation was even worse. He blocked left and right as he thought in disbelief. How can this killer move be so powerful? This was natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer Move and Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind had the same weakness and price. That was to permanently expend the Gu Immortal's Dao marks. However, Unlimited Wind expended over 10,000 Dao marks each time. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Li Huang and Qingyi were entangled. Fang Yuan's true body used this chance to enter the black and white overturning clouds. After going from White Heaven to Black Heaven, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the overturning clouds and activated an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. A few breaths of time later, he vanished on the spot, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield. To think that Infallible Blessed Land is here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Saichuan called him here, he naturally had to tell him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could use a killer move to teleport here directly. Who is it? Fang Yuan's appearance immediately alerted the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance Army. Me! Fang Yuan shouted coldly. The Gu Immortal who shouted was sweating profusely. He felt immense pressure. Before Fang Yuan answered, he had already discovered it. He regretted his impulsive question. After all, Fang Yuan was a great demon whose name had shaken the 5 regions and whose reputation was spread far and wide. Fang Yuan quickly looked around the battlefield. The huge tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most. Next, his gaze paused on Prince's Impatience for a moment before sweeping past Ba Shirba and the rest of the Gu Immortals who were guarding outside. You are here. Chu Du was heavily injured. He flew forward and welcomed Fang Yuan. Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Li Huang and the rest had chased after Fang Yuan too closely. Fang Yuan finally found a chance to get away from them and come here. At this moment, Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest had not only broken the Jade Shoot exquisite formation, they had also broken 2 more. They were currently trapped in the 4th formation. Chu Du had played an important role in the 2nd formation, but he was also injured. Considering that Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to welcome him. With Bing Sichuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan would come to reinforce them. This way, the deities of Southern Frontier also knew about it. Fang Yuan had brought chaos to Northern Plains and Southern Border. The righteous path forces of these 2 regions had suffered at his hands. Northern Plains' 88-point Xinyang Tower was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Many of Southern Border's super forces were extorted by Fang Yuan. But now, they had to work together to deal with the Celestial Court. No matter how powerful the formation is, how can it block my path? Time is of the essence. I have no time to waste. Move aside. I am going to self-detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded at Chu Du as he charged towards the formation, racing against time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They were waiting for Fang Yuan. They were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he self-detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and let the dream realm spread, he would be able to break the formation. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon known by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang glanced at Wu Yong and the rest, purposely saying, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here?" Chapter 1742. Because of Yao Huang and the rest's warning, Wu Yong was mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's arrival. He had a ruthless nature. Even though he had deep hatred with Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court was the true enemy now. Dealing with the Celestial Court and preventing them from repairing Fate Gu was Wu Yong's greatest benefit. Thus, for this benefit, Wu Yong could temporarily put aside his hatred and ally with Fang Yuan. Immortal friend Wu Yong is truly righteous. The medicine sovereign nodded and praised. Next, Chi Chu Yu and the rest added, "Not just Lord Alliance leader Wu Yong, our Southern Border super forces are also willing to put aside our differences and resist the Celestial Court with Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan killed many of the Southern Border Gu Immortal captives for his own benefit, but now, the Southern Alliance Immortals made the same choice for the sake of the big picture. This was their rationality, but even more so was the dangerous situation and the strength of the Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan not only informed Yao Huang and Fang Yuan of the actual situation of the Celestial Court, it was also passed to Wu Yong and the rest. This allowed the Southern Alliance Immortals to have a clear understanding of the situation. There was no hope in the battlefield of Celestial Court and Emperor City. Their only chance of victory was here. They had to seize every second to destroy the formation and stop the final wave of successful Dao marks from entering the Celestial Court. If that happened, the Celestial Court would have to hold another Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At the same time, outside the formation, Fang Yuan had already sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to attack. In the current era, Dream Path was not prominent. There were only some signs of it, but it had not truly developed yet. Almost all immortal formations, regardless of their rank, could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. Unless the Immortal Gu formation contained Dream Path Gu worms and had corresponding Dream Path methods, they could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. But when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shatter Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. With 2 killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body immediately shattered. It did not have a human shape and spread everywhere. Then, these shattered and spreading dream realms gathered again, forming a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique that attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never expected that the Celestial Court would have such a method. Although he had expected this moment, he didn't expect it to come so soon. But right after that, the sense of loss in his heart vanished without a trace, and he recovered his icy calm once more. His mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. You can actually counter me now, and you've also grasped the transformation of the pure dream reality seeker? Is it because spectral soul was captured and his memories were extracted? Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Even though he had many powerful killer moves, they were not effective against the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, even Duke Long and Zishan Makoto avoided the dream realms. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had his own methods. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the time path clone was inside the light of wisdom, deducing for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the killer move Shatter Dream to deal with the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Even for the Celestial Court, it was very unlikely for them to comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Transformation in these years. Thus, there was a high chance of extracting Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Killer move that he had already grasped to create a killer move that countered it with the help of the Light of Wisdom. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan thought of a countermeasure as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies chased after him, but a portion of them attacked Limitless Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies self-detonated. Limitless Wind was greatly disrupted, its power fell rapidly. Prince's impatience and the rest could only avoid it. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong at this time. His first sentence shook Wu Yong. Northern Plains Prince's impatience is a spy of the Celestial Court. As Wu Yong bombarded the formation, he asked, "Where's the evidence?" "My words are the evidence. In this situation, I don't want this to happen." Fang Yuan immediately replied, "I don't have enough dream realms. I need to go to southern border to plunder dream realms and create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to fight. Quickly inform the Gu Immortals stationed there to receive me." Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies. He accused Prince's impatience, even though he did not have any evidence. Just like he said, his words were the evidence. After all, everyone in the world knew that Spring-Autumn Cicada was in his hands. This secret was exposed. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly, but now he gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was already cooperating with Fang Yuan, there was no harm in delving deeper. The Celestial Court was the true enemy. "All right, I will send the message. You can go now." At this moment, Wu Yong had complex emotions. He had never thought that he would give the order to let Fang Yuan go. At this time, Qi Chuyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. "Good, I have comprehended this formation. Quickly attack this place. This is the true formation core." Wu Yong was overjoyed. He tossed Fang Yuan to the back of his mind as he gave the order to attack the location that Qi Chuyu pointed out, destroying the formation core and causing the formation to become much more sluggish. Black Extremity Ming Lu looked at him with shock and admiration. Since entering the formation, Qi Chuyu had surpassed him time and time again. He had comprehended the profundities of the formation many times. He could not help but admire him. "Let's follow Lord Qi Chuyu's arrangements. We will help our southern border allies." Black Extremity put down his competitive thoughts and suggested to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang frowned and nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the pursuers. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qingyi. Using fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan returned to southern border and central continent, obtaining a large number of dream realms. With these dream realms, he created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies again and charged at Celestial Court's formation. Right now, dealing with the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was only secondary. The most important thing was to destroy the formation and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had never forgotten his true goal. But who could have known that any pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that got close to the formation would shatter for no reason? They would be turned into other pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that attacked Fang Yuan. Furthermore, In the battles between the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's side also lost more than they won. All these situations made Fang Yuan realize, it seems that Celestial Court has modified the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Right at this time, Wu Yong sent a message. Fang Yuan, continue to let the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies attack the formation. We have already found many flaws in the formation. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that Celestial Court has not truly fused their dream path methods with the formation. Thus, every time they use their killer moves to deal with my pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they would greatly disrupt the formation's operation and create flaws. These flaws were too obvious in the eyes of Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity. Wu Yong and the rest took the chance to attack and gained great results. But this way, Fang Yuan's dream realms would continue to be used by Celestial Court. The enemies would have more and more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems that I need to truly break the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was a problem that he could not avoid. He had to solve quickly. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to break it himself, but Qi Chuyu, Wu Yong, and the rest were already inside the formation. Dream path methods were not useful. He was needed outside the formation. Fang Yuan started to deal with these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time, he sent a message to the others. There is another crucial point now, that is Celestial Court's human path killer move. Who can get rid of these scattered white specks of light? No one answered. Eventually, it was Yi Haofang who replied dejectedly, human path's specialty is in reinforcement. Because human path Dao marks will not interfere with the Dao marks of other paths, they will not be interfered with. Unless we use human path methods, we need to be at least rank 8 level to have a chance of dealing with them. Yi Haofang cultivated transformation path. He was especially skilled in reinforcing others. This was because he had a signature killer move. It was called human transformation. His honest words made Fang Yuan dispel his expectations in this aspect. If heroes among people could not break it, Prince's impatience was also a huge threat. But Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest were not willing to expose this person's identity. It was very difficult to kill a rank 8. Instead, it was better to pretend that they did not know and focus on breaking the formation. Stopping Celestial Court's plan was the most important. As time passed, Fang Yuan finally made some progress in his deductions. He took some risks and successfully captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body to research. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been completely modified. It can truly be called the 11th extreme physique. Fang Yuan felt his gains were huge. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker physique transformation and grasped Celestial Court's techniques. Their side's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were immediately modified. As Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest worked hard, formations were broken one after another. Why are there more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. After one formation was another, it was as if Celestial Court had set up an endless number of formations here. Such a scene caused Wu Yong and the others to be unable to help but feel discouraged. Strange, why did Celestial Court set up so many immortal formations here? Don't tell me. Black Extremity hesitated. Qi Chuyu said solemnly, I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name sounds familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Qi Chuyu sighed. According to rumors, star constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Celestial Court's future problems. She set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and entered this formation, only escaping after breaking 100 formations. This formation actually only has one super compound formation. It can be formed by any combination of 9 subformations. The problem is, after we break one formation, Celestial Court can set up another formation at the center. As long as the speed at which we break the formation can't keep up with the speed at which they set it up, then this formation will be endless. Qi Chuyu's words made the Immortals feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Chapter 1743. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest were at a loss. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was specially made to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to rumors, back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. With their strength, how could they break through such a heavenly chasm? What made them even more anxious was that they had to make full use of every second they had. Time waited for no one. Once Fate Gu was repaired, there would be no hope of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu frowned. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's work, no wonder. No wonder. Black Extremity realized at once. Chi Chu Yu said with difficulty, even if we gather all the formation path Gu immortals in the world to break this formation, we will most likely fail. Furthermore, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert, one of the leaders of the Southern Alliance who had been extremely useful since the start of the battle, was also thinking of retreating. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have a plan to break the formation? Chi Chuyu asked in confusion. Wu Yong shook his head. Even though I do not have a plan, I have already seen through Celestial Court's situation. Everyone, don't be nervous. In my opinion, we have overestimated our current predicament. But think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was personally created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court's Gu immortals entered the formation to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But they could not stop Limitless Demon Venerable from breaking the formation. Since it's a broken formation, then this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation has already been destroyed once. Even if Celestial Court has a deep foundation and repaired all the immortal Gu. In the worst-case scenario, we are facing a complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending Gu immortals are not all members of Celestial Court. In fact, there are not many true members of Celestial Court. Emperor City had Li Huang and Qin Yi, while Celestial Court had Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiongdu, Che Wei, and Song Yen were all involved. The central continent was attacked by the 4 regions this time, forcing them to set up the 9-9 formation here. This shows that they have divided their forces and are short on manpower, so they can only defend passively. Wu Yong's eyes shone brightly. For a moment, his entire body exuded a peerless confidence and the elegance of a strategist. He continued, the most important thing is that they have already revealed their weak nature. Because previously, Qin Yi and Baizang Shui came out to fight my Southern Alliance immortals and Qin Yi was almost killed by me. Everyone, if the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is really unbreakable, why would Qin Yi and Baizang Shui take the risk? They are definitely stalling for time to set up the new Gu formation. Just our Southern Alliance's attack alone had already forced them to take the risk. Now that our Southern Alliance is working together with Northern Plains, we have a high chance of success. Even though the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is legendary, it depends on who is attacking and who is defending. That's right, that's right. That's right, the urgent matter now is to attack. Celestial Court's defense is not that strong. I am ashamed, I was actually intimidated by star constellation Immortal Venerable's reputation. Wu Yong's words raised the morale of the immortals. Their attacks became stronger and fiercer. Wu Yong smiled but he sighed internally. The immortals here were all geniuses. They were intimidated by the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation not because they were stupid, but because the pressure was too great. Bing Saichuan informed everyone of the situation. They gathered together and attacked the formation, trying to obtain the final chance of victory. But there were pros and cons to this. The immortals here knew that the situation was dangerous. If they were careless, their side would suffer a huge loss and the Celestial Court would retaliate. This was Central Continent. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. Even if they did, the Celestial Court would have corresponding countermeasures. Thus, it would be very difficult for the immortals to retreat. For the sake of safety, they had to retreat now. The longer this dragged on, the more difficult it would be to leave Central Continent. Western Desert and Eastern Seas Gu Immortals are probably retreating already. After all, these two regions are in a state of disunity. Unlike Southern Border and Northern Plains, we can gather most of the righteous path forces. Now, let's see if we can break the formation quickly and get the final batch of successful Dao marks. Sigh. Earlier, I was still hoping that Feng Yuan's dream path methods could deal with this formation. To think that the Celestial Court also has pure dream reality seeker physique methods. Is it because Spectral Soul was captured? I wonder who stopped Feng Yuan inside this formation? Wu Yong continued to make guesses as he considered the big picture. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jioge's face was pale, but he had a smile on his face. Huang good job. He looked at Feng Kim Hong with a smile. He was extremely gratified. The one who stopped Feng Yuan was none other than Feng Jioge's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stuck out her tongue. Father, I do not dare to claim credit. I was able to control Immortal Gu and use Immortal killer moves because of the formation. Even so, you were able to resist Feng Yuan and make him fail. Feng Kim Hong, you have already made a huge contribution. Bai Tsang Shui smiled. Chen Yi nodded. He looked at Feng Jioge before looking at Feng Kim Hong. Like father, like daughter. Feng Jioge saved his life. While Feng Kim Hong was so talented, Chen Yi was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Celestial Court. The fierce attack had ended. Duke Long's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but was still standing. He snorted in dissatisfaction. I did not destroy it in the end. Is it because of my injuries? According to common sense, Duke Long's battle strength rose sharply with the help of Heavenly Dragon's last stand killer move. He could definitely defeat 7 Extreme Desolation, even though this ancient formation could be said to be the most powerful one in history. But what concerned Duke Long was his injuries. These were mainly old injuries. Not long ago, when Duke Long seized Dragon Palace, he was injured by many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. If not for these injuries, I would have already destroyed 7 Extreme Desolation. My estimation was slightly off. But after some time, it will definitely not be able to stop me. Duke Long snorted coldly in his heart. Earlier he did not care about his injuries, but now, 7 Extreme Desolation appeared. Battles between experts were always decided by a single line. Even though Duke Long could already suppress 7 Extreme Desolation and change his initial passive state, he did not have enough advantage to destroy it. After a series of explosive attacks, Duke Long's attacks weakened. He started to move around. Bing Sichuan and the rest let out sighs of relief. Duke Long gave them too much pressure. Fairy Myrtle and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Celestial Court members knew that Duke Long did not have much time left. He was bursting out with the final glory of his life. It was like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. After this, Celestial Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle received a transmission from Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, how is the situation now? Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. Emperor City was destroyed. The mortals suffered huge casualties. Li Huang and Qin Yi are rushing to Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Seas rank 8 Gu Immortals are fighting intensely. It is very intense, Duke Long muttered before saying to Fairy Myrtle. Very good, I was not wrong about you, Ziwei. Thanks to your arrangement of troops, we were able to hold all 3 battlefields. The natural calamity happened in Emperor City. It was not your fault. Duke Long praised Fairy Myrtle generously. He knew that even though he was in the limelight, he had to rely on a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle to hold the fort. Fairy Myrtle felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, "This is all thanks to Lord Duke Long for obtaining Dragon Palace." Who could have thought that Dragon Palace contained a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu? Dream Token? It could enslave rank 8 Gu Immortals. With Zhang Yin and the rest, our lack of manpower was greatly alleviated. And because Lord Duke Long suffered heavy injuries, he concealed the identities of Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest. This allowed us to plot against the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s got to the 3 battlefields, we would be in huge trouble. Duke Long. Indeed, I am also quite surprised by Dream Token's existence. He could not help but recall the scene of the battle in Eastern Sea. When Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together, Duke Long was slightly surprised. After all, these 4 were either lone cultivators or demonic immortals. They were all rank 8, they were prideful and did not interact much, they were not close to each other, they actually worked together. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was the following battle. Zhang Yin and the other 3 Gu immortals actually trusted each other very much during the battle. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Gu immortals, Dragon Palace suddenly flew away. Zhang Yin and the rest returned, but they did not chase after the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Instead, they stayed behind to attack Duke Long. If they had their own interests and wanted Dragon Palace, why would they stay behind to deal with Duke Long? If they had a normal relationship with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would definitely chase after Dragon Palace relentlessly. After all, Dragon Palace flew away in a shocking manner. There were still other rank 8 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. And dealing with Duke Long was more like buying time for Dragon Palace. Refer to chapter 672 of this volume for details. Duke Long had vaguely guessed the true relationship between these 4 Gu immortals and Dragon Palace at that time. Only when he snatched Dragon Palace and refined it did he confirm his conjecture. Because he was prepared, he did not expose Zhang Yin and the rest. If they were exposed, they might not be able to keep the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals. The most important thing for the Celestial Court now was to completely repair Fate Gu. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Myrtle, "We need to pay attention to Hidden Dragon Cave, we cannot be careless. The regional walls are gone, the 5 regions are about to merge into one. At that time, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge, and because of this battle, everyone will be excited. Di Zongxing's battle strength will reach a terrifying level, he will not be able to compete with me." Duke Long naturally understood Di Zongxing more than Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately understood the meaning behind Duke Long's words. The current battle situation could be said to be stabilizing. Infallible Blessed Land, Celestial Court and Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield were all under the control of Celestial Court. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, Li Huang, Qin Yi, and a group of immortal Gu houses were about to arrive. The only change was in Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Duke Long was not worried about Dragon Palace changing owners. He had placed Dragon Palace there as a trap. When Dragon Palace was first designed, it had to be controlled by a Dragon Man. It was impossible to bypass this point unless the Dragon Palace was demolished. Ordinary transformation path methods would not be effective. Duke Long was worried that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing hated the Celestial Court and Duke Long to the extreme. Now that his strength had risen, he would definitely take revenge. Duke Long did not have long to live, but Di Zongxing had an undying body. Chapter 1744. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. A hurricane that resembled a heavenly pillar swept up endless winds and waves, suppressing Celestial Court's formation. Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba, who were guarding outside, stared at the boundary of heaven and earth. There, 2 rays of light tore through the sky, revealing the figures of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They were Li Huang and Qin Yi. "We finally arrived." "That's right, it is not too late." Li Huang and Qin Yi arrived together. "Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan?" Li Huang's eyes flickered with orange-red light as he investigated. He was filled with resentment towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land, luring Li Huang and the rest far away. Next, Fang Yuan found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land, throwing Li Huang and the rest far away from his mind. Central Continent's Celestial Court did not have beacon towers. Li Huang and Qin Yi had no choice but to rush to Infallible Blessed Land. "He should have already entered the array," Clear Night replied. His gaze swept across the array, and then he stared at unbounded wind. This killer move is very strong. It is a huge threat to our formation. We need to eliminate it first. This Wu Yong has such a killer move, and farewell friend wind. If possible, we need to kill him this time. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge threat to our celestial court. Li Huang and Qin Yi quickly discussed before changing directions, charging towards unlimited wind. Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba had already sensed it. They rushed over. Prince's Impatience shouted, waving his sleeves as hundreds of lumps of fire flew out. You want to attack me with fire? Laughable. Li Huang sneered. He did not dodge. Verdant sun flame cloak was burning on his body. Prince's Impatience's flames landed on Li Huang. They did not cause any damage to him. Instead, they increased the power of Verdant sun flame cloak. Prince's Impatience's expression did not change. He pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh! The flames on Li Huang's body suddenly turned purple. The purple flames seeped into the orange-red Verdant sun flame cloak, breaking down Li Huang's defensive killer moves. Li Huang's expression changed. Prince's Impatience didn't seem to want to give him time to react and pounced forward. The two of them fought high up in the sky, causing raging flames to blaze and scorch the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the battlefield rose rapidly. Ba Shirba watched Prince's Impatience's battle and thought to himself, this Prince's Impatience is still putting on an act. He really hit it well. On Fang Yuan's side, Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba remained outside the formation. Ba Shirba had already learned of the identity of the Prince's Impatience through Wu Yong, but he had refrained from revealing it for now. Like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan had expected, unless it was necessary, the Prince's Impatience did not want to expose his identity. In fact, if possible, the Celestial Court was willing to make some sacrifices to conceal the identity of the Prince's Impatience. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, he would be even more useful. Prince's Impatience and Li Huang were both Fire Path rank 8s. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The sky turned red, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, clouds evaporated, countless living beings fled. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight was not as grand as the one between Prince's Impatience and Li Huang, it was more dangerous and ruthless. Li Huang naturally knew the true identity of the Prince's Impatience. No matter how big the commotion was, it was just an act. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi were true enemies. Ba Shirba let out a series of strange howls as rays of profound light slashed and stabbed at Qin Yi's body like blades. 3 consecutive strikes. 4 consecutive strikes. 5 consecutive strikes. Every ray of profound light was equal in power, but when it hit Qin Yi, the damage would increase exponentially. This was the consecutive strike technique that Ba Shirba had cultivated for his entire life. This Rule Path supplementary killer move could increase the power of other immortal killer moves rapidly. The prerequisite was that Ba Shirba only used this killer move and did not switch to other methods. Qin Yi was forced to retreat. His forehead was covered in sweat. I cannot let him continue. Once he hits 18 consecutive strikes, my defensive methods will not be able to resist him. Qin Yi activated an immortal killer move. His body suddenly dissipated, turning into a dark veil. In the sky, a large amount of ink seemed to be dripping down, spreading continuously. Ba Shirba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qin Yi's signature killer move, Great Night Covering Heaven. Both sides had good information. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi had some understanding of each other. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield killer move, but it was quite special. Ordinary immortal battlefield killer moves would be activated after some time. But Great Night Covering Heaven was different. It would expand continuously. Its range would gradually increase. In theory, this move had no limit. As long as Qin Yi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to the whole of White Heaven. Ba Shirba retreated rapidly. He thought about it and chose to avoid it. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield. If Ba Shirba entered, his rule path would be weakened by the Dark Path environment. Of course, the main reason was Prince's Impatience. Ba Ba knew that Prince's impatience was a traitor. If he entered the immortal battlefield, the outside world would not be able to see what happened. Celestial Court's side might include Li Huang and Prince's impatience in their killer moves to deal with Ba Ba secretly. By then, Ba Ba would have to fight 3 of them alone. It would be dangerous. The battle between the 2 rank 8s fell into a temporary stalemate. A moment later, several immortal goo houses appeared in the sky. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal goo houses were originally defending Emperor City. Now that the battle was over, the immortal goo houses carried many goo immortals as they came to reinforce them. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. A blue light flashed around the manor. The light condensed into the shape of a hornless dragon. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless hailstones that attacked Ba Ba. Ba Ba's speed was greatly slowed. He snorted coldly and gave up on Qinyi, using his killer move to attack Frost Dragon Manor. Boom boom boom. Knowing that the situation was still within their control, Duke Long focused his mind and looked at 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is about time. Duke Long clenched his dragon claws as he sensed the surging strength in his body. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and not increase. At the same time, Duke Long's battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, Duke Long's battle strength rose by leaps and bounds, reaching an unheard of level. With a dragon roar, purple gold dragon-shaped chi burst out. Boom! 7 Extreme Desolation had no time to react. It only saw Duke Long's figure suddenly vanish in the air before his entire body shot out like a meteor. An unparalleled force surged towards it. It was simply unblockable. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying before crashing into the chi wall. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. Our investigative killer moves were completely nullified by Duke Long. We simply cannot find his traces. If this continues, we will be too passive. How long has it been? But Duke Long's battle strength has already started to suppress us. In that case, let's use offense as defense and continue to use killer moves to bombard the surroundings. We will eventually be able to hit Duke Long. After the 7 Big Dipper immortals finished their discussion, the 7 Extreme Desolation giant raised its head and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long laughed sinisterly. His sturdy body slammed down with his right dragon claw. Boom! Compared to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant, the dragon claw was tiny like an ant, but it caused huge damage to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant. Air waves surged as the 7 Extreme Desolation giant's entire head was smashed. The headless giant was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the immense force, creating a human-shaped crater. At once, smoke and dust surged, rocks flew everywhere, the sky shook and the earth shook. Duke Long hovered in the air as he slowly retracted his right claw. He let out a satisfied groan. Strength, a brand new strength surged through Duke Long's body again, stimulating his muscles to expand even more. His bones grew rapidly, his dragon scales became even thicker and larger, his dragon horns were like a crown. They became even more ferocious at this moment. Sharp spikes extended in all directions. Duke Long's entire body expanded once again. He had already surpassed the height of a normal person. The roof of a thatched hut only reached his waist. His purple long hair was originally soft and elegant, reaching his waist, but now, every strand of hair was hard and sturdy, reaching all the way to his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered incessantly in his hair. Fist shadows flew everywhere, claw marks spread everywhere, 7 Extreme Desolation's head was smashed again and again, Calamity Luck Altar was getting more and more damaged, wind was leaking everywhere, Bull Demon could not repair it in time. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 purple gold dragon phantoms coiled around Duke Long's body. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck Altar did not retaliate, but these methods were blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was clear, Duke Long had a huge advantage. As time went on, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely lose. You dare to invade my celestial court, you will pay with your lives. Duke Long shouted coldly. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stomped on the ground as a killer move burst out, causing the entire Calamity Luck Altar to sink into the ground. He then punched with both hands, sending 7 Extreme Desolation flying far away. I said before, this is the limit of your strength. You will lose, while Celestial Court will always be invincible. Duke Long shouted, his voice spread throughout the battlefield, shaking everyone's hearts. What other methods do you have? Use them all, I will personally send you all into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly, his dragon eyes were indifferent, his tone was cold, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Bing Sichuan was in a terrible state, Calamity Luck Altar could no longer protect him, he had many injuries on his body. These were caused by Spiraling Dragon Fong Killer Move. The situation was getting more dangerous, but there was a light in his eyes that had never been extinguished. He still had hope. In the deepest part of his heart, there was a scene that he would never forget. This is 88-point Xinyang Tower? Amazing! As expected of Lord's work. Bing Sichuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal with a look of admiration. Giant Sun Immortal smiled with a satisfied expression. With this immortal goo house, my children will be able to grow up. Lord, you really put in a lot of effort. Bing Sichuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal's tone changed. I am looking forward to its collapse. Well, what? I built this tower to prevent its collapse. Oh, Bing Sichuan, you are a time path goo immortal, go to sleep. In the future, when 88-point Xinyang Tower collapses, it will be the best time for you to attack Celestial Court. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if I am heavily injured, even if I am in a hopeless situation, even if I use up all my trump cards, I will not give up. Because this plan was made by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. O Celestial Court, victory will be ours. Bing Sichuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long snickered in disdain. Forcefully holding on will only increase your pain by 100 times. Bing Sichuan snorted coldly. That is because you will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away. Boom. The dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, suddenly turned into smoke, dispersing on the spot. The killer move perfect pair is finally undone. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it is so powerful. Thankfully, this is Celestial Court, we can gather 4 Rule Path Goo Immortals, and Celestial Court's treasury also has detailed information on perfect pair. If this were a normal situation, it would be troublesome. Originally, the dog-tail life extending ferret and Celestial Court's 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, were fighting intensely. Relying on perfect pair, the dog-tail life extending ferret and its clones suppressed their opponents to the point where they could not even raise their heads. But as the Celestial Court's members awakened, many of them started to target perfect pair and finally broke it. Continue being arrogant. Little dog, how many times have you pounced on me? My feathers are about to be plucked clean by you. Ruan Dan, Shabi 95, and several Celestial Court Goo Immortals attacked Mao Li Chiu. Even though Mao Li Chiu had outstanding strength in this situation, it was like 2 fists could not fight against 4 fists. It was soon covered in injuries, blood flowed out of its wounds like a waterfall. But Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 were not much better off. Mao Li Chiu's counterattack was targeted at these 2. Even though Mao Li Chiu's injuries were increasing and it was getting weaker, Celestial Court's advantage was increasing. Ruan Dan and Shabi 95's minds were shaken, they had bewildered gazes. This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if he dies, he will probably bite off a piece of my flesh before he dies. The two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of celestial court felt wary. One of them shouted, "Mao Li Qiu, why are you risking your life for Giant Sun Immortal? He is feeding you because of your innate talent. He wants to kill you to extend his life." Mao Li Qiu was standing in a pool of blood. Its injuries were shocking, many of them were deep to the bone. The originally glossy and shiny fur was now stuck together because of the blood. Its eyes were turning black, its body was shaking, as if it was going to collapse at the next moment. It knew that in its current state, it was probably going to die here. But so what? Mao Li Qiu opened its mouth, letting out a silent smile. A scene from its memories surfaced in its mind. The setting sun was like blood. On a mountain, Mao Li Qiu was curled up like a puppy, lying beside Giant Sun Immortal's feet. Giant Sun Immortal was rubbing its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal was about to die, he called it here to kill it to extend its life. But Mao Li Qiu did not dare to resist. It was clear, even if it had peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal's match. Giant Sun Immortal did not even need to make a move, it would seek its own death. "Don't be afraid, Mao Li Qiu, I won't kill you to extend my life." Giant Sun Immortal chuckled. Mao Li Qiu's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the sunset. It was as dazzling as fire. "I still remember the first day I raised you. Time passed by quickly. You have already grown to this extent. To speak the truth, you are my child. What difference is there between you and my children? As a parent, how can I harm my own children?" Mao Li Qiu understood Giant Sun Immortal's nature. He would not lie to it. There was no need. Mao Li Qiu was stunned. It asked in a daze, "But Master, if you kill me, I can indeed extend your life." "Extend my life?" Giant Sun Immortal smiled. "I will only be struggling at death's door. People will die eventually, isn't that so?" He shook his head. "What meaning is there in continuing to live under fate? Death is not so hard to accept. Moreover, children are destined to leave their parents to truly grow up. Master, promise me, you will live on properly. Go and do what you like. I won't leave you any last words. Just be yourself and be happy." Master. As its memories faded, Mao Li Qiu looked at the surrounding strong enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura surging. "Oh Master, even if I die, I will repay the kindness of raising me." It can't hold on anymore. That's right, it is only trying to show off. But be careful of its final retaliation. The celestial court's immortals had cold expressions as they slowly surrounded it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal zombie giant Sun sat cross-legged like a statue. He looked toward the south, and his eyes reflected the scenes of the battle in the heavenly court. The 5 regional formation was activated at full force. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke spread rapidly, covering the entire battlefield. Within the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's immortals were greatly suppressed. Similar to Qin Yi's earlier awkwardness, these people were strengthened by heroes among people. The killer move's power rose sharply, the backlash also increased. To think that Tao Zhu's methods are so profound. Inside the formation, Ba Shirba sighed. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was not out of his expectations. Precisely because he discovered it long ago, he did not hesitate to reveal the true inheritance's contents to cooperate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu also knew that this was a good thing, but he could not use it earlier. Now that the formation was modified and set up, it had great effects. It is a pity that this 5-colored smoke does not differentiate between friend and foe. Central Continent is suppressed. We will also face backlash inside. Only Fang Yuan can move freely. Yao Huang was clearly agitated. Many people looked at Fang Yuan with envious expressions. What a pity! Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he could obtain Tao Zhu's true inheritance, with the light of wisdom and his formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would soar again. In fact, he could not do anything to heroes among people, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest would face greater suppression. Who knew Fang Yuan might be able to pacify the battlefield in Emperor City? Back then, when he left the 5 regional mountain range and could not obtain the 5 regional true inheritances, he felt a deep sense of regret. The 5 regional formation was modified by Fang Yuan. He naturally designed a formation within the formation. This inner formation was the cage that imprisoned Prince's impatience. There were several rank 8 Gu immortals guarding the formation cores. As for the Fang Yuan, inside the 5-colored smoke, it was Yi Hao Fang in disguise. Southern Borders rank 8 Gu immortal Yi Hao Fang was also a transformation path Gu immortal. Even though he did not have a method like familiar face, he was inside the 5-colored smoke, with the other rank 8 Gu immortals helping him conceal the investigative killer moves. He did not get exposed. As for the 5 regional formation, it had truly self-detonated. A vast number of mortal Gu perished. The immortal Gu that used the formation also suffered losses. If he did not do this, he would not be able to deceive Qin Yi and the rest. There was another reason why Qin Yi was kept in the dark. That was because Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle had informed them in advance. Qin Yi and the rest knew Prince's Impatience's true identity, thus they had been paying attention to Prince's Impatience during the intense battle. Once Prince's Impatience made a move and stabbed the enemy in the back, they would cooperate and expand their gains. Right now, Prince's Impatience destroyed the enemy's formation the moment he made a move. The results were huge. Qin Yi and the rest were mentally prepared, so they immediately took action against Fang Yuan. The secret of my rebirth has been exposed. Celestial Court will definitely be worried about Prince's Impatience's identity being exposed. And this battle concerns the overall situation of Fate Gu. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court will definitely expose Prince's Impatience's identity to protect the overall situation. This is something I can make use of. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He disguised as Prince's Impatience and pretended to be heavily injured. Under the expectant gazes of Celestial Court's immortals, he openly stepped into the core of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder was the first to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." Fang Yuan was ready to take action after accumulating his strength. Because I am not the real Prince's Impatience, my identity will be exposed once I interact with them. Moreover, I do not have Wu Yong's concealment methods. When I prepare a killer move, my aura will definitely leak out. Thus, the true time to make a move is the moment I enter the formation. Because I am being chased, my immortal killer move has not dissipated yet. Fang Yuan was about to make a move when a change occurred. On the battlefield, everyone's expression changed. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to come from Northern Plains. Luck Path Aura. Its direction seems to be aimed at Celestial Court. At this moment, both sides forgot about the battle. They looked up at the sky. With a loud sound, the pillar of light exploded. Hundreds of huge orange-yellow chi currents flew into the bodies of Bing Sichuan, Mao Liqiu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Liqiu was dumbfounded. It had already wanted to die, but as the orange-yellow chi currents flowed through its limbs and bones, all of its injuries were healed. Immortal essence started to condense in its immortal aperture. A white-gold halo enveloped the members of Longevity Heaven, giving them a strong amplification. This kind of buff effect was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the pillar of light was obstructed by the starlight net, it changed its target and turned to help Longevity Heaven's members. "Duke Long, let's fight again." Bing Sichuan shouted. He had recovered to his peak state. Calamity Luck Altar was also covered in a layer of light. Under Bing Sichuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge, he fought Calamity Luck Alter head-on. In the end, Calamity Luck Alter's momentum was obstructed, while Duke Long flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through 5 to 6 thick walls before he was stopped by the Qi wall. Duke Long's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The Qi currents tore through the sky, forming arcs that were like sharp blades. Everywhere they went, the black needles would be cut apart. Qi current scissors and the pitch-black needle rain collided, most of them dissipated. But a few escaped and attacked Duke Long and 7 Extreme Desolation. At the same time, Duke Long grunted as more than 10 pitch-black needles stabbed into his body. And 7 Extreme Desolation's body also had several pieces of flesh cut off by the Qi current scissors. These injuries were borne by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals in 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain and worked together to activate 7 Extreme Desolation, directly attacking Duke Long this time. Duke Long sighed, he could only retreat forcefully. Since the battle started, this was the first time he retreated. The enemy was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, could indeed dominate rank 8s, especially in the final moments of his life. He could even take whatever he wanted from rank 8 Gu Immortals. But in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled in comparison. Other than its own power, there was also the aspect of profound changes. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was originally an offensive killer move. It traveled from northern plains to central continent's celestial court. Crossing 2 regions, its power did not diminish, it was grand and majestic. Celestial Court's defense was extremely strong, but it was not Giant Sun's match. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, blocking Giant Sun's attack. But after blocking it, Giant Sun's attack changed in nature. It turned into an amplification method that was used in the battlefield, overturning the entire situation. Killer moves mainly had several practical techniques: consecutive moves, variation moves, supplementary moves, and disassembly moves. The so-called variation move was to use a killer move as the foundation and modify it to achieve another effect. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Killer Move and Strength Path Giant Hand, the former was the foundation of the latter. But when Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self-Killer Move, Myriad Self would not turn into Strength Path Giant Hand. There was a difference between the two. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's attack seemed to change at will. It was an offensive killer move a moment ago, but in the next second, it turned into an amplification method. Giant Sun Immortal's attainment in variation moves had completely surpassed Duke Long's understanding. The strength in my body is dissipating. It seems that Ancestor Giant Sun's strength cannot last for long. Quick! While the strength is still there, we cannot continue fighting. We need to break through the enemy's defensive line and seize Fate Gu. As time passed, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals gradually realized something amiss. After Giant Sun's attack changed in nature, it gave them a huge boost, but this strength was also rapidly dissipating. The explosive power of Giant Sun's attack was much higher than heroes among people. But in terms of duration and spatial range, heroes among people had a larger range and lasted longer. Duke Long's expression changed. He could barely hold back Calamity Luck Alter and 7 Extreme Desolation with his own strength. Now that the Northern Plains Gu Immortals were attacking the Remnant Refinement Path formation, he could not defend it. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court gathered and stood in front of the Remnant Gu Refinement formation, forming a defensive line. Under the frenzied attacks of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, the defensive line was in danger. It was hanging by a thread. All sorts of immortal killer moves clashed. Gu Immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides fought fiercely. The number of Gu Immortals dying around this weak defensive line continued to rise. Someone said, "Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now." Someone else said, "We will continue to collect lifespan goo. You will definitely be the goo immortal who has lived the longest in history." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, "But I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world?" He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question, "No one." The goo immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, "Other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan goo. But even if we collect lifespan goo, we all know that lifespan goo are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so?" The human goo immortals were silent. "This is providence." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. There has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new. We humans are the same. Many people's expressions calmed down. They knew that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's words made sense. But there were still some goo immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A goo immortal asked, "Is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions, and without suppression and exclusion?" Of course not. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people. It will be more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects. He could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. But how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human goo immortals were speechless. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued in a sincere tone. "I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of goo immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants? Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you, but I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this. Any Central Continent goo immortal needs to create a sect. They cannot create a clan. Any goo immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable showed his dominance, none of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated goo immortals. That was to say, mortals and Gu masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if Gu immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable continued, "As your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect. It will not be left for my descendants." Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. You? At once, the human Gu immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, they could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right, I am willing to respond to your call. From now on, I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create, and where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect, and what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals. The rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the variant humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect, it is only a simple idea now, it has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My celestial court, our sect, will become famous in the world, we will dominate a region, our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later. Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heavenside obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the Immortal Graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Celestial Court? This is the achievement of our predecessors. I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our Celestial Court. Wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity. It has never changed for millions of years. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. I will defend our Celestial Court with my life. Shouts resounded, old and young, male and female, all sorts of members of the Celestial Court came out of the Immortal Graveyard and joined the battlefield. Just like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his Celestial Court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down, it had never changed. Countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect. They followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Gu immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the Celestial Court showed a crazed aura. Even if they did not have enough immortal Gu, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr. It was so bright and dazzling. Chapter 1752. Celestial Court's Battlefield. The battle between rank 8 Gu Immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven. Your performances have truly disappointed us. Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant. They have been leaders for too long. Watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans, but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains Immortals are brave but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu Immortals continue to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was furious, his gaze was ruthless and ruthless. Even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state, unforgivable. Boom. Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced. The 3 continued to fight. They were in a deadlock. Quick. Alright, the refinement path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Xiongdu, it is up to you now, we will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this refinement path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu Immortals called out. They occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, the refinement path formation was repaired, the defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Sai Chuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long. He wanted to destroy Celestial Court. Don't even think about it. Duke Long shouted. Disregarding his injuries, he used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Sai Chuan could not break through himself. He quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains Immortals attacked again. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals suffered heavy casualties. But because members of the Immortal Graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. Good, now is the time. Lu wanted to sneak in, but immediately his expression changed, and he revealed his true form. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him. He flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the Celestial Court. Your performance ends here. Is it Senior Jade Pearl? King Yuan Xiongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, rank 8 Gu Immortal expert Yu Zhu was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way, Lu was restrained by him. We can win. With so many ancestors of the Celestial Court, we will definitely win. No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our Celestial Court. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this refinement path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. I see. In order to repair Fate Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the refinement path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be. It would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. Continue to repair Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression, but his heart was burning with fire. Blazing flames. In the flames, a scene from deep within his memories surfaced. His master stood in front of him. "Oh, little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this." The young Yuan Xiongdu woke up. He showed resentment on his face. "Master." He mumbled and said unhappily, "Why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path. Fire Path is the choice of a man. But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. That is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path when I fight, it is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path, I always stay in the secret room, refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement, all my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky, it is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use Fire Path and die honorably on the battlefield. His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, "Oh little Du, you chose Refinement Path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sect's Refinement Path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you, little Du, you are already a man, it is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand?" The young Yuan Xiongdu turned his head away unwillingly. "Tisk, I understand. If this is master's order, I will obey." His master sighed again. "It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, Refinement Path cultivation is also very fun. One day, you will experience this joy. So, go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility." How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. There is also this feeling, happiness. Hee-ha. Yuan Xiongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. "Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life. With them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair Fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility. I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death." Yuan Xiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed, they could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. "It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out, didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal Gu houses now? A bunch of cowards. You're looking down on us too much." Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan, and the rest were furious. They activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. "With me, Li Huang here, I will not let any of you off. Charge!" Li Huang shouted. "Is that so? Then have a taste of the myriad ghost sword dragon's consecutive moves." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Immortal killer move, myriad ghost dragon sword. In a few breaths of time, the myriad ghost dragons condensed into one, forming a huge pitch-black dragon-patterned soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air, it only pointed at Li Huang but did not stab down. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil and hit the soul sword. At the next moment, the soul sword stabbed down rapidly. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. Even though the soul sword's speed was shocking, he could still dodge it with his speed. But now, he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. The soul sword pierced through Li Huang without a sound. As the flames dissipated, Li Huang's face turned as pale as a dead man's. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. "You dare to block 2 of my moves? Your courage is praiseworthy, but your stupidity is also unparalleled." Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 1753. Lord Li Huang. "Oh heavens, how can this be? Good job. Infallible blessed land battlefield." Li Huang's corpse fell to the ground, shocking countless people. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently. He continued to charge towards Hairy Foot Mountain as his cold voice spread throughout the battlefield. "Whoever dares to stop me will end up like this." At once, his demonic might shook the world. Central Continent's morale fell greatly. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a dark light, while Yao Huang and the rest were shocked. Chu Du had a complex expression. In the past, when Fang Yuan underwent his rank 6 tribulation, he had fought with Fang Yuan. To think that in just a few years, Fang Yuan had already become such a person, he could only look up to him. Including the first 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon, this 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon and the 10,000 Ghost Sword consumed over 10,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was powerful, but it permanently consumed the Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. One Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon consumed 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks were reduced by over 10,000. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have that many Soul Path Dao marks yet. They were all replaced by Transformation Path Dao marks. All in all, even though Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was powerful and could kill Li Huang who had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, the price was extremely high. Dao marks were extremely important to a Gu Immortal. Permanently consuming Dao marks would directly reduce one's foundation. It could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw. The Soul Sword speed was not outstanding, it could be easily dodged. Fang Yuan saw this opportunity. Li Huang could not dodge easily because he had to protect Hairy Foot Mountain, thus he used this move. Hairy Foot Mountain. Seeing Hairy Foot Mountain getting closer, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Who could have thought that the famous infallible blessed land was placed on Hairy Foot Mountain? On the surface, the mountain looked very ordinary. It was like a mound of earth, completely unremarkable. But in fact, it was one of the crucial locations for the Celestial Court to repair Fate Gu, and now, it was the most important location for the outcome of this great battle. Fang Yuan. In the next moment, another figure suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Yuan's path. It was Chen Yi. Wu Yong did not kill you, so let me end your life. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he once again prepared the killing move of the 1,000 Ghost Dragon Sword. Chen Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Even Li Huang had perished. Facing the Wan Yi Ghost Serpent Sword, he did not have the confidence to resist. At this critical moment, Chen Yi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if a soldering iron had been branded into his flesh. A powerful and mystical force flowed out from it. As this power gushed out, Chen Yi's clothes were torn apart, exposing his chest. There was a painting on his chest. It was a painting of a large tree swaying in the wind. Chen Yi exclaimed in his mind, wasn't this painting inexplicably imprinted on my body when I first inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance many years ago? At the same time, information was transmitted to the depths of his mind. This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Chen Yi was surprised and joyful. According to this information, he quickly activated his strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Immediately, green smoke rose from Chen Yi's body. Next, it stopped 6 feet above his head and rotated, forming the shape of a large tree. The large tree had a thick trunk, dense branches, and lush green leaves. Among the leaves there were also dozens of fruits. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Every teleportation of his move seems to be unstoppable, but the number of times it can be used is clearly limited. Because 2 teleportations consumed 2 fruits on the tree. I was discovered so quickly. Chen Yi smiled bitterly. Me. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu flew over, his body shook lightly as countless clones surged from all directions like a tidal wave. This was a classic enslavement path tactic, a battle of attrition. Karma Divine Tree swayed with the wind. A fruit on the tree suddenly vanished. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's main body vanished. Fang Yuan and the rest received news of him. He was teleported to Eastern Sea. The immortals gasped. Fang Yuan pondered. This time, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's main body was directly teleported. The enslavement path tactic failed completely. According to logic, shouldn't only his clone be teleported? It actually directly affected the main body. At this time, Yao Huang and the rest charged over. Wait, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Fang Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked. His attack from afar was blocked by Qin Yi, while Chu Du vanished on the spot. He was sent back to northern plains, to the northern icy plain. And because of the long distance, he lost contact with the killer move he had just used, causing the killer move to break apart, and he suffered a backlash. Next, several people attacked, but they were all teleported away. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that because I am a complete otherworldly demon, my main body is not affected by the killer move? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. But even though Karma Divine Tree could not affect him, it could affect his killer move. Fang Yuan's methods were all teleported away. Some were sent to Central Continent, some were sent to the other 4 regions, some were even sent to Black and White Heaven. Of course, Qin Yi did not have a good time either. Not long after, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. His expression was turning increasingly pale. The burden of maintaining such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Hairy Foot Mountain is right in front of us, but because of Qin Yi alone. Yao Huang gritted his teeth helplessly. Qin Yi and the rest rushed over to reinforce him, fighting with northern plains and deities of southern frontier. Fang Yuan dodged wind-sweeping buildings attack and commanded the myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Qin Yi. The Karma Divine Tree above Qin Yi's head continued to shake. Countless ghost sword dragons disappeared on the spot and were sent to different parts of the world. Those that were close were fine, but those that were far away directly collapsed. Fang Yuan had to suffer the backlash of the killer move's collapse. Fang Yuan felt that it was quite troublesome. Killer moves with weaker power, even if they are sent away, they cannot consume the fruits of Karma Divine Tree. And killer moves with stronger power, even though they can consume 1 fruit, if they exceed the distance limit, I will have to suffer the pain of the backlash. I might even be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. He did not rely on the Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal now. His defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword collapsed, he would be in deep trouble. Fang Yuan's luck was quite good, that Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword did not cause any damage to him. What do I do? Fang Yuan was anxious. Bing Sichuan had been transmitting the situation of the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan naturally knew that Fate Gu's restoration had started again. This is a wood path method. My attainment level in this aspect is insufficient. I cannot break this move in a short period of time. It seems that I can only use the stupid method of attrition. By Ning Bing, go. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He gave the order resolutely. By Ning Bing and the other rank 7 Gu Immortals charged towards Hairy Foot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time a rank 7 Gu Immortal was sent away, 1 fruit would be consumed. That damned Fang Yuan, he actually found the most profitable method of exchanging points so quickly. Qin Yi was also anxious. His eyes were bloodshot. He was extremely weak. A large number of rank 7 Gu Immortals disappeared. The fruits on the tree were finally used up. The fruitless Karma Divine Tree dissipated with the wind. Qin Yi lowered his head. His aura was extremely weak. Chapter 1754. Fang Yuan's attack was extremely ferocious. It was accompanied by Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. Its demonic might was extremely vast. Qin Yi looked at the sky. Seeing the mighty Fang Yuan, he felt like the sky was pressing down on him. His muscles were trembling uncontrollably. There was no way to block or evade. Then there is no need to block or evade. Qin Yi, who was already at the end of his tether, smiled lightly as he puffed out his chest, facing death calmly. Lord Qin Yi. Bai Tsang Shui and the other Gu Immortals shouted, wanting to save him. But Qi Chu Yu, Yi Hao Fang, and the rest followed behind Fang Yuan, blocking these reinforcements. The huge ghost sword whistled past, penetrating Qin Yi's body. Its might did not diminish as it struck Hairy Foot Mountain. At the next moment, Hairy Foot Mountain crumbled. Qin Yi also lost his life. His corpse fell down powerlessly. Qin Yi is also dead. Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals were greatly shaken. Fang Yuan had killed 2 Celestial Court experts. His fearsome might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. However, Hairy Foot Mountain is gone, but infallible Blessed Land is not destroyed. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of rubble below him. Celestial Court had detected infallible Blessed Land's location, but it had not been able to barge in for countless years. It could only use human path methods to borrow infallible Blessed Land's strength to extract the success Dao mark. Right now, Fang Yuan could not harm infallible Blessed Land in a hurry, not to mention destroying it. Not long after Chen Yi died, a Gu Immortal died in Celestial Court's battlefield. Yuan Xiongdu. He sat cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile. Following his death, the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower started to emit a healthy aura. This is the aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu has already sacrificed himself. That means... The appearance of this aura caused the entire battlefield of the Celestial Court to freeze. Longevity Heaven's expression changed drastically, while the eyes of the immortals of the Celestial Court lit up with joy. Damn it! Did we fail? Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Retreat! 7 Extreme Desolation stayed behind, while Calamity Luck Altar began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of emptiness? Fang Yuan, who was in Infallible Paradise's battlefield, suddenly felt the same. Ha! Duke Long laughed loudly and did not stop Calamity Luck Altar. He came to Heaven Overseeing Tower and went to the top. Fate Gu, Fate Gu. Duke Long muttered as tears flowed out of his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He saw it with his own eyes. The complete Fate Gu was right in front of him. How many years of longing, how many years of yearning, finally came true at this moment. For Duke Long, the significance of repairing Fate Gu was far more important and complex than the other members of the Celestial Court. Because back then, it was his disciple who had personally taught him that harmed Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I've finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I have not let down the Celestial Court, I have not let down humanity. Ha ha. Duke Long's loud voice spread from Heaven Overseeing Tower to the whole of the Celestial Court. Over 1,000,000 years. My Celestial Court has finally obtained the complete rank 9 Fate Gu again. Swoosh. At the next moment, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals cheered in excitement. Some were flushed with excitement, some were crying, some had a satisfied smile on their faces as they died of old age. The morale of the Celestial Court soared to the peak, while Bing Sichuan and the rest of Longevity Heaven's side had pale expressions as they retreated quickly. In the future, I will be the leader of human Gu Immortals. I will create Chi Path and lead humanity to rise. Humanity will reign supreme. This is providence. This is the general trend. This is the human heart. Thinking of this, Gu Immortal Primordial Origin was excited. He held Fate Gu in his hand and laughed heartily. He was crying tears of joy. Yuji also smiled happily. He was also a member of the human race. Humanity had been oppressed by the variant human races for a long time. Bitter. After a long sigh, Primordial Origin collected his emotions. He looked deeply at Fate Gu in his hand and sighed. Oh Yuji, you are a hero of humanity. A great hero. You brought out Fate Gu. Even if we can't use it, this is the biggest flag. To tell you the truth, I have long had the intention to resist the variant humans. But our human Gu Immortals are few in number, and even more difficult is that most of these human Gu Immortals are slaves. They are slaves and are like ants. They have no dignity, but they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how insignificant they are compared to the variant human races, and how weak humans are. But now, with this Fate Gu, we can announce to the world, we can let all human Gu Immortals understand. The future is ours, humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will rouse their lost courage, it will rouse the hope in their hearts, it will rouse their spirit of resistance. Moreover, it will unite everyone by our side. This is a banner. Because they lacked immortal goo, the rank 8 goo immortals had to use their bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. They had sacrificed too many people. As for the Celestial Court, because of the immortal graveyard, they had many rank 8 goo immortals but lacked immortal goo. Duke Long had always remembered that when star constellations will appeared earlier, she had specially instructed him to hibernate a few rank 8 goo immortals. This definitely had a deeper meaning, but in this battle, the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard had awakened too many rank 8 goo immortals. They had also sacrificed countless more. This resulted in not only no new rank 8 goo immortals to hibernate, many more were sacrificed instead. Although Fate Goo was repaired, this made Duke Long feel uneasy. Right now, my Celestial Court has already repaired rank 9 Fate Goo. Together with myself, who in this world can go against me? Even if it is a rank 9 Goo Venerable's method, I can rely on Heaven Overseeing Tower to resist it. Everyone, why don't you return to the Immortal Graveyard? If things go south, we can just wake you up. Duke Long continued to urge. In that case, that's right, with Fate Goo and Lord Duke Long, who can stop us? Then let's continue to hibernate. Most of the Goo Immortals returned to the Immortal Graveyard, but a small portion stayed behind. These people were about to reach the end of their lifespans. They were about the same as Duke Long. There was no meaning in hibernating. Duke Long left behind Fairy Myrtle and a few others to clean up the battlefield and guard Celestial Court, while he led another group to move Heaven Overseeing Tower out of Celestial Court. Calamity Luck Altar brought the remnants of Longevity Heaven and escaped from Celestial Court, but so what? Their speed could not compare to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and they were in Central Continent's territory. Duke Long wanted to make these people stay, be it by killing or taking them as captives. It would undoubtedly display the might of Celestial Court. It would also let the Goo Immortals of the other 4 regions know what the price of offending Celestial Court was. Longevity Heaven escaped in defeat. Celestial Court completely repaired Fate Goo. Sigh, we lost this battle, let's retreat. Skipped. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate Goo is definitely the #1 immortal Goo house in the current world. Be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After receiving this news, the situation in infallible Blessed Land changed drastically in an instant. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals had thoughts of retreating. Feng Yuan was the same. He felt great regret, but there was nothing he could do. But what he did not expect was, almost at the next moment, he saw the tattered Calamity Luck Altar, as well as the pursuing Celestial Court. It was unknown what Giant Sun Immortal was thinking back then. He actually set up a path of retreat in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. No one had discovered it. Chapter 1756. It is too late to leave now. Everyone, please work together and attack Celestial Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once. They will not use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Saichuan shouted. The Goo Immortals reacted quickly. They gritted their teeth and charged forward. Bing Saichuan was right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. They could not escape. Of course, it was not that no one thought of using the Goo Immortals around them to stall for time and escape. But Central Continent was too big. They were deep in Central Continent now. Even if they scattered and escaped, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have enough time to eliminate them one by one. Thus, Southern Border and Northern Plains people were all in a desperate situation. They could only fight back. This round of slaughter caused the heavens and the earth to dim. Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier knew that their situation was extremely dangerous. They did not hold back anymore. They used everything they had learned and used all their methods. When Celestial Court chased after them, they were very aggressive, but after facing the counterattack of the Northern and Southern Regions Alliance, they fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Myrtle, has the news of Fate Goo's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long stayed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Myrtle. Shortly after, Fairy Myrtle replied, "The news has already been spread to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only that, Lord Duke Long, your current battle situation is also being spread everywhere through human methods. Since rank 9 Fate Goo had been restored, Celestial Court naturally had to spread this news to raise their morale and scare their enemies. This way, Celestial Court would be able to take care of the people's hearts. They could even persuade those Gu immortals who were still causing trouble and looting resources in Central Continent. Duke Long's earlier order was to spread the news of Fate Gu. But Fairy Myrtle went one step further. She directly spread the battle situation in infallible blessed land everywhere. At once, countless mortals, Gu masters, and Gu immortals learned of the battle situation. The Celestial Court's actions showed their confidence in winning. It was also clear that the Celestial Court with rank 9 Fate Gu had a huge advantage in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle wanted to use this chance to display the strength of the Celestial Court and capture all of these southern border and northern plains Gu immortal elites. Central Continent and the Celestial Court's reputation would soar to the peak. Duke Long understood what Fairy Myrtle meant, but he could not help but frown slightly. Presently, the immortals of the north and south have fallen into a hopeless situation. They're like cornered beasts that are still fighting, and they have the will to fight. Thus, our side has fallen into a disadvantageous position instead. Although this is only a temporary situation, Duke Long understood Fairy Myrtle's intentions. Although it was a little rash, since she had already done so, he had no choice but to cooperate. To display the Celestial Court's strength to the greatest extent, not only did they have to announce the successful restoration of Fate Gu, they also had to display extremely strong battle strength, to make people tremble in fear and not dare to go against the Celestial Court. In this refinement path convention, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions took action. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly damaging the reputation of the Celestial Court. Now that they wanted to restore their reputation, the Celestial Court had to display outstanding battle strength and capture all of the northern and southern immortals in one fell swoop. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Current Scissors. Boom. With a loud explosion, the sea of dragons and centipedes surged with huge waves. Chi Current Scissors flew everywhere. Everywhere they went, the dragons were as fragile as paper. They were easily cut apart. The centipedes were even worse off. Their corpses were torn into pieces and scattered everywhere. Seeing that Duke Long was safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent cheered. Mom? Is the one with a horn on his head an immortal from our middle continent? Duke Long, the master of the legendary Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Just how powerful is that? The Celestial Court has made a move. It is better for me to retreat first. I have plundered a lot of resources. Let's leave this place first. Just like Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle expected, the invading Gu immortals started to retreat in large numbers. Central Continent's morale continued to rise. They were united and united. Attrition tactics are completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord Baizu's expression was ashen. It is my turn now. Duke Long snorted lightly. The dragon-shaped chi flickered as he vanished. So fast. Where did he go? Yi Haofeng's heart suddenly rang with alarm. He raised his head and saw that Duke Long was right above him. The dragon claw attacked. Yi Haofeng only had time to raise his arms to block it. Boom. With a loud sound, Yi Haofeng was struck by the dragon claw. He was sent flying for 500 to 600 feet, crashing on the ground and creating a huge crater. Yi Haofeng coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. The attack just now had not only broken his defense, it had even caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The dragon-shaped chi flickered again. Duke Long appeared in front of Yi Haofeng again. But immediately, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Chi Chu Yu appeared on Duke Long's left and right. Even though they could not see Duke Long's figure and could not keep up with his speed, they had rich battle experience. They had already predicted that Duke Long would continue to attack Yi Haofeng. After all, it was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. Duke Long, you fell for it. You are trapped inside, right? One south and one north, the 2 formation path Gu immortals attacked at the same time, instantly setting up a formation. A mere formation dares to trap me? Duke Long snickered. His body shook as his chi burst out. The formation shattered like glass. Chi Chu Yu and 5 Elements Grandmaster grunted as they suffered a backlash. But Duke Long was also obstructed. He lost the chance to kill Yi Haofeng. Yi Haofeng took the chance to get out of the pit and heal himself, but his heart was still cold. Duke Long's strength was simply unimaginable. After all, Yi Haofeng was a famous rank 8 expert in southern border, but he was almost killed by Duke Long in just 2 or 3 rounds. I'm afraid only a venerable can suppress such strength. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is far ahead. Even if we attack him together, he can deal with it easily. Who can block this Duke Long? The southern and northern immortals were all terrified. Many of them were at a loss. Duke Long could not be stopped. Not to mention there was a rank 9 immortal Gu house with a complete Fate Gu, heaven overseeing tower. What to do? As if responding to the immortals' questions, there was a loud rumble as the ground split open. A huge crack rapidly spread, cutting across the battlefield. Boom! At the next moment, the ground burst open, countless soil and rocks surged out like a black tsunami that defied the heavens. A huge dragon head flew over like a hill. The dragon opened its mouth, its teeth were jagged like a forest of spears, flickering with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. Duke Long, I will tear you to pieces. The giant dragon roared. Legendary immemorial desolate beast, Di Zongxing. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face. He snorted coldly and charged forward without dodging. One immortal and one beast fought, falling into a deadlock. Since when did Di Zongxing become so strong? Celestial Court's Gu immortals were shocked. It seems that because the 5 regions are about to fuse into one, the earth veins are united, and because of this battle, many sacrifices were made. Central Continent is enraged. It also caused Di Zongxing's strength to rise sharply. But wasn't Di Zongxing trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? Why did he suddenly appear here? The immortals were uncertain. They had many questions. But they all knew that back then, Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zongxing. Thus, it was natural that Di Zongxing was looking for trouble with Duke Long now. Just like what Duke Long had said in Celestial Court, Di Zongxing's battle strength had risen sharply. He could rival Duke Long himself. Who knows? This legendary immemorial desolate beast might even be the strongest existence among the current legendary immemorial beasts. Great, there is always a way out. Let's retreat now. We cannot retreat. Fang Yuan shouted. This is a good chance to attack. Duke Long is too arrogant. He is being held back by Di Zongxing. We will go to Heaven Overseeing Tower now and destroy Fate Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan was the first to react. He shouted and gathered the Northern Plains immortals, following closely behind. The deities of Southern Frontier also launched a frenzied attack. After being dazed for a while, the Southern and Southern immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Fang Yuan was already entangled by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals that flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He could not get close to it. But Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark, igniting the Southern and Southern immortals' hearts. In an instant, the flame of fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was ignited once again. He is the only one left. That's right, we have Fang Yuan. Although we have deep enmity with him, but the Southern and Southern immortals' eyes shined with brilliance again. Their morale actually rose. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were surprised. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just ordered when he was bitten by Di Zongxing. But no matter how Di Zongxing gritted his teeth, Duke Long's body was tough. Only a few scratches and sparks appeared. At the same time, Wu Yang's orders came from Jewel Yellow Skies. Southern Alliance immortals, listen to my orders. Assist Fang Yuan with all your strength. Break into Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Gu. Bing Sichuan also reacted. Help Fang Yuan, this is our final charge. If we fail, we will die. Charge. This is? Fang Yuan, who was fighting, sensed the power behind him. His eyes shined brightly. His killing intent surged. Chapter 1758. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. At this moment, Fang Yuan and the rest of the southern immortals charged forward without any regard for their lives. Fang Yuan was at the front. He was the sharpest spear. He became the only hope of the southern immortals. He carried their expectations. How ironic, how pathetic. Now that the battle has come to this, we have to place our bets on our enemies. The immortals of the north and south all had complicated feelings. Colluding with Fang Yuan, you are truly a bunch of demons. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were disdainful as they attacked. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits, everything was for survival, everything was for victory. Fang Yuan. Stop. A Celestial Court Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. I will block him, Fang Yuan, you continue forward. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted as he charged forward. Two immortal Gu houses charged forward. The southern immortals' immortal Gu houses blocked Fang Yuan from the left and right, protecting him. In the battle of rank 8 Gu immortals, the immortal Gu houses were like raging bulls. They only had time to collide. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This was an unprecedented experience. He had never expected such a miraculous scene. He had actually obtained the selfless help of the southern immortals. Retreat, quick, quick, pull some distance. Heaven overseeing tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and the rest's final charge was too fierce. They were like frenzied tigers. At the crucial moment, even though the Celestial Court's members surrounded them, not many of them could come over to defend Heaven overseeing tower. Duke Long raised his arms with difficulty. He lifted Di Zongxing's teeth inch by inch. Even though his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven overseeing tower, by using everybody's vision killer move, he was able to grasp the current situation. Fang Yuan is their only hope. As long as we kill him, the southern immortals' morale will fall to its lowest point. They might even surrender because their hope is gone. Not only that scoundrel Fang Yuan possesses the spring-autumn cicada. He is the final hope of the Red Lotus. At this moment, a scene appeared in the depths of Duke Long's memory. Hong Lian was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. She used all her remaining strength to stand before Duke Long with great difficulty. Duke Long looked at him quietly, his voice a little hoarse. Hong Ting, you have no hope left. Give up. Surrender. I'll give you a chance to repent. Even at this stage, Master, you're still unwilling to give up on me. The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign laughed. But unfortunately, Master, my hope hasn't been shattered. What hope do you have? What other trump cards do you have? My hope is not here, Master. Buffed it for the big time. You will see him just as the great age is about to begin. He will fight his way into the Celestial Court, just like me. Duke Long sighed and said with an unwavering tone, Then I will stop him, just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple. I will make up for the mistakes you made. I, your master, will personally kill all of your hopes. Duke Long suddenly roared. He shook his arms and forced Di Zongxing's teeth open. His figure disappeared. Clang. In the next moment, Di Zongxing's sharp dragon teeth fiercely clenched together, creating dazzling stars. But Duke Long had already arrived behind Fang Yuan. His big hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled power pulling on him. A powerful and majestic aura of danger filled the sky like a tsunami, wanting to drown him from behind. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and turned around. He activated his killer move to fight against Duke Long. Five Elements Grandmaster's defensive killer move was broken. He immediately suffered a huge backlash. His injuries were severe. But he quickly swallowed the blood in his mouth and chased after Duke Long without any regard for his own safety. Duke Long did not even look at him. He casually sent out a dragon-shaped purple-gold chi. This was a chi path killer move. 5 Elements Grandmaster stared with furious eyes. He was struck by the purple-gold dragon chi. With a loud sound, he exploded into minced meat and broken bones, dying on the spot. 5 Elements Grandmaster's death did not intimidate the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Haofeng sacrificed himself to attack, attempting to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was stalled by him for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Haofeng. I don't have much time left. Duke Long's expression did not change, but he was getting anxious internally. Heavenly Dragon's last stand made him powerful to a terrifying extent. He could slaughter rank 8 Gu immortals like they were chickens, but his lifespan was reaching its limit. Under the southern and northern immortals sacrificing themselves to obstruct him, Feng Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In contrast, Heaven Overseeing Tower was being restrained by Bing Sichuan's Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan obtained a lot. His luck was quite good. He obtained a rank 7 Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu. But this was not a huge loss to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Especially when Feng Yuan knew that even though Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a true rank 9 killer move. It had no effect on Fate Gu. The true threat is still Dream Path killer moves. Feng Yuan did not have any Dream Path offensive killer moves. He could only use the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Feng Yuan had to have a perfect opportunity, otherwise, he would only be asking for losses if he used it carelessly. Feng Yuan's tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to force Heaven Overseeing Tower to create an opportunity to detonate the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the southern and southern immortals could last, but this was the best tactic now. But when Feng Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Weiyin, what are you doing? The southern border Gu immortals saw this person and immediately called out his identity. They were shocked and furious. Lu Weiyin pointed at Feng Yuan. My disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Feng Yuan, hand over your life. Lu Weiyin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, a southern border Gu immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way. Cooperate with us, we will defeat the celestial court together. Otherwise, the southern border Gu immortals were agitated. They shouted. Chapter 1759. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive killer moves, he was very strong in other aspects. He easily blocked the furious attacks of the southern and southern immortals. Even Feng Yuan could not do anything to him. As expected of Paradise Earth's inheritor, many celestial court Gu immortals looked at him with deep respect. In a short period of time, Lu Weiyin actually defended against the fierce attacks of the southern and southern immortals alone. Almost none of the celestial court Gu immortals in the battlefield could do this. At this moment, the southern and southern immortals finally understood Lu Weiyin's power. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive methods, his overall strength was above Li Huang and Chen. The southern and southern immortals hated Lu Weiyin to the core. This hatred was several times stronger than Feng Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's appearance, he destroyed the final hope of the southern and southern alliance. Feng Yuan and the others' attacks were like raging waves, but they were all blocked by him alone. Haha. Duke Long laughed loudly. He was still fighting with Di Zongxing, but Lu Weiyin saved the situation for him. Duke Long felt that Lu Weiyin's help was far more gratifying than him doing it himself, because this represented the submission of Paradise Earth's lineage. This is the will of the people. Back then, when Fate Gu appeared, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used it to change the wills of many human Gu immortals. He roused the fighting spirit of countless people. Now it is the same. A damaged Fate Gu was not worthy of reverence. But the complete Fate Gu was like the records in history. It was a banner. Its significance to the human race far surpassed its actual nature. This was the will of the people, it was the trend of the times. The will of the people was hard to change, but the celestial court controlled Fate Gu. It could make the opposing Gu immortals lose their will to fight. They would eventually betray them and join them. This would save the celestial court and central continent a lot of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but rejoice at Fairy Myrtle's choice. With everyone watching, this battle scene would be broadcast to the entire central continent, and even to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Weiyin's defection was a symbol, a role model. It meant that in the future, a large number of Gu immortals would join central continent and submit to the celestial court. The power of an example is infinite. Especially Lu Weiyin, he was Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many Gu immortals hesitate on whether to surrender or rebel, they would think, even Lu Weiyin, the inheritor of Paradise Earth, changed his ways. What can I do? In this way, the hurdle in his heart had been crossed. Lu Weiyin's actions were like a formless storm that quickly spread to all parts of central continent. The Gu immortals of the various regions who had already prepared to escape retreated even faster. At the same time, in Spirit Affinity House's headquarters, Zhao Lianyun was getting restless. Fairy Lianyun, where are you going? It is very dangerous outside. Bu Zhenzi urged. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I have Love Gu to protect me. The enemies are fleeing in fear right now. It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. If we do not attack now, when will we? Zhao Lianyun's wish was quickly acknowledged by the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. Earlier, Central Continent was in chaos. All sorts of people attacked and caused chaos everywhere. The Celestial Court mobilized a large number of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects for the sake of recovery. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were weak and had huge territories. They could only give up on their territories and resources, wisely choosing to defend themselves. Right now, through the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals who were left behind in the various bases understood the change in the situation. Many knowledgeable people knew that it was time to counterattack. Let's kill all these people who dared to offend our central continent. Beat the shit out of these despicable people. Howl, all the grievances and anger in my heart, I will return them all to you. Soon, with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, they launched a wave of counterattack. The remaining Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals of Central Continent quickly reclaimed their lost territories and attacked the remaining 4 regions Gu immortals. The 4 regions Gu immortals were forced to retreat. Some even lost their lives on the spot. Because of the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals in Infallible Blessed Land knew about this. Their morale soared. Feng Yuan and the rest were in an even more precarious situation. Duke Long was overjoyed. This was the scene he wanted to see. Under the banner of Fate Gu, almost all of Central Continent's Gu immortals were united as one. This united strength was terrifying. The rise of humanity in Celestial Court's historical records had already proven this. At this moment, Duke Long had a deeper understanding. The Celestial Court had been displaying Fate Gu for generations. They had purposely erected this banner. This was a hint from the depths of the soul, a call that was so strong that it was hard to resist. Fate Gu was only a rank 9 immortal Gu. It could not even be used directly. But when Celestial Court used it, they gave it a spirit and meaning that surpassed its own, and then used the history of humanity to amplify this influence. Thinking about it, wasn't it mystical? Fate Gu's practicality was far inferior to other rank 9 immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. But Celestial Court used it to change people's hearts. They united a large number of scattered battle strength. They united countless people and formed an impregnable fortress. Lu Weiyin's betrayal, a lone immortal like Jian Yisheng and a righteous path Gu immortal like Mi Lan Guang, who was abandoned by the 10 great sects, teamed up and ambushed Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyun as the representative, the Central Continent Gu immortals launched a wave of counterattacks. The other 4 regions Gu immortals retreated, their morale fell. These changes were very difficult to achieve with immortal killer moves. even a rank 9 killer move like People's United Hearts. But now, Duke Long used just Fate Goo to achieve this. Goo Masters and Goo Immortals nurture Goo, use Goo, and refine Goo. Not mentioning the other two aspects, just the use of Goo, Celestial Court's use of Fate Goo had already surpassed the limits of Goo Worms. It had reached an unprecedented supreme level. This was a type of art. Thinking about it, it was shocking. Celestial Court's immortals encircled and attacked from all directions. However, after the initial shock and fear, I gradually understood. Fate Goo is a heaven path Goo worm. The Tao of heaven takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. Humanity's prosperity, ruling over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are even more prosperous than the variant humans of the past. The heavenly Tao will naturally take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. It is like how primordial origin Immortal Venerable had Fate Goo and obtained the Dragon People reign. However, I still want to protect Fate Goo. Do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with brilliance as he asked, "Why?" Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, the hidden danger of Fate Goo had already been raised by primordial origin Immortal Venerable's era. Humanity was united because of Fate Goo. After comprehending the returning of Heaven's will, most humans had the courage to resist the variant human races. However, once the destiny of the human clan disappears, where will the human clan go? Undeniably, this is a huge hidden danger. Even after primordial origin Immortal Venerable passed away, he could not resolve this problem. On his deathbed, he entrusted this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star constellation Immortal Venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally found a way to resolve this hidden danger. That is, merging with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned. Merging with the Tao? That's right. Duke Long continued to explain. Fate Goo can only be directly manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Human and variant human Goo immortals can at most observe it and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future, as the sects compete, there will be a way to use Fate Goo, but it is impossible now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Since she could not deal with Fate Goo, she might as well deal with the source. Thus, she sacrificed herself and merged with the Tao, using her will to participate in the operation of the heavenly Tao, interfering with and influencing providence. If providence is affected, Fate Goo will always be under the control of the Celestial Court. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he realized. The net weaved by Fate Goo is called Myriad Net. Everything in the world is in this net. They are manipulated and manipulated by fate. Star constellation Immortal Venerable manipulates providence. She can influence Fate Goo and allow humanity to reign supreme. No wonder Fate Goo is so important to the Celestial Court. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's design was able to obstruct 3 demon venerables including me. No wonder Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the #1 super force in the world. Duke Long nodded. Hong Ting, your comprehension has never disappointed me. The power of the world, after being separated for a long time, they must unite for a long time. Have you ever seen a super force that can last for a long time? Because star constellations had always been influencing providence, Fate Goo would always rule humanity, there would always be a revelation that Celestial Court was the #1 sacred land of humanity, the #1 force. Under the manipulation of fate, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged, countless geniuses would join Celestial Court and form Celestial Court. Celestial Court was not crucial, star constellations' will and Fate Goo were crucial. As for star constellations' will, Firstly, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9. He did not have enough methods to deal with Star Constellation's will, who had merged with the Tao. Secondly, he did not want to deal with Star Constellation's will. After all, Star Constellation's will interfered with providence and protected humanity's status, allowing humanity to flourish. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his loved ones. He had never thought of betraying or harming his own race. Chapter 1761. Even though destroying Fate Gu was harmful to humanity, with Star Constellation's will, it would not change the overall situation of the 5 regions. Because when Fate Gu did not exist, the Celestial Court could not use it, neither could the Heavenly Tao. When both sides were equal, and humanity had such a huge advantage, how could they watch as other races rose up? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon. How could he completely destroy Fate Gu? After countless rebirths, Red Lotus still could not find a way to destroy Fate Gu. This time, he was reborn to persuade Duke Long to let his master stand beside him and work together. To think that the Celestial Court had such a secret, Red Lotus plan failed. The older, the wiser. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long, but Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his proud disciple. Hong Ting, stop. Duke Long said sincerely, Master said so much to make you turn back. The righteous path is not only about glory and fame, it is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for the Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself. But you, your parents, your beloved woman, died for you, paving the way for you to become an Immortal Venerable. Their sacrifice was necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand? Hong Ting, stop. No, I will not stop. Red Lotus's gaze was unwavering. I am sorry, Master. I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path I want to walk. Duke Long shook his head, revealing a bitter expression as he breathed in deeply. I am not disappointed. If you had agreed directly, I would have been suspicious. I know that your will won't be easily shaken. This is something that I have already expected. So, next, let me use my own example to teach you. What do you mean? Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated his prepared method. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Man Extermination. Red Lotus's confused expression disappeared, replaced by shock. He sensed the essence and effect of this killer move. Red Lotus exclaimed, Master, you killed all the dragon men in the world. Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I remember correctly, all of your descendants have turned into draconians. That's right. Duke Long's body was trembling, and so was his voice. I am the ancestor of Dragon Men, the first Dragon Man in the world. When I created the Dragon Man transformation method, I had already set up a backup plan, allowing me to use my identity as the primordial ancestor to easily eliminate other Dragon Men. When the revelation of Draconians reigning supreme appeared, I wanted to use this method. However, at that time, the will of the constellation manifested and advised me to leave the Dragon Men behind for the time being. They will be useful in the future. I hesitated and hesitated. You have seen my descendants, Hong Ting. Enjoying the happiness of my family is my greatest consolation in my old age. Sigh, I'm already old. Master. Red Lotus wanted to say something but stopped. He did not know what to say to console Duke Long. Duke Long's eyes were red. He almost cried. This was something Red Lotus had never seen before. He sobbed. I know very well, even without Draconians reigning supreme, the Dragon Man race will always be a threat to our Celestial Court, a threat to humanity. Because the Dragon Man race is different from other variant human races, I was the one who created it, it was transformed from humans. It's like a blood-sucking vine growing on the human tree, constantly absorbing the blood of the human race to strengthen itself. Dragon men have long lifespan. It is second only to lifespan Gu in extending lifespan. Lifespan Gu are rare, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The number of dragon men will continue to increase, while the number of humans will decrease. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan quickly activated a killer move, but he was held back by the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals' methods. With a muffled sound, he was killed by Duke Long. His flesh and bones flew everywhere, his soul even dissipated on the spot. He was dead. With Fang Yuan's death, their final hope was gone. Bing Sichuan and the rest were dejected. They stood on the spot in a daze. Someone surrendered, but Bing Sichuan and the rest shouted as they charged towards Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. He grabbed again and again. Bing Sichuan and the rest died without exception. A moment later, the Southern and Southern Immortals were either dead or surrendered. This huge battle had finally come to an end. We won. Celestial Court is mighty. Duke Long is mighty. The Immortals cheered. Central Continent was in an uproar. Duke Long had a plain expression as he looked around, his gaze landing on Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin lowered his head. Lord Duke Long, what instructions do you have? Duke Long smiled lightly, saying with deep meaning, "It is all thanks to you lending benevolence Gu. In this battle, Celestial Court will reward you generously." Lu Wei-yin quickly expressed his gratitude. Duke Long transmitted secretly, asking Fairy Myrtle, "Did that killer move take effect?" Fairy Myrtle, "Yes. Are we going to attack Lu Wei-yin?" Duke Long replied secretly, "No worries, let's keep him alive. If we harm him, who will dare to join us in the future? That killer move is just a layer of insurance, regardless of whether Fang Yuan revives or not, as long as the situation is on our side, so what if we do it again?" Saying so, Duke Long breathed in deeply. Our plan succeeded. Fairy Myrtle's voice was choking with emotions. Yes, using Fate Gu's restoration, we attracted the invasion of the 4 regions Gu Immortals. We incited Central Continent to unite against a common enemy. We got rid of our internal enemies. The great era is coming. Our Central Continent will unite as one. The orders of Celestial Court will be heartily obeyed and implemented. She knew that Duke Long was going to die soon. Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not care about his own death. He even encouraged Fairy Myrtle. "With you around, I am assured." Wisdom Path Gu Immortals did not need to fight at the front lines. They needed to plan for the big picture. "Master." At this time, under Feng Jioga's lead, Feng Kim Hong cried as she came to Duke Long. She also knew that this was Duke Long's final moments. Duke Long patted Feng Kim Huang's head, saying, "Humans will grow old and die. Moreover, if the old is not gone, how can the new come? Disciple, you don't need to be too sad." At the same time, Duke Long transmitted secretly, instructing, "Huang Heir, become an immortal venerable and lead Celestial Court to the peak. Our Central Continent is sandwiched by the other 4 regions. It is a battleground with no geographical advantage. But we also have our advantages. We have a sect system. We have a lot of momentum. Originally, even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent could only barely suppress and maintain the situation in Central Continent. Countless sects, lone cultivators, and demonic path cultivators have long been dissatisfied with our Celestial Court occupying a lot of cultivation resources. But now, after this battle, people's hearts have changed. They are united and have thoughts of revenge. There are almost no more internal problems. Celestial Court will be the goal of all of Central Continent's people. Celestial Court has existed for millions of years. It has Fate Gu. It already has the right time. After this battle, we will have the greatest unity of people in the 5 regions. Go and conquer. Go and unify the human race. Go and establish a hegemony that has never existed for thousands of generations. As your master, I can only do this much for you." Chapter 1762. In this pitch-black space, there was a vast and boundless river. It surged and flowed endlessly. Its origin and destination could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. The river of time was pale and colorless, but every drop of water that collided with each other would shine with dazzling colors. Every drop of water had a story. a scene that had happened in the past. Trillions of water splashes bloomed and collided with each other. The entire river of time was like fireworks, colorful and dazzling, extremely beautiful. A small goo worm covered in a layer of jade-green light suddenly appeared and plunged into the river of time. This goo worm's head and abdomen were brownish-yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on its surface, showing the vicissitudes of time. The wings on its back were very wide and translucent, like two green leaves overlapping each other. The tiny goo worm was inconspicuous in the vast river of time. It was smaller than an ant. After the goo worm plunged into the river, it showed a sense of determination as it swam against the current, tracing the past. Jewel-yellow skies. A wave of excitement arose as goo immortals conversed and discussed with each other. What caused this uproar were only the 3 rib bones and the scene of a battle. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has spring-autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's goo Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would be suppressed by Fang Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan. This is an old senior. She is actually still alive. Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along. In the end, they sent a rank 8 goo immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. In Celestial Court, Qin Yi's expression was unsightly, while Fairy Myrtle's body was trembling from anger. This thief, Fang Yuan, is really sinister and cunning. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth because in the video of the battle in jewel-yellow skies, Fang Yuan had only cut out the part where he had successfully counterattacked and beaten Jinglan. Qin Yi frowned. Lady Ziwei, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was a goo immortal expert who had recently awakened in Celestial Court. Jinglan chased after Fang Yuan, but in a moment of carelessness, Fang Yuan counterattacked. Fang Yuan relied on the 10,000 Flood Dragon and Chaotic Directional Fog to delay her while he entered the 5 regional walls. By the time Jinglan set out once more to pursue him, the distance between her and Fang Yuan was already very large. After Fairy Myrtle was unable to calculate Fang Yuan's specific location, Jinglan lost her way in the boundary wall. Ziwei, where is that demon Fang Yuan? Jinglan transmitted her voice. She was flustered and exasperated. Her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up heavily injured and in such a miserable state. How could the prideful Jinglan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, anxiously hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you can lose him? Jinglan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is no longer the same as before. But he still has to go to Langya Blessed Land. We have already made arrangements there. Although we did not capture this thief, we still made huge gains. The current spring-autumn cicada was no longer rank 7 like in his previous life. It had returned to rank 6. And because it had just been reborn, its condition was not good. It was dispirited and listless. Its body was yellow like dead wood. It needed time to recuperate. In Red Lotus True Inheritance, there are many killer moves that can speed up spring-autumn cicada's recovery. Spring-autumn cicada is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. Its effect is too powerful. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The current him was no longer a mortal goo master, thus he did not have to worry about spring-autumn cicada bursting his aperture. At this rate, there was no need for Fang Yuan to speed up Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery. By the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Spring-Autumn Cicada would automatically recover. This way, Fang Yuan would be able to use Spring-Autumn success again. But the Celestial Court is so powerful, even if I can rebirth again, if I cannot find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, it would be pointless no matter how many times I rebirth. Thinking back to his previous life, Fang Yuan felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. The foundation that the Celestial Court displayed was absolutely unfathomable. It shook the world. As for how many Gu Immortals there were in the Immortal Graveyard, even now, Fang Yuan did not know the limit. Duke Long's strength was definitely at pseudo-venerable battle strength. In history, perhaps only Bo Qing had the strength to resist him. Fang Yuan himself was killed by Duke Long. Duke Long was simply too powerful. Of course, venerables were invincible existences. Even Duke Long was not enough against their killer moves. But this way, the venerables fought across space and had their own plans. It made the already chaotic situation even more complicated. The foreshadowing of the venerables was endless. They influenced the whole situation time and time again. Fang Yuan felt a headache just thinking about it. Other than Duke Long, there was also Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Qin Yi, Yuan Qiongdu, and others. These Gu Immortals were elites. They could not be underestimated. What was even more terrifying was their spirit. For the Celestial Court, they could sacrifice themselves without caring about the consequences. That kind of fanatical belief towards the Celestial Court and humanity made even Fang Yuan feel a trace of wariness. If I can't find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, even if I have countless chances to revive, it will be pointless. To defeat the Celestial Court, I will use all my strength in this life. I will not let go of any chance to improve myself. I need to make a good plan. Fang Yuan concentrated and started to make deductions. There was no doubt that revival required a technique. Even though Fang Yuan had the advantage of clairvoyance, this was only a layer of memories. He was no longer the same as before. He was the number 1 rank 7 in the world. His every action had a huge influence. If he changed many things for a small profit, the influence would be magnified and cause a huge change in reality. Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage would plummet. But if he was restrained and afraid of change, he would not be able to improve himself enough. He would not be the Celestial Court's match in the end. He needed to maintain a good balance. And most importantly, he had to prevent other Gu Immortals from knowing that Fang Yuan had revived. The longer this secret was kept by Fang Yuan, the more advantageous it would be for him. Fang Yuan's plan took 14 to 16 hours, and he finally had a clear idea of what to do, coming up with a huge and exquisite plan. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit of Xianxia. How many immortal Gu do you have? Give me a list. After thinking about it, I feel that refinement path true meaning is not very useful to me. If there are suitable immortal Gu, I might give up on refinement path true meaning and choose these immortal Gu. The land spirit of Xianxia cried out in joy. That's good, I will give you the list immediately. To the land spirit of Xianxia, refinement path true meaning had a huge significance. Just like Fate Gu to the Celestial Court, other than its strength, it also had a spiritual value. But earlier, the land spirit of Xianxia lost Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain due to the alliance agreement. He had no choice but to compensate Fang Yuan with the refinement path true meaning. He was actually very unwilling to do so. Fang Yuan looked at the list and found Steel Life Immortal Gu was actually among them. He nodded inwardly, feeling satisfied. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit of Xianxia did not conceal much. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for the long hair true inheritance with the land spirit of Xianxia, both sides held back and did not exchange their trump cards. In Xianxia sect, the long hair refinement path true meaning, long hair refinement path formation, omnidirectional 4 Cs, refinement water, steel life immortal Gu, heavenly giant solar, longevity heaven's request for help, and so on were all kept in their hands. They would not be easily taken out to exchange with Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning from the land spirit of Langia and raised his refinement path attainment level to quasi-supreme grandmaster, reaching heaven in one step. This choice was not wrong. Refinement path attainment level was a huge help to Fang Yuan. But now that Fang Yuan had reborn, his attainment level was the same as in the previous life. He was still a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The same refinement path true meaning was useless to Fang Yuan. This was because Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level had always been shared with the time path clone. Unlike Spectral Soul's clone, the biggest reason Fang Yuan created the time path clone was to bathe in the light of wisdom and help his main body make deductions. How could this work be done without attainment level? Even though only the time path clone had reborn, the time path clone's attainment level was the same as before. Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level naturally rose as well. Thus, in this life, Fang Yuan made a different choice. I choose Steel Life Immortal Goo, and these, the Time Path Immortal Goo, give them to me. Chapter 1764. Fang Yuan assessed Steel Life Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was shaped like a bee. It was the size of an adult's fist. Its body was covered in black and gold markings. It was covered in a thin layer of scarlet light. Once it started flying, the scarlet halo would flourish even more intensely. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was sharp and thin. Its length far surpassed the bee itself. It was as long as an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal Goo was the first immortal goo that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained when he was young. It had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal Goo as his thoughts ran wild. Speaking of which, even though Thieving Heaven is a demon venerable, he has a peaceful nature. He is not bloodthirsty. He is completely unlike Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, it was precisely because of this temperament that he created the Theft Dao. Fang Yuan had some understanding of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wanted to return to his original world, but he had a peaceful nature. He did not like killing. He also needed to accumulate resources and cultivate to find a way to return home. What to do? Facing this problem, Theft Path was the perfect answer he gave. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding people in the history of humanity. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he was even more interested in these venerables. He placed more importance on them. It could be said that in Fang Yuan's previous life, the venerables played a crucial role in the grand battle that revolved around the restoration of Fate Goo. Every time a venerable made a move, the entire battle situation would be overturned. The invincible strength of venerables, their far-sighted schemes, they left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Limitless, Star Constellation, Primordial Origin, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth, they used all sorts of methods to participate in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage, and Spectral Soul have not made a move. No, Spectral Soul has already been captured. He is only left with a lump of soul. How can he have the strength to fight? I inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. I led Shadow Sect to participate in the war. It can be said that he made a move. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is extremely powerful, his killing nature is number 1. After his death, he accumulated his strength and reached the terrifying level of Great Grandmaster in every path. Just based on attainment level, he is the number 1 in history, surpassing all venerables. But he had to abide by the most basic rules. He had no immortal essence, no goo worms, and only a remnant soul. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He was imprisoned by the celestial court. Then, Thieving Heaven and Reckless Savage, did the 2 demon venerables expect an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions? I should be able to calculate it. After all, even Primordial Origin and Limitless managed to deduce it. How could these 2 rank 9 venerables fail to deduce it? Since they predicted this battle, did they leave behind any means to intervene? Thieving Heaven might want to return, but what about Reckless Savage? In history, he was also the Devil Lord who attacked the Celestial Court. It's very likely that he left behind some tricks. It wasn't revealed in my previous life, but in this life, can I find the methods left behind by reckless savage and make use of them? Fang Yuan's eyes shined when he thought of this. This was a great idea. Facing a colossal force like the Celestial Court, unless he became a rank 9 venerable, he would have to borrow their strength. Even though land spirits could not lie, they could still scheme and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit in front of him, he was ambitious and had good leadership skills. And his previous owner, white-haired land spirit, was even more adept at enduring silently. He managed Langya blessed land very well. Black and white land spirits had their own specialties. The black-haired land spirit planned to tell me the truth. More specifically, when Fang Yuan found out about it, he would tell the truth. It was not a lie. Fang Yuan looked at the black-haired land spirit with a faint smile. First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning. These immortal goo alone are not enough. Now that steel life goo is in such a state, I need to add some things to make up for the difference. The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Of course I know that. Tell me, what else do you need?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. I have a suggestion. His suggestion was to deepen the cooperation with the other 3 races and use Langya Sect's foundation to exchange for the time path immortal goo in the hands of the variant humans. Land Spirit of Langya was surprised. You want to exchange for time path immortal goo? This means, Fang Yuan, you want to develop in time path? Fang Yuan nodded. This was a must. Right now, he had not gotten rid of Xiaxia yet. He lacked the 4-time path immortal goo of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He also did not obtain rank 7 edge goo from Tai Chu Zhong. He could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal goo mainly came from 2 sources. The main one was He Fan's true inheritance. The other was some goo worms left behind in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster. His time path attainment level was the same. Moreover, Red Lotus true inheritance was still in the river of time. Fang Yuan still had to roam the river of time. Of course, he needed strength in the aspect of time path. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. Then I will put down my pride and talk to the other 3 races. Fang Yuan, the crucial thing now is Celestial Court. We need to get rid of the harmful Dao marks in the blessed land as soon as possible before secretly relocating. Fang Yuan quickly consoled the anxious black-haired land spirit. I know, don't worry. I collected these time path immortal goo to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I also have some plans to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time. As long as you know. The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His efficiency was very high. Not long after, he finished the discussion and handed the time path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. At this point, including Langya Sect's own treasury and the ones exchanged from variant humans, there were a total of 5 time path immortal goo, 3 rank 6 and 2 rank 7. Rank 7 time concealment immortal goo and hour needle immortal goo. Rank 6 immortal goo yesterday, 10 days, and successive years. The most helpful to Fang Yuan was time concealment immortal goo. This goo could conceal the goo immortal. Fang Yuan was overjoyed to obtain it. Time needle immortal goo was an offensive goo. Once activated, it would shoot out needles to kill strong enemies. The other 3 rank 6 immortal goo were barely satisfactory. They could only be used as supplementary immortal goo at most. A day later, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials were thrown down, creating a rainbow spiral. Wisdom goo entered the spiral of its own accord like a cat that smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and drew the rainbow spiral into his blessed land. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya had used this method to trick Wisdom goo from Hu immortal blessed land into Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan sneered, using the remaining power of Yama Child self-detonation. Yama battlefield quickly formed and trapped Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady let out a scream similar to Meng Tu's. What immortal battlefield is this? It's actually so fast. Fang Yuan slowly appeared. Of course not. Compared to Rumor Cage, there is still a huge difference in speed. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a fearful gaze. Who are you? I, Sleeping Lady, have no grievances with you, right? Please be magnanimous. What do you want? We can discuss it. Fang Yuan smiled. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's face instantly turned pale. Yama Child swarmed forward. Sleeping Lady was surrounded by danger. She resisted with difficulty while shouting in panic. Spare my life. I will do anything you want me to. Wait, I will teach you the method to control the divine hedgehog. How about it? I will use this bargaining chip to exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her indifferently. Stop acting. How can a person who can deal with Meng tribe and Murong tribe be afraid of death? Seeing that Fang Yuan had seen through her, Sleeping Lady roared angrily, finally displaying her true strength. She was actually not weak. She was very different from the outside world's evaluation. She managed to kill her way out of the encirclement of the Yama Child. But what was the use of this? She could not break through the Yama battlefield. She was still trapped. Fang Yuan started to gather Luo Pasil. Sleeping Lady charged at him, trying to stop Fang Yuan from accumulating his killer move. But she was much weaker than Meng Tu. Even Meng Tu could not stop Fang Yuan, let alone her. Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. I am a mere lone immortal. I have always been kind to people. I never leave my house. I only want to manage my own land. I did not expect that while I was sitting at home, disaster would come from the sky. You demon, one day you will receive retribution. What you do to others will be returned to you millions of times. My outcome will be your outcome in the future. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was bone-piercingly cold. It seems you still do not know your sins. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. What sins have I committed? She was furious. Not only did Fang Yuan want to kill her, he also wanted to slander her. Sleeping Lady sneered. You are a demonic path Gu immortal. You actually want to learn from the righteous path and slander your opponent to claim righteousness? You are simply ridiculous. If you were a little more pure, I might have a higher opinion of you. How are you not guilty? Your weakness is a sin. The moment she said that, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Pasil. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move. Her defensive killer move was torn apart like paper. She died on the spot. Fang Yuan collected her corpse and took away her immortal aperture. The only flaw was that almost all of Sleeping Lady's immortal goo were destroyed by herself. Fang Yuan stored the Yama battlefield. He first pretended to be Sleeping Lady and collected the front-back divine obstruction needles on the divine hedgehog. The divine hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed the divine hedgehog and stored it in the sovereign immortal aperture. And Fang Yuan did not let go of this divine needle valley. He had deduced this move a few days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main use was to conceal his existence and prevent detection. After using this move, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Following the tributary, he quickly entered the main stream of the River of Time. Far away, an immortal goo house was quietly floating on the surface of the River of Time, allowing the river water to surge and create huge waves. This immortal goo house was shaped like a pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides and had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most beautiful decoration. Right now, there were 4 goo immortals in the pavilion, 3 males and 1 female. They were the 4 Xuanzi of Central Continent's Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were also twin siblings. They were very close to each other and had a deep relationship. After Fang Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found to get rid of Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lord Huangshi, Celestial Court lacked time path talents. Even though the four Xuanzi were not members of Celestial Court, they had great strength and were loyal. They were promoted by Fairy Myrtle to guard present and past pavilion and the River of Time. Once Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, they would immediately sense it. At this moment, Shang Xuanzi suddenly gasped. "What is it?" The youngest sister, Sun Guizi, asked. As the elder brother, Shang Xuanzi pointed at the screen in present and past pavilion, he said hesitantly, "I think I saw a light flicker on the screen earlier." "Really?" Zhong Xuanzi and Xia Xuanzi looked at each other. "Then let's investigate." Even though Sun Guizi was a lively person, she had a heavy responsibility now. She did not dare to be careless. The four Xuanzi activated present and past pavilion and inspected dozens of times, but did not find anything. Everything was normal. "It seems I was wrong, huh?" Shang Xuanzi was a little shocked. "Big brother, don't be too nervous. That Fang Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7. We four Xuanzi can defeat him without relying on present and past pavilion." Zhong Xuanzi consoled. Even though Lord Huangshi died, Celestial Court had already investigated that it was the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance. They also analyzed Fang Yuan's current time path strength. Sun Guizi's eyes turned as she giggled. Don't worry, even if you three die in battle, as long as I, Sun Guizi, am here, you will definitely revive." You are actually cursing your brothers to die in battle? You are really asking for a beating. Brothers, spare me." There was laughter in present and past pavilion. They were laughing and fooling around, but they did not expect that Fang Yuan had really entered the River of Time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was discovered by present and past pavilion, even though he had an incomplete immortal Gu house. But it was different this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing one present and past pavilion. It was too early. Celestial Court had not had time to create the other 3 time path immortal Gu houses. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. In the previous life, present and past pavilion was destroyed by him twice, and the 4 Xuanzi all died at his hands. 3 of their souls were captured by Fang Yuan after the battle. He soul-searched them and learned more about present and past pavilion's secrets. Finally, Fang Yuan was reborn and exchanged for several time path immortal Gu. One of them was rank 7 time path immortal Gu. Time concealment. It could conceal a Gu immortal's body. Even if there are some ripples for a short period of time, under the restriction of Fate Gu, everything will return to its original state without any ripples. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but admire Red Lotus Demon Venerable even more. This special existence, even if he was not an otherworldly demon, he forcefully opened up the situation. It was hard to imagine how much he had paid and sacrificed in this process. Red Lotus Island had a large number of time path immortal materials. Among them, the majority were rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus True Meaning could allow a Gu Immortal's time path attainment level to rise to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There were also immortal killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring Autumn Success was one of them. Finally, there was a method left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It was called Future Self. It could allow a Gu Immortal to reach the peak of rank 7 in the future. What was missing was Regret Gu. This rank 8 immortal Gu was still in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. It was taken away by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had obtained Regret Gu through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island. In this life, he knew the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. He went there in advance and inherited most of Red Lotus True Inheritances. In terms of time, he had no doubt arrived much earlier. In the previous life, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was chased by the 4-time path Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. He was ambushed by Li Huang and lost the incomplete Immortal Gu house that he had invested heavily in. After exposing all of his trump cards, he managed to escape. The second time, Fang Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret Gu. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritances. The third time, he found another Stone Lotus Island. Celestial Court was likely to succeed. Fang Yuan worked together with Bing Sai Chuan and the rest to resist Celestial Court and fight for Red Lotus True Inheritances. Eventually, Feng Jioga used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Neither side gained any benefits. All in all, Fang Yuan's experiences in the River of Time were full of ups and downs. He had gone through many ups and downs. In this life, with the help of the memories in his mind, Fang Yuan first tasted the sweetness. It is fine even without Regret Gu. After all, the problem now is Celestial Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land. I still have some time to refine Immortal Gu in bulk. I should make good use of Future Self first. Fang Yuan let out Wuxia and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island and familiarize themselves with Future Self just like in his previous life. Different from the previous life, in this life, Fang Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. He could use Future Self more efficiently. Moreover, he got to enjoy Future Self as well. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future Self had no effect on him. But in this life, Fang Yuan came earlier. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. Future Self was useful to him. Wait. Maybe this is the correct time for me to come to the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here when I had rank 7 cultivation level. He left behind Future Self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus deduction was wrong, but now, it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had already considered my situation after rebirth? If that is the case, this Red Lotus True Inheritance was not left for me in the previous life. It was specially waiting for me in this life. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light for a long while. He left Wuxia and the rest behind as he left the Stone Lotus Island alone. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself and continued to swim. He still remembered the scene when he entered the river for the 3rd time. He already had a plan for the location of the other Stone Lotus Island. This time, his plan was to find 2 Stone Lotus Islands. After spending a long time and going through some setbacks, Fang Yuan searched all the possible locations of the Stone Lotus Islands. But regretfully, he did not find that Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Islands can move. It seems that this island is unstable. It is different from the Stone Lotus Island that I entered. Even though he did not have Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan was not dejected. This kind of situation was also within his expectations. Present and Past Pavilion. The 4 Xuanzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast was attacking Present and Past Pavilion, but Present and Past Pavilion shined with profound light. It did not budge. Soon, under the combined attacks of the 4 Xuanzi, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guizi cheered. This is great. We have a large number of time path immortal materials again. Indeed. Zhong Xuanzi sighed. The River of Time is truly a sacred cultivation ground for us Time Path Gu Immortals. It is like Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley to Soul Path Gu Immortals. Zhong Xuanzi added, Indeed, the Celestial Court sent us to guard Present and Past Pavilion. Even though it is to guard against the demon Fang Yuan, it is also a great opportunity for us to cultivate. Obtaining Time Path Immortal materials will be very beneficial to our cultivation. Zhong Xuanzi smiled. Not just that, in Present and Past Pavilion, we can observe upstream and downstream. We can see many scenes of the past and future. We can see the changes of countless things under the influence of time. It is a great help to our comprehension of time path and raise our time path attainment levels. Sun Guizi gritted her teeth. It is a pity that Fate Gu is damaged. It is not complete. According to historical records, a long time ago, when Fate Gu was still intact, We time path great experts could observe the upstream and downstream of the river of time, we could observe the past and the future, we could accurately predict many things. Zhong Xuanzi nodded. Indeed. Back then, star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have done this. Even though she is not a time path gu immortal, her wisdom path methods are extraordinary. She could imitate the power of time path and deduce all sorts of future situations through the tributary of the river of time. She predicted that Green Tortoise's group of 7 would create the first gu house in history, Tortoise House, and thus created star constellation chessboard. The 4 Xuanzi reminisced about the glory of time path for a while before they calmed down. They rested and collected the ancient year beast corpses while continuing to monitor the river of time. They did not know that Fang Yuan had already secretly come to the river of time and obtained Red Lotus true inheritance before sneaking away. Fang Yuan returned the way he came. He walked out of the river of time and entered the tributary of the river of time, returning to northern plains. After he walked out of the formation, he activated fixed immortal travel and went to southern border. How could Fang Yuan have fixed immortal travel in this period of time? Immortal gu were unique. Fixed immortal travel was naturally with Feng Zhouge. In fact, Fang Yuan was using the killer move Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical. It condensed into a human silhouette in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The silhouette sat in the air. It was like the water of the river of time had condensed. It was shining with all sorts of colors. The silhouette looked like Fang Yuan. It was very lifelike. The silhouette also had a sovereign immortal aperture, but this immortal aperture was the scene of Fang Yuan's future immortal aperture, and most importantly, there were many silhouettes of gu worms, like fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's rebirth had little influence. The downstream of the river of time had not been dyed by the ink. Thus, the downstream scene was still Fang Yuan's previous life. Future Self could allow the gu immortal to obtain the strongest form of rank 7 in the future. Fang Yuan's previous life's strongest form of rank 7 was before the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. At that time, Fang Yuan had already captured Xiaxia and the rest of the southern border pursuers. He was extorting southern border's super forces. To resist the enemies, to scheme against Celestial Court, and to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance in the river of time, Fang Yuan annexed Xiaxia's time path immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. He created the illusion of undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range. He set up an ambush. During the battle of Langya mountain range, Fang Yuan stole Feng Zhouge's fixed immortal travel. After that, Fang Yuan attacked Plunder Shadow Blessed Land and fought against Qi clan. He finally made a secret transaction with Qi Chuyu. After that, Fang Yuan set up Year's Flow execution formation and captured the southern border pursuers. He extorted the southern border clans. After that, during the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. After that, Fang Yuan entered the river of time. He did not even see the stone Lotus Island. He was chased by Celestial Court and had to escape. Thus, Fang Yuan's future self was before he annexed Xiaxia's immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. At that time, he had fixed immortal travel immortal gu. Using the killer move Future Self, Fang Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Fang Yuan knew this. But it was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because when the 5 regional true inheritance was activated, there would be a huge commotion. He had to destroy the 5 regional mountain range to obtain the acknowledgement of Tao Zhu's will and draw him out. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had risen, it was hard to fight against rank 8s. If he activated the 5 regional true inheritance and attracted some rank 8 gu immortals or immortal gu houses, it would be awkward. To be safe, Fang Yuan pushed back the 5 regional true inheritance. With a painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all, he could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Fang Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Langia struggled for a while before finally realizing, under Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the blood light, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Fang Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Langia, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of blood light seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed. He could not move, he could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Langia blessed land helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 True Yang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets, you were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the blessed land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave triple layered and so on. You moved star form blessed land because we borrowed Gu worms and provided the method. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom Gu was even fed by me. How many lifespan Gu of my blessed land were used up? Your Danghun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to Gu refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. Oh Fang Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Langia blessed land treated you so well, you actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Langia blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder, we gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart. Look carefully. Do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down? The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Fang Yuan was expressionless. I don't. Chapter 1771. Langia blessed land, long hair refinement path formation. The blood light faded as the blood path formation opened. Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langia walked out one after the other. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, the land spirit of Langia had caught Fairy Myrtle off guard. The latter killed the black-haired land spirit, but it was the white-haired land spirit's turn. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about the agreement between Langia blessed land and longevity heaven, he did not want to use it. After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he directly asked longevity heaven for help. In the end, the white-haired land spirit's action caused Fang Yuan to escape, the celestial court to lose, and Longevity Heaven to take in Langya sect, gaining the greatest benefits. Now, I have successfully suppressed the land spirit. Longevity Heaven has nothing to do with it anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya beside him. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had already been replaced by the black-haired land spirit under Fang Yuan's command. To prevent the other hairy man-gu immortals from suspecting him, the black-haired land spirit pretended to have the same relationship with Fang Yuan as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. This time, it was all thanks to First Supreme Elder, we were able to salvage the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. The main reason is because of the refinement path formation. Let's quickly enter the formation and continue refining gu. The black-haired land spirit's smile was somewhat submissive, but other than Sixth Hair, the other hairy man-gu immortals did not suspect him at all. Who could have thought that a shocking change had already happened right under their noses? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation, continuing to refine myriad self-immortal gu. Several hours later, a dazzling profound light flashed in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded, revealing an immortal gu. This gu was tall and slender, several meters long. It was shaped like a centipede and looked like it was made of copper, its entire body emitting a metallic luster. The mouthparts on its head were ferocious, and a pair of long whiskers swayed in front of its forehead like smoke. The left side had 5,000 feet, and the right side also had 5,000 feet, making a total of 10,000 feet. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Myriad Self. Even though Fang Yuan's main purpose was to frame the land spirit of Langya, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. In the previous life, Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe had a success rate of 50%. In this life, in order to harm the land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan tried his best to modify Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, reducing the 50% success rate to 40%. He had never thought of giving up on refining Myriad Self this time. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu could not be given up. It didn't seem to improve Fang Yuan much, but it was actually quite important. Myriad Self was a combination of enslavement and strength path. It was a fusion of both paths. But it was very complex. It needed a long time to activate and expended a lot of the Gu Immortal's thoughts. Now that it was a Gu worm, Fang Yuan only needed a few simple steps to rapidly activate the original Myriad Self killer move's power. Other than the killer move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves had also benefited from it to some extent. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This move was created by Fang Yuan in the previous life when he was close to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was like a shooting firework. Countless starlight rays shot out, illuminating the whole of Celestial Court. Starlight shone on the faces of Celestial Court's Gu immortals. They had close to 10 people. They were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Myrtle. She looked up at the sky. The light in her eyes was even brighter than the starlight in the sky. To think that Wisdom Gu is actually in Langya Blessed Land. As long as I obtain it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. At that time, I will be the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the world. In the future, Celestial Court will be able to repair Fate Gu. It is almost certain. Fang Yuan, I can't wait anymore. I will personally kill you. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Jioga was silent. He had a calm expression. Chen Yi was filled with anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good. He could not bring Divine Bean Palace back. This time, I can't be the same as before. I have just joined Celestial Court. I need to perform well. This battle is a good opportunity. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only rank 7. Langya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is empty inside. Even Feng Jioga can come and go freely. This shows how weak it is. We have mobilized so many rank 8s this time. We can definitely win this battle. Sigh, Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Chen Yi blamed Fairy Myrtle a little. Fairy Myrtle made such a big fuss. She acted like a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. It made it hard for Chen Yi to gain merit. In his opinion, could 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals not take care of Langya Blessed Land? These were not ordinary rank 8s, they were members of Celestial Court. Under the expectant gazes of many rank 8 Gu Immortals, the starlight specks in the sky gathered into a huge blue starlight pillar. Immortal killer move, Star Cast. Go. Take down Langya Blessed Land and capture the demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the first to lose patience. She charged into the starlight pillar. Chapter 1772. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt the world turn upside down. Her surroundings became chaotic, her visions suddenly changed. At the next moment, she disappeared from the celestial court and appeared in a formation space. She focused her gaze and saw that Fang Yuan was standing in front of her. The killer move in his hand was ready to be unleashed. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted. Her eyes were burning with hatred when she saw her enemy. Fang Yuan smiled. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand and shot Luo Pasil at Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch instinctively wanted to dodge, but the super formation's power was already on her. Thunder Ghost True Monarch dodged very quickly, but it took a long time for her to do so. Her movements seemed to have become much slower. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had an expression of anger and shock on her face. She could not dodge in time and was hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was covered in a pitch-black armor. The style of the armor was sinister and flamboyant. The edges were pointed and sharp. There were flashes of lightning on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue ghost head with its mouth wide open. Her helmet also looked like a ghost. It formed a sharp contrast with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's young and cute appearance. Luo Pasil hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. In the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Then, with a soft sound, the armor broke into countless pieces, revealing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. With the help of Luo Pasil and the super formation, Fang Yuan destroyed Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one attack. Thunder Ghost True Monarch roared. She did not dodge and charged at Fang Yuan. This was a wise choice. Normally, when a person encountered such a predicament, they would choose to retreat and stabilize their position. But in front of Fang Yuan, they would lose the initiative. One wrong move after another, the rhythm of the battle would be completely controlled by Fang Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch didn't flinch. Instead, she charged forward and fought Fang Yuan with her life on the line. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's abundant battle experience and courage were on full display. She attacked Langya Blessed Land, but was ambushed instead and fell into a predicament. The contrast between before and after did not make her lose her composure. Instead, it aroused her boundless pride and fighting spirit. As expected of the person who had once troubled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, such a person did not know the meaning of discouragement. Her morale was not affected at all. Her final move, Lightning Heart Sacrificial Explosion, was a true mutual destruction method. Even if she died, she would drag the enemy down with her. This showed her character. However, Fang Yuan had anticipated Thunder Ghost True Monarch's counterattack. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, so was Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he could naturally make all sorts of plans. How could he not know about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's personality? Just as Fang Yuan had said, he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. After suppressing the land spirit of Langya, Langya Sect's thieving heaven true inheritance naturally fell into Fang Yuan's hands. Using Theft Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used rank 8 Immortal Gu Steal Life as the core to create an immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could lend it to the land spirit of Langya, It had long hair immortal essence. Steel life was not used by Feng Yuan, but by the formation's land spirit of Langya. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had outstanding battle strength. If she continued fighting, she would pose a huge threat to Feng Yuan and the whole of Langya Blessed Land. If Lightning Heart Explosion was used, it would be a huge loss. Feng Yuan decided to use a series of moves to stun her. Kill. Celestial Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Chen Yi could not help but say, "I am going too." Fairy Myrtle glanced at him and nodded. As a wisdom path Gu Immortal with star constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Chen Yi's feelings and thoughts. After getting Fairy Myrtle's permission, Chen Yi flew towards the Starlight Pillar impatiently. "I need to act now." With Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, a little later means fewer gains. She might have already killed the variant human Gu Immortals by now. Langya Blessed Land, here I come. Chen Yi was excited, his body entered the Starlight Pillar. At the next moment, he arrived at Langya Blessed Land, entering the formation space. "This is Langya Blessed Land?" Suddenly, Chen Yi's body froze, his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. On Feng Yuan's side, he was using a super formation that had the power of Time Path to slow the flow of time. But over at Celestial Court, time flowed normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Chen Yi entered the Starlight Pillar and teleported over. Feng Yuan had just killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and stored her remnant soul when Chen Yi appeared. "You came quite quickly." Feng Yuan smiled. Chen Yi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, "Senior." Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was dead. How can this be? This is impossible. Chen Yi's battle intent and blood surged like a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. He thought that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was going on a killing spree, Langya Blessed Land was in chaos, Feng Yuan was defending desperately. But the reality was that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was dead, Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Who could have expected such a scene? Chen Yi blinked his eyes repeatedly and suddenly roared, "What a good demon! You made the illusion so realistic that this old man was almost fooled by you." Saying so, Chen Yi's body shined with green light as he activated a defensive killer move. He was not in a hurry to attack, he stayed here to guard the dark whirlpool behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Chen Yi sensed something amiss. The power of Time Path is affecting me. The defensive killer move took a long time to form. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was calm, she said to Feng Jioge, "You go too." Feng Jioge nodded and dived into the Pillar of Starlight. With Feng Jioge's strength, he should be able to protect himself. However, we are mainly relying on his Tao Protector's karmic luck. Celestial Court has many luck path methods, we can only use this method to restrain Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself. Feng Jioge also teleported over, she was next. But when Fairy Myrtle was about to move, boom! The Pillar of Starlight self-destructed, once again shattering into countless specks of starlight. Fairy Myrtle was stunned, the other Celestial Court Immortals were stunned. He was actually doing two things at once. There was no helping it, his advantage was too huge. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, even though he could not steal fixed immortal travel. 3 of Feng Jioge's Sound Path Immortal Gu were already taken by Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge's strength fell greatly, but he did not have many injuries. Fang Yuan mainly used Great Thief Ghost Hand. His other attacks were just small skirmishes to maintain his advantage. He did not use Luo Pasil or anything else, because he was afraid of injuring Feng Jioge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, it had the ability to locate Fairy Myrtle's location. In the previous life, Fang Yuan suffered from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled Yama battlefield. In this life, how could Fang Yuan make the same mistake again? Oh, as expected, many Gu immortals are planning to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information from soul searching. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, Fang Yuan placed it aside. Celestial Court's situation was more important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods he quickly deduced. This means that Star Cast can still be used. I need to hurry and finish this battle. There is no other way. If this drags on, Fixed Immortal Travel, Fate Armor, and the other Immortal Gu will be stolen by Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge had a grim expression. He finally made his decision and activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan snickered, activating Immortal Gu Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was the one he had obtained from the drill head turtle in Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter Fixed Immortal Travel, but after rebirth, Fang Yuan could only obtain two. The first was Fixed Space Immortal Gu, the second was Suppress Space Immortal Gu. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was held by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ambushed Southern Border's Gu Immortals and captured Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-destructed. Fang Yuan could not get it. As for Suppress Space Immortal Gu, it belonged to Luo Clan's Gu Immortal, Luo Ran. In the previous life, when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Luo Ran had used Suppress Space Immortal Gu to help. It was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Because it was too early, he was still in Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land, he had not roamed Southern Border and attracted the Gu Immortals, such as Xia and the other Gu Immortals. Without Wu Yong asking for help from Fairy Myrtle, Lu Hao would not be involved. But Suppress Space Immortal Gu was something that Fang Yuan could obtain based on his previous life's information. Fixed Space Immortal Gu marked a location. Even if Fixed Immortal Travel was activated, the Gu Immortal would only be transported to the location marked by Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Suppress Space Immortal Gu could suppress the surrounding space within a certain range, making it hard for space path methods to work. Suppress Space Immortal Gu was also rank 7. It countered rank 7 Immortal Gu Fixed Immortal Travel. Feng Jioge was shocked. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have made such thorough preparations. At the next moment, Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Chapter 1774. Fixed Immortal Travel was finally in his hands. This way, when Fang Yuan advances to rank 8, Future Self would be useless. He would not have to worry about losing methods like Fixed Immortal Travel. Fixed Immortal Travel was a movement Immortal Gu. It had a strong effect. It would be very convenient for Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan deduced a killer move that used Fixed Immortal Travel as the core. Even with rank 8 cultivation level, he could barely move around the world. With this Immortal Gu, he would have an extremely powerful mobility. But in the previous life, Fang Yuan stole Fixed Immortal Travel on his first try, but this time, he had to put in a lot of effort. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times. He expended a lot of Immortal Essence. Great Thief Ghost Hand's weakness was clearly exposed. Even though it could steal Immortal Gu, most of the time, it would steal Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had stolen tens of thousands of Mortal Gu from Feng Jioge, but only 3 or 4 Immortal Gu. Next is Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's cold gaze locked onto Feng Jioge's figure. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal Gu, Feng Jioge would be finished. Feng Jioge continued to flee. He had never thought that he would be in such a pathetic state. Feng Yuan understands me very well. He keeps stealing my immortal goo, he rarely attacks me, he has no intention of heavily injuring me, it seems that he understands the power of fate armor immortal goo. Feng Jioge's heart sank to rock bottom, a bone-chilling cold spread all over his body. As he had fewer immortal goo, his battle strength fell. Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge muttered this name in his mind. Even though he had expected Feng Yuan's growth, he did not think that he would be fleeing in such a pathetic state, unable to retaliate at all. Earlier, when Feng Jioge chased Feng Yuan and chased Feng Yuan all the way from southern border to western desert, it felt like it happened yesterday. Feng Jioge remembered it clearly. Who would have thought that at this moment, their situations would be completely reversed? How fast? Feng Jioge sighed in his heart. It wasn't that Feng Jioge wasn't strong, but that Feng Yuan was well prepared. He did not reveal the secret of his rebirth, so he maintained his advantage. Langya Blessed Land's super array had been improved by Feng Yuan, and was now several times stronger than it was in his previous life. One of the reasons was that Feng Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land and could use all the resources to build the Immortal array. At the same time, he had dealings with the 3 foreign races. The second reason was that Feng Yuan himself was much stronger than in the previous life, be it formation path, time path or other aspects, he was much more outstanding. That was why this super formation was constructed to trap Feng Jioge and Chen Yi. The other side. Light flashed before Chen Yi's eyes as he shuttled back and forth in the illusory maze. Damn it! I still haven't gotten out. Chen Yi was trapped in the illusory maze, he moved around rapidly, trying to break through everywhere, he was on the verge of vomiting. This formation refreshed Chen Yi's evaluation of it time and time again. Feng Yuan arranged for all the variant human goo immortals to control the formation and target Chen Yi. Chen Yi's battle strength was very high. His immortal killer moves were Ancient Tree Prison, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others. They were all outstanding methods. Feng Yuan found it hard to deal with them. In the previous life, Chen Yi fought against 2 enemies in the Battle of Langya Sect. He fought against the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was dazzling and eye-catching. But in this life, Feng Yuan annexed Langya Sect and obtained the authority to command it. Western Desert Swan Bujin had theft path methods. It was more likely that Langya Blessed Land had theft path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once worked with Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo. Chen Yi charged over. Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he faced him. He activated the reverse flow protection seal and started to prepare the Luo Pa seal. Feng Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Chen Yi was shocked. His pupils shrunk. 1 for offense and 1 for defense. They complement each other perfectly. Damn it. Feng Yuan and Chen Yi fought, while the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar went after Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level now. His immortal goo had been stolen by Feng Yuan. His battle strength had fallen sharply. Facing the attacks of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was soon covered in injuries. Fate Armor Immortal Goo was forced to activate. Over at Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. Oh no! Fate Armor Immortal Goo is activated. Feng Jioge is in danger. What do we do? In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were only separated by Yama Battlefield. Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled the battlefield killer move and saved Feng Jioge. But in this life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were very far apart. Meanwhile, Starcast was only half done with preparation. Feng Jioge could not die. He was a Dao Guardian. Chen Yi knew Feng Jioge's importance, but he could not help. Feng Yuan was pestering him. Karma Divine Tree was very strong. It had both offense and defense. But Feng Yuan had 2 rank 8 killer moves. He was also very powerful. Time passed quickly. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's faint light dimmed gradually. Once the halo dissipated, Feng Jioge would lose his life. What do I do? Chen Yi was very anxious. At this moment, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears. Watch closely, this is a combo move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, like a gust of wind, green smoke swayed with the wind, Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. Fang Yuan quickly stopped the killer move. At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. He was finally able to force this move out. With Karma Relocation, Chen Yi rampaged through the battlefield. Fang Yuan could only retreat. Chen Yi quickly gathered with Feng Jioge. Let's go back. This is my immortal goo. Remember to tell Lady Fairy Myrtle about the situation here. She will take revenge for me in the future. Chen Yi gave all the immortal goo that he could not use to Feng Jioge. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated, sending Feng Jioge away. Even with the formation and Langya Blessed Land's aperture walls, they could not stop Feng Jioge from escaping. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Jioge, I let you escape this time, but that might not be the case next time. Fang Yuan's expression was normal. He knew Karma Relocation, he could not block this move. Earlier, when he separated Chen Yi and Feng Jioge, it was to guard against this killer move, but it did not work. Chen Yi and Feng Jioge were very shrewd, they had rich battle experience. Let's go, Feng Jioge, hand over your life, you can accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Chen Yi smiled lightly, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killed by you guys after all. Come, even if I die, I will not let you off easily. Chen Yi knew that he was going to die, but he let go. Even though he was infatuated with power, he was also a member of the Celestial Court. As long as one was a member of the Celestial Court, they were not afraid of sacrifice. They faced death with equanimity. The process of killing Chen Yi was not easy, it was very difficult, the battle was in a stalemate for a long time. But eventually, Chen Yi died, his life was taken by Fang Yuan. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered for their victory, before crying out loud. They suffered heavy losses. Chen Yi killed many of their companions. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply, as expected of Chen Yi, as expected of a goo immortal of the Celestial Court. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals with deep sorrow. Your sacrifice was worth it, it was a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands, this battle achievement will shake heaven and earth. There were only 2 or 3 variant human goo immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses this time are too severe. Langya Blessed Land suffered the least damage. They are all in formation. They are safe inside Heavenly Giant Sola. Strange, why did so many layers of the formation suddenly break apart? If not for this, we would not have lost so many people. Fang Yuan nodded. This should be Chen Yi's method. He is truly amazing, even I did not notice anything wrong. The variant human goo immortals heard this and their eyes turned red, they gritted their teeth. That's right, it was this old scoundrel. Killing him was too easy on him. His death is not to be regretted. You have a way? Land Spirit of Langya immediately called out. Quickly activate the refinement path formation, use my method to refine these Dao marks. Fang Yuan quickly replied. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning, he thought of a way to deal with these Dao marks, that was to make a move when the immortal aperture was being moved, it could be easily resolved. But now that he thought about it, this was a trap. Prince's impatience was already hiding in the surroundings. Once Langya Blessed Land moved, the commotion would be huge, it would definitely be exposed, Prince's impatience and the other Celestial Court goo immortals would attack. Fang Yuan's method was to use the refinement path formation, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials, and refinement water to forcefully refine these harmful Dao marks. He did not think of this method in the previous life because when he deduced, he did not know about the existence of the refinement path formation and refinement water. By the time he knew, the battle was already over, he had stolen fixed immortal travel, and longevity heaven had arrived. Feng Yuan had no choice but to escape. Land spirit of Langyao was suppressed by Feng Yuan to begin with. After obtaining Feng Yuan's method, he did not hesitate, immediately activating the refinement path formation to deal with these harmful Dao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were thrown into the formation. The variant human goo immortals had strange expressions, while the hairy man goo immortals' faces twitched. So many rank 8 immortal materials. This is immense wealth. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. This is simply the cheapest cabbage in the market. It is unimaginable. Land spirit of Langya also felt a heartache. Elder Feng Yuan, Langya Blessed Land had accumulated these with great difficulty. Your refinement method is too crude. There is room for improvement. Maybe we can delay it for a while and refine this method. We can save a lot of immortal materials. No, trust me, we are in a dangerous situation. Even though the enemies are gone, we are not safe yet. We need to use every second we have. Feng Yuan did not say anything about the prince's impatience, because this was his guess. There was no proof. But land spirit of Langyao was already suppressed by Feng Yuan. He only followed Feng Yuan's lead. Feng Yuan's words sounded like suggestions and advice, but they were orders to him. He had to carry them out. All right, I will listen to you. Land spirit of Langya's reply was very direct. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. You guys can refine these harmful Dao marks. No matter how much refinement water you use, you don't need to feel sorry for it. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to block the celestial court. No one can disturb me. Whoever dares to disturb me is a spy in the celestial court. They will be killed without mercy. Feng Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked around. The other Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts. After giving a stern warning, he quickly flew into his cloud city and entered the secret room. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her body was emitting intense purple light. This purple light filled the entire hall. It was vast like smoke, but also like surging tides. It had a grand aura. Feng Yuan's attack was soon detected by Fairy Myrtle. She frowned slightly before smiling coldly. You want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard. Not long ago, Feng Jioga suddenly returned to the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, as well as the most precious information. After Fairy Myrtle learned about it, she knew that the dark spiral method was exposed. There was little hope of using it again. She settled for the next best thing, using the harmful Dao marks inside to deduce Langya Blessed Land's location in Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Myrtle held back her anger. Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were most likely dead. Feng Jioga was on the verge of death. He was unconscious. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of this battle. She had a huge responsibility. She wanted to make up for her mistake. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took action. It had great strength and came from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle did not have such a huge reaction. But now, she lost to Feng Yuan and the variant human Gu Immortals. Be it Feng Yuan or the variant human Gu Immortals, the proud Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not accept such a humiliating defeat. Like Feng Yuan had guessed, Fairy Myrtle was completely enraged. She tried to deduce with all her strength. Ignoring the huge repercussions, she wanted to turn the situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu House. It was a huge help. Fairy Myrtle quickly suppressed Feng Yuan. Her deduction speed continued to rise. In the previous life, even though Fairy Myrtle had such a method, Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya Blessed Land. Even if she used it, it was useless. But in this life, Feng Yuan won. Longevity Heaven did not appear. Fairy Myrtle still had a lot of hope. And Feng Jioga had used Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Even though it was only for a short period of time, it was an important clue. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Feng Yuan from afar. Oh no! Feng Yuan felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Fate Armor Immortal Gu's activation gave Fairy Myrtle the fatal weakness of Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle used this to prevent Feng Yuan from seeing any hope of stopping it. Even though I have many wisdom path methods, I do not have many high-level ones. Even though he had rank 9 wisdom Gu, Feng Yuan could only rely on the light of wisdom. He had rank 8 wisdom sword Immortal Gu, but Feng Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence. He had attitude Gu, but in this short period of time, how could Feng Yuan create a wisdom path method that used attitude Gu as the core to resist Fairy Myrtle? Chapter 1776. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Purple light spread, surging and surging. Suddenly, the light turned sluggish. It was like a flowing river being blocked by a dam. Fairy Myrtle gasped in surprise, opening her eyes. Her deductions were progressing, success was in sight, but suddenly, there was a huge resistance. This was not normal, it was like she was pushing a wooden door earlier. The wooden door was already shaking, there was hope of pushing it open. Once it was pushed open, Fairy Myrtle would know the precise location of Langya Blessed Land. But now, this wooden door had suddenly turned into a heavy iron door. What is going on? Earlier, Feng Yuan clearly tried to stop me, but his wisdom path methods were not high enough. I could not resist him. But it suddenly worked, this method. Wait, I understand, he annexed Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She thought of the answer. Fairy Myrtle had difficulty deducing Feng Yuan's location earlier. When Feng Yuan obtained the killer move Yama Emperor, there was even less hope of success. As long as Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, it would become a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Fairy Myrtle deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. Wasn't that the same as deducing Feng Yuan's location? Thus, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were all blocked by Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor. Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move borrowed the power of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Thus, Fairy Myrtle felt a huge obstruction. Fairy Myrtle's thoughts flashed, her hands continued to move as she used several wisdom path methods. After some probing, Fairy Myrtle confirmed, this reaction is the same as when I deduced Feng Yuan. It seems he really annexed Langya Blessed Land. To annex a rank 7 Blessed Land, he needs Grandmaster attainment level. Feng Yuan's refinement path has also reached the Grandmaster realm? Fairy Myrtle realized that she had once again underestimated Feng Yuan. Her expression was gloomy. A small immortal aperture can only swallow a big one. What is Feng Yuan's immortal aperture? How could it swallow such a huge Langya Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle still did not know the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. She was inwardly shocked. Feng Yuan's foundation was already unfathomable. Damn it, Feng Yuan obtained the Langya Blessed Land and his foundation has skyrocketed. What were these variant human Gu immortals doing? He actually let Feng Yuan swallow up his family's assets? These idiots! Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in anger. The variant human Gu immortals like the hairy men were too disappointing. Wait, I'm afraid this is also Feng Yuan's plan. He is using these variant human Gu immortals to deal with my celestial court. At the same time, he is using celestial court to weaken these variant human Gu immortals. After the battle, these variant human Gu immortals must have suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Feng Yuan forcefully annexed them. Who knows, he might even be using the crisis of my forceful deduction to deceive these variant human Gu immortals into agreeing. Fairy Myrtle thought of many things at this moment. Feng Yuan had left a deep impression on her as a despicable and sinister person. It was not an exaggeration to think of Feng Yuan as a bad person. Fairy Myrtle felt very depressed. She felt that this attack on Langya Blessed Land was very likely to help Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince's impatience. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were filled with anger. She immediately contacted Princess Impatience, who was far away in northern plains. Princess Impatience had already received orders to hide in Loosetail Ridge. His original plan was to cooperate with Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land if there was a chance. Or when Northern Plains Gu Immortals sensed it, he would appear and stall for time. The leaders of the three variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body would go to the northern icy plain and Inkman City. He would exterminate the remaining variant humans there. Oh no, he would rescue them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the northern end of Kokitahar, a male and female Gu Immortal were floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. The male Immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were dark and eerie. He had an extraordinary aura and majesty. It was Fang Yuan's split soul that had entered his previous body, forming a rank 6 time path clone. The female Immortal was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was smooth and jade-like. She had an exotic aura. She was a Gu Immortal of the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan's fiancée in name, Shui Air. Shui Air, my main body is not here yet. I can only use my clone to accompany you. You won't blame me, right? Fang Yuan's time path clone said apologetically and warmly. Shui Air blinked her large eyes, quickly saying, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Shui Air is not a girl who does not know the severity of the situation. With your clone accompanying me, Shui Air is already content. Shui Air lowered her attitude. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her, rank 6, Fang Yuan's main body was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. And now, the entire Snowman tribe was living in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Even her great-grandmother, Bing Yuan, had joined Fang Yuan. The time path clone saw Shui Air's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui Air asked, but I wonder, why did you bring Shui Air here? Ah, I brought a gift for you. Shui Air, take a look below. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The icy mist spreading below immediately surged, revealing the mountain and the formation. Shui Air's lips opened slightly, showing a shocked expression. Ah, this is the Snow Crystal Formation. It uses an Ice Path Crystal Essence and a large number of Ice and Snow Path Gu Worms to construct it. From now on, your Snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The Snow Crystal Formation had a huge range, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It used the frost energy that the Ice Path Crystal Essence breathed out to cover every inch of the surrounding area, changing the environment and creating an environment suitable for the snowmen to live in. At the same time, it would produce snow monsters that coexisted with the snowmen, training each other. Shui Air, you and I are engaged. The Snowman tribe is closer to me than the other 3 tribes. These last days, I have been thinking about how to make arrangements for our people. I thought about it and used all my strength to make deductions. I finally thought of this Snow Crystal Formation. With this formation, our Snowman tribe will have an excellent environment to live in. Saying so, the time path clone looked at Shui Er with a gentle gaze. Shui Er was overjoyed, her eyes were shining. Fang Yuan, you really put in a lot of effort, this is out of Shui Er's expectations. To speak the truth, yesterday, great-grandmother was still worried about how to make arrangements for our snowman tribe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking the chance to hug Shui Er's shoulder. Shui Er's body froze. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action. Fang Yuan spoke again. Shui Er, from now on, you will be the owner of this formation. You will take care of our tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture does not have many things, but it has a lot of space. Let's develop. The more snowman tribe there is, the better. We will strive to be on par with the hairy man tribe. Shui Er heard this and her eyes turned red. She said with a choked voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I had never thought that the snowman would one day be able to develop so openly on the surface of the earth. I won't let you down. Great-grandmother and Lord Bingzhuo will definitely be very excited and happy when they hear your arrangements. Fang Yuan took the chance to hug Shui Er. This time, Shui Er's body did not stiffen. She obediently leaned on Fang Yuan's chest. Her face was red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, actually, people have many misunderstandings about me. They say that I am despicable, shameless, cold, and emotionless, but the truth is that they covet my immortal goo and my rebirth memories. They first put the blame on me before extorting and robbing me on the pretext of righteousness. My experience is very similar to the snowman tribe, so I deeply sympathize with them. I also understand you. Sigh, actually, I have not done well enough. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo. It is not strong. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence inside. If I can get more in the future, I will definitely replenish them here. Fang Yuan's words made Shui Er feel a sweet happiness. She said without hesitation, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our storage. If great-grandmother hears about this, she will definitely use immortal goo to build our homeland. That would be great. Fang Yuan pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he laughed. Chapter 1781. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation was destroyed. Southern Border's super forces soon realized this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest gathering place of dream realms in Southern Border other than Tian Mountain. Every path had their own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently a unique resource for dream path cultivation. They contained all sorts of profundities of dream path. Immortal Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables prophecy was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gu immortals knew that the future era was the era of dream path. Thus, every superforce placed great importance on dream realms and guarded them strictly. Isn't the sweeping Shadow Grand formation falling too quickly? Who exactly did this? According to the information of the Gu immortals in the formation and our investigations, there was only one enemy, and he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Just a rank 7 Gu Immortal could destroy such a formation? And so quickly? This is strange indeed. Do you think that Demon Fang Yuan is here again? That's impossible, right? If it was Fang Yuan, why would the dream realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench remain? He has a method to turn dream realms into human form. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan did not take away the dream realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he purposely left them behind. This action caused Southern Border's righteous path to think wildly. It concealed Fang Yuan's identity well. At once, Southern Border's Gu Immortals were guessing who the Gu Immortal who destroyed the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to easily destroy a super immortal formation? What was this person's motive? To attack Southern Border's righteous path? To have enmity with the righteous path? Or to have some research on Dream Path and had already used the dream realms inside? Among all of Southern Border's righteous path members, the most depressed one was Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret passage. Qi Chuyu had purposely left it behind. To prevent the dream realms from being fought over in the future, he had planned ahead and left it behind. On the day that Fang Yuan attacked the formation, he quickly sensed it and hesitated whether to use this secret passage or not. After all, this was his dark thoughts. If he needlessly exposed it, it would damage his reputation in the Southern Border righteous faction. However, when he sensed something amiss and wanted to use the dark path, Fang Yuan's refinement path killer move had already destroyed this ability. Qi Chuyu was gloomy. In his previous life, after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he attacked the formation for a long time to no avail. Qi Chuyu made up his mind and had the time to secretly teleport into the formation. But in this life, Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, his strength had increased tremendously. Qi Chuyu did not have enough time to react. In reality, Qi Chuyu had a chance, but he hesitated and didn't grasp it. Of course, even if he were to teleport in front of Fang Yuan through the secret passage, Fang Yuan would not be afraid at all. Soon, Qi Chuyu became even more gloomy. That was because some rumors had started to spread from somewhere. They said that this time, the formation was breached so quickly that the righteous path had no time to send reinforcements. It was because there was a mole in the Qi family. Precisely because this mole leaked the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu Immortal was able to successfully take down the formation. This is a rumor. This is slander. My Qi clan will investigate this thoroughly. We will punish the person who spread this rumor. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately spoke up and expressed his stance. This situation, it seems that it is not just the enemy who broke the formation. There are likely other Southern Border forces adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Qi Chuyu was very angry. Even with his rank 8 cultivation and formation path Great Grandmaster cultivation level, he was helpless in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level did not mean everything. There is only one way now. We need to capture the culprit. That's right. As long as I capture him and dig out the truth, I will make all of Southern Border's righteous path shut up. Qi Chuyu almost shouted, "Sigh. Return my innocence, return my reputation." Chapter 1782. Qi Chuyu was so old, he had to manage Qi clan's affairs. He was very worried. For the arrival of the Great Era, he even had to nurture a useless inheritor. Honestly speaking, Qi Chuyu did not have it easy. These rumors even caused trouble for him. Qi Chuyu held in his anger and sorrow. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Fang Yuan to jump out again. As the main culprit, Fang Yuan had been living peacefully these last few days. He was very content and peaceful. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu Immortal. If the immortal aperture was not managed well, no matter how strong the Gu Immortal was, they would be rootless. Langya Blessed Land had already been fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the origin core was unsealed, Feng Yuan quickly annexed it. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to take the lead. He also changed the alliance agreement with all the variant human goo immortals. The new alliance agreement was very strict and binding. It confirmed Feng Yuan's supreme authority. The other variant human goo immortals were his subordinates or subordinates. It also stated that all of the variant human immortal apertures would be fused into the sovereign immortal aperture after they were sacrificed. Thus, Feng Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven gained many blessed lands. These blessed lands came from the unlucky children who died at Qin Yi's hands during the Battle of Langya. The hairy man goo immortals were shocked, but the land spirit of Langya had high prestige. With Sixth Hair's cooperation, they were appeased. The other variant human goo immortals were even more unwilling, but Feng Yuan's strength was too high. They could not resist, they could only endure it. Of course, Feng Yuan was a scheming person. When he played political tricks, he was not inferior to Wu Yong. He also stipulated in the alliance agreement that he would nurture the variant humans with all his strength. He would not be biased. When the alliance agreement took effect, he gave these variant human goo immortals a lot of benefits. Furthermore, he secretly brought a portion of the variant human goo immortals to the Stone Lotus Island, to let them experience future self and broaden their horizons. The variant human goo immortals were extremely shocked. They knew now that behind Feng Yuan was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. This time, they didn't even have the slightest intention of rebelling. Of course, Feng Yuan did not allow Shui, Bingzhua, and the others to enjoy their future lives. According to the ink effect, Feng Yuan had already killed them in his previous life. They did not exist in the lower reaches of the river of time, so they had no future. It was easy to deceive them. Feng Yuan told them directly. The Stone Lotus Island had a limit. Future self needed to continue accumulating and preparing. In any case, according to the covenant, they had to be sincere to Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan could keep his secrets. This was, of course, unfair. But under Feng Yuan's carrot and stick tactics, these variant human goo immortals could only submit. In fact, Feng Yuan really wanted to develop these mutants. There were three main reasons. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan goo would be produced. On this point, it was not too early for Feng Yuan to plan ahead. Secondly, Feng Yuan began to attempt to comprehend the human path. Raising more humans and mutants would be of great help to his understanding of human Dao. Thirdly, it had to do with the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, human immortal venerables and demon venerables appeared one after another. They suppressed and slaughtered the 10 great variant human races. The variant humans had a bleak future. They were filled with despair. One reason was that in the previous life, fixed immortal travel was created by Feng Yuan after extorting Southern Border's righteous path and extorting many specific rank 7 space path immortal goo. But in this life, Feng Yuan had not even ambushed Xiacha, not to mention extorting Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals. Feng Yuan's space path immortal goo were mostly from Langya Blessed Land's inventory. They were mostly rank 6 and were not systematic. Feng Yuan simply combined it with Refinement Path Immortal Goo and modified it greatly. With the power of Refinement Path, Feng Yuan's Refinement Path Dao marks were no longer a burden for teleportation. This was the benefit of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Feng Yuan could succeed quickly because he had quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level and the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan suppressed the thoughts in his mind as he looked down. In an area of several hundred li, there were tall mountains and valleys. Below him was a flat land. It was about 100 square kilometers in size and was shrouded in fog. Feng Yuan pointed with his finger. Dragons flew out with a fierce and grand aura. It was Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Feng Yuan had also refined Myriad Self Immortal Goo. It was very convenient to use Myriad Dragon. The 10,000 dragons charged into the smoke and easily tore apart the protective array below. Like in the previous life, the Qi clan Gu immortals guarding the formation had already escaped. Fang Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. It was also one of the reasons why he exposed his identity. His previous life's memories made him understand the cowardice of Qi clan's Gu immortals. This time, he was just imitating them. The effect was still good. Of course, Fang Yuan had to expose his identity. Fang Yuan annexed Langya blessed land. He will need some time to grasp the thieving heaven true inheritance. Qi Chuyu estimated. He felt that his luck was not good recently. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and went to find trouble with Qi clan. This was not bad luck, what was? Even though Fang Yuan was a huge headache for Qi Chuyu, he had to fight. Qi clan's benefits, his righteous path identity, and the dignity of a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had to go and defeat Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Qi Chuyu went out personally, manipulating Great Space Temple as he moved to contact Heart River Bank as quickly as possible. The formation was destroyed, it was in a mess and was in ruins. A vast number of Gu worms were gone. Contact Heart River Bank no longer had the vitality it had before. The river water was gone, the river bank was dried up. It was a terrible sight. Even the rocks on the riverbank mountain were gone. They were all taken away by Fang Yuan and looted clean. Qi Chuyu's expression was dark. The other Qi clan Gu immortals were cursing loudly, cursing Fang Yuan and his 18 generations of kin. This demon is too daring. This is our clan's mid-sized resource point. After being plundered, it suffered huge losses. It will take years to recover. Sai, cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors is useless. He is an otherworldly demon. His kin in this world were all killed by him. Qi clan's Gu immortals' cursing gradually subsided. The grim situation made them frown deeply. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed, but the foundation was still there, because Fang Yuan could not take this land away. But the problem was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still alive. Would he appear again? Attack Qi clan again? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not understand why Fang Yuan suddenly attacked Contact Heart River Bank. Wait, was the mysterious Gu immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation Fang Yuan? Someone asked. It is possible. After all, they are both rank 7 Gu immortals with extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan has high formation path attainment. He has the ability to destroy 2 formations. Furthermore, he annexed Langya blessed land. He has refinement path immortal Gu. Didn't that mysterious Gu immortal use a refinement path killer move? But if that mysterious Gu immortal is Fang Yuan, why did he conceal his appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Why did you take the initiative to reveal your true face when you attacked our heart immersing river beach? Many Qi clan Gu immortals scratched their heads. They could not understand. Firstly, there was no evidence to prove that the mysterious Gu immortal and Fang Yuan were the same person. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive for attacking Contact Heart River Bank was unknown. Nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not come up with anything. They could only ask Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had a cold expression as he shouted, "The other party is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Our clan only lost 2 resource points. This is enough to make us panic and ask for reinforcements? Our Qi clan cannot afford to lose this face. Or did someone die in battle? Qi clan only has the old and weak left? You have not even fought with Fang Yuan, yet you want to ask for reinforcements? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where is your glory as a Qi clan member? The immortals lowered their heads and did not speak. They were scolded by Qi Chuyu. After scolding them, Qi Chuyu ordered, "Do as I say. I will go to Wind Flame Mountain. You guys control Great Space Temple and reinforce Ragged Cave. Reinforce them quickly, but don't lose your composure. The defensive formation of a large resource point is not so weak. Keep in contact." Yes, Lord. Nobody objected to Qi Chuyu's order. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the benefits were too small. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to kill Qi Chuyu, it was because the risk was too high and the rewards were too small. When two tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Fang Yuan stood on the other side of the battlefield, assessing Qi Chuyu from afar as he smiled. "Lord Qi Chuyu, you are in my immortal battlefield now, but you do not show any signs of attacking. You want to chat with me instead? What are you trying to do?" Qi Chuyu snorted coldly, "Don't play dumb. Fang Yuan, you are plundering everywhere. You are just trying to attract my attention. Think about it. Since you can easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of Qi Clan's Gu Immortals? This is not difficult for you. But you have never harmed a single Qi Clan Gu Immortal. Secondly, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you plundered fiercely, you left their foundations intact and did not destroy them. Great Space Temple and I attacking was also within your expectations. Seeing that we were moving, you purposely attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave, luring us to split up. You just wanted to find a chance to talk to me, but you did not have any other secret methods. Speak, what do you want? Qi Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's thoughts. All of his anger and hatred were just an act. Qi Chuyu's analysis was not wrong. In the previous life, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was still around. Qi Chuyu guarded it for a period of time. Only when Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he come over alone. In this life, Fang Yuan had already destroyed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Qi Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together. This made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Great Space Temple was a space path immortal Gu house that countered immortal battlefields. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had fought against it. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand could not do anything to it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chuyu, it was best to avoid this room and create a chance to lure Qi Chuyu out. This was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment. With just a thought in his mind, he made some changes and achieved this goal. But Qi Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan left his foundation in every resource point. It was not because he purposely did so, but because he did not have the methods to collect them. Qi Chuyu was mistaken. Of course, Fang Yuan would not point this out. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Yuan clapped lightly. It is so relaxing to talk to smart people. Senior Qi Chuyu, take a look at this. This subordinate greets Lord. Shircheng also quickly paid his respects with a respectful attitude. Fang Yuan's clone had an indifferent expression. He nodded at him and asked, "Is the formation set up here ready?" Fang Yuan's task was not only to create a mountain, but also to set up an immortal formation inside the mountain. Xianxia quickly reported, "Lord, according to the formation map you gave me, this subordinate has already set up this fire path formation, you only need to activate it now." Fang Yuan had already used his divine sense to enter the mountain and inspect it. He nodded. He was quite satisfied with the result. He was about to dismiss these rockmen when he saw that Xianxia had something to say. Even though Xianxia only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had once fought with Fang Yuan. His immortal battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Stone Puppet, had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He was a talent. After settling down the rockmen, Fang Yuan sent the other rockmen Gu Immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Xianxia stayed behind. Like Shui Er and Imo Tansang, he became the leader of the rockman tribe. "What do you want to say to me?" Fang Yuan's clone paused for a moment before asking. He had some patience towards this talent. Xianxia blinked. He had an uneasy expression. He seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "I heard that Lord has been attacking many times recently and obtained great victories. Southern Border's righteous path is in a state of panic. Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, is helpless against you. You can come and go as you please." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was an astute person. He immediately understood Xianxia's intention. He interrupted, "It seems that your tribe's Gu Immortals want me to stop and recuperate. There is no need to take such a risk, right?" "Oh, this subordinate is afraid." Xianxia bowed deeply. He said with a fearful expression, "This subordinate was just speaking boldly. First Supreme Elder and the rest are cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They do not know this." Fang Yuan's clone snickered in his mind. The Rockman tribe was not of the same mind as him. These variant humans wanted to live and work in peace. They wanted to develop steadily. They did not want to take risks. They wanted Fang Yuan to hide in some corner for 100 years or even 1,000 years. They did not want Fang Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed. They would be implicated. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan chased after eternal life. Only by destroying Fate Gu could he take a step forward. Moreover, if the Celestial Court repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off. They would find him sooner or later and kill him. Hiding and delaying would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Central Continent was attacked by the 4 regions, when the Celestial Court was at its weakest, would they have the highest chance of success. The variant humans' wishes could not be fulfilled. Not just that, they still had to fight for Fang Yuan in the future. They were already tied to Fang Yuan's chariot. They could not get out of it. Xianxia's advice was clearly what many variant human Gu Immortals wanted. They made this suggestion through Xianxia and did not do it themselves. They were giving themselves a way out. This was a very mature political tactic. Fang Yuan did not reject or agree. He waved his hand. "Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain first." Seeing that Xianxia was far away, Fang Yuan's clone activated the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation was like a furnace. Intense heat rose up from within. This heat quickly roasted the interior of the mountain, forming streams of magma. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move involved too many Gu worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even though Fang Yuan was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, it took him a while to activate it. This time, the myriad self-phantoms were far fewer than any of the previous ones, but they seemed to have intelligence. Of these myriad self-phantoms, some were running, some were jumping, some were sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep thought, some were playing with each other, and some were even carrying hatred and anger, attacking the surrounding myriad self-phantoms. It was a mess. The chaos among the myriad self-phantoms became greater and greater. Soon, this group of myriad self-phantoms started fighting each other. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These myriad self-phantoms were not of equal strength. Some were strong, some were weak. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He found that in this chaotic battle, the victorious myriad self-phantoms would get stronger as they fought, while the defeated myriad self-phantoms would get weaker and weaker until they perished. The myriad self-phantoms became smaller and smaller. Soon, there were only single phantoms left fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom was left standing on the battlefield. The rest of the myriad self-phantoms were all destroyed. This phantom was dozens of times stronger than before, but it was still limited to mortal level. The phantom still looked like Fang Yuan, but his face was filled with hatred and anger. He roared at Fang Yuan's time path clone who was not far away, revealing intense killing intent and malice, but he did not dare to attack, instead pouncing towards the myriad self-phantoms from before. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly, without Fang Yuan's orders. They did not move, letting the hatred phantom slaughter them. After this hatred phantom slaughtered for a while, its aura became stronger and stronger. It actually broke through the mortal shackles and advanced to rank 6 Gu Immortal level. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's main body and clone revealed joyful expressions. Fang Yuan's clone waved his hand. The remaining myriad self-army immediately surged like a tide, surrounding the hatred phantom and attacking it to the death. The hatred phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was surrounded by the myriad self-army, it became braver the more it fought. Every time it defeated or destroyed a phantom, its strength would increase by a little. It seemed to not know what fatigue was. It was like a war machine that could grow. It continued to roar and roar, standing tall in the battlefield without falling. Finally, when it broke through to rank 7 from rank 6 Gu Immortal level, Fang Yuan's main body finally made a move, activating a killer move and personally killing the Strength Path Phantom. Normally speaking, after Star Cast was exposed and Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle, Fang Yuan should have spread the news to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation and make the other 4 regions feel even more enmity towards Celestial Court. But Fang Yuan did not do that. Fairy Myrtle felt a sense of unease in her heart. These last days, she had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. She had to understand and deduce even the slightest movement. Fairy Myrtle already knew about Fang Yuan's actions in Southern Border. But why was Fang Yuan only opposing Qi Clan? What was his motive? Was he really going to plunder Qi Clan's 3 resource points? Earlier, when Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation was destroyed, was that mysterious Gu Immortal Fang Yuan. Maybe after annexing Langya Blessed Land, his foundation rose greatly. He wants to refine Gu now. Or maybe he has already used Spring Autumn Cicada and revived, using the advantage of rebirth to gain the initiative step by step. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was exposed, his enemies would consider Spring Autumn Cicada as a factor. Fairy Myrtle had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fang Yuan revives, Spring Autumn Cicada will need time to recover. This is the best time to eliminate Fang Yuan. At the same time, I'm afraid Fang Yuan has already learned of all the methods we prepared. We need to change our battle tactics. Whether Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive or not, this was a crucial point. If he did, Fairy Myrtle would need to overturn most of her previous battle tactics. She would need to redesign them. However, Fairy Myrtle used all her strength to deduce many times. Even with Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm whether Fang Yuan had revived recently or not. At Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, even though Fang Yuan broke the formation, he did not take away the Dream Realm. When dealing with Meng Tu and the rest, he was even more secretive. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan did not use it directly. He used the super formation as a cover to prevent the Celestial Court from contacting Swan Bujin. The smoke screen he released was too ingenious. It temporarily fooled Fairy Myrtle. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help to him. This revival was different from the previous times. Against the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan had to consider the ink effect at all times. Feng Yuan is too crafty, the clues he left behind are too few. Fairy Myrtle thought about it angrily before leaving the central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before he was exhausted. His memories were extracted one by one. The secret of raising golden dragonfish? Fairy Myrtle was first overjoyed before feeling disappointed.